Hi everyone, good morning.
Hi sir, good morning.
Yeah, everyone
Very good
able to
morning.
hear?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, can you see my screen everyone? Can you confirm anyone?
Yes, we can
Yeah,
see.
yes, it is visible.
Fine. So everyone can you mute yourself? So I give you time for asking questions. So end of the session. Okay. So everyone can you mute yourself? Fine. Yeah, welcome to the session of DevOps and Cloud. So still people are joining. Fine. So this is DevOps with AWS Master Program. Okay. So DevOps, what is DevOps and what is cloud factory, right? So what are the things available, right? So we'll walk through all these things. So this is a completely DevOps with AWS master program. So this is yeah, complete end-to-end training. Okay. Yeah. Before going to start the session, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ram. I'm having 16 plus years of experience in IT. Last 6 plus years I'm in teaching, right? So I'm handling multiple projects governed by the DevOps technologies. My skill sets are, my background is Java, Windows, Linux administration, and AWS, Azure, Google Cloud platforms. Also DevOps tools I'm handling, right? Yeah. So this is my skill. These are the skill sets. Fine. Yeah. So currently I'm working with one of the product-based company, MNC company, right, as a DevOps architect. Fine. Yeah. So DevOps with AWS master program. So here agenda is, today's agenda here is, so prerequisite to join DevOps and AWS. What are the prerequisites to start learning DevOps and AWS? And who can join this course, and the course information, instructions to attend the course, what is DevOps, what is automation, and why the project teams are looking for DevOps and cloud platforms, and what is the role and responsibilities of DevOps engineering real-time projects, and SDLC process, software development lifecycle process. These are all the things we are going to discuss today. So can you mute everyone? Some background noise is coming here. So recording will be disturbed. If you unmute and if you talk something, recording will be disturbed. Okay. So I give you time for asking questions. End of the session. Okay. So everyone, you can take down your questions. Just keep with you. So I give you time for asking questions. By the time you can ask whatever you want to ask. Fine. So yeah, in between the session, if you ask the questions, some disturbance will be happen, right? So that I gave already unmute to option to you, but don't unmute. So I give you time for asking questions. By the time you can unmute and you can ask the questions. Fine. So everyone, please mute yourself. Okay, I give you time for asking questions. Yeah, fine. So let's get started, right? So let us go with one by one. So what are the prerequisites and who can learn this course? One by one will go, right? Yeah. So prerequisite to start DevOps and AWS, right? So what are the prerequisite to learn DevOps and AWS? Okay. Yeah. So here, no prerequisites to learn DevOps with AWS Cloud. So we don't require any developing background. We don't require any testing background. We don't require any admin background here, right? So to learn DevOps and AWS, we don't require anything. So here you required your time. So you need to spend 3 months time daily, 2 to 3 hours you need to spend. So 1 hour is daily session you need to attend, and at 2 hours you need to practice daily. So daily basis, if you practice within 3 months, you can easily crack your interview. So cracking interview is not difficulty, right? So you can easily crack your interview, but you need to spend daily 2 to 3 hours. 1 hour is session, 1 hour live session you need to attend, and also you need to practice at least 2 hours so that you can easily crack your interview. Second one is your effort, right? So whatever tasks you are providing, whatever sessions are happening, right? You will get the recording session. So you can go through the recording and you need to practice. You need to spend some time, right? And also your dedication, right? So you need to dedicate this 3 months. So if you dedicate this 3 months, you can easily crack your interview within 3 months, right? So your dedication is also very important here. Fine. Next one, who can join this course? Yeah, so IT employees like developers, testers, support guys, admins, so they can switch their current role to DevOps role. Currently, people are switching from developer background, testing background, support background. They are switching to DevOps role because currently DevOps is having high demand in the market, right? So without the DevOps tools, so companies they are automating the activities. They are doing in automated way to perform the activities. Without DevOps tools, it is not possible, right? Yeah, that is why IT employees they can switch from their current role to DevOps role, and also non-IT people, non-IT guys also they are switching their current role to DevOps roles like civil engineers, mechanical engineers, right? Pharma industries, right? Pharma guys and other guys become graduates, right? Yeah, in my previous batches, so one of the civil engineer is from civil background to DevOps background. Can you mute everyone? Can you mute everyone? Some background noise is coming here. So everyone should mute here. I give you time for asking questions. Yeah. So non-IT guys also they can switch their current role to DevOps role, right? Next one, people who have some career gap also can join, right? For example, yeah. So you have completed your graduation in 2017 or 2018 or 2016 or 2015 also can join, right? So even freshers also can join. Freshers, so many fresher opportunities. Yeah, in the market we have. Yeah, I'll show you the opportunities. So many opportunities are there for freshers also, right? So non-IT guys and IT employees, freshers, and who is having career gap also, they can easily switch to DevOps role and easily cope up in the projects. Fine. Yeah. Next one, course information. So this course, DevOps plus AWS plus Linux. Okay. So so my name is Ram. I'm having 16 plus years of experience, IT experience. Okay. Yeah. So duration of this course, 3 months end-to-end training. So plus or minus 10 days. It may take another 10 days extra, right? Yeah. Class frequency, Monday to Friday, daily classes, weekly 5 days. So Saturday and Sunday, I give you time for practicing, right? So class duration 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. IST daily. So class mode, classroom and online, right? So if you want to attend classroom, you can come down and you can attend classroom training, or else you can join online, right? And the course material for every topic, I provide you documentation here, right? I provide you. For example, today we discussed about cloud concepts. For example, at end of the session, I provide you cloud concept documentation, right? So I provide you soft copy, right? So class videos will be provided for 1 year access. You can access 1 year, right? So course fee, it's a 11,000. It is a offer price, so it is one-time payment, right? So actually the fees earlier batches 22,000. So this batch is a 75th batch. So 74th batch already. So this batch is 75th batch. So that is why management gave this offer. So everyone grab this offer, right? So next batch maybe it would be higher. Okay, so this is course information. Next one, so instructions to attend the course. You required one laptop or desktop is mandatory. So with 8 GB RAM to attend this course, you required one laptop or desktop is mandatory. Some people are asking, can I practice in mobile? It is not possible, right? So laptop or desktop is mandatory with 8 GB RAM. So why we are saying 8 GB RAM here, right? So because while working on Kubernetes, while working on Jenkins, while working on Docker, right? So we required 8 GB minimum. Otherwise, you will get performance issues, right? So that is why laptop with 8 GB we required here, either laptop or desktop, right? So you have to attend daily class, live class for 1 hour, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. IST. Daily need to attend the live session, right? So daily 2 to 3 hours you need to practice. Practice is very important. So daily basis everyone should practice, right? So some people are doing like so every weekend they are practicing all sessions they're practicing weekends, so don't do like that. So daily basis you need to spend some time and you need to practice so that you can easily cope up and easily crack the interviews, right? Yeah, so I provide you weekly tasks, right? I give you tasks so that you need to practice, you need to perform and you need to practice. Fine, so these are all the things. And also, yeah, next one. Yeah, so let us jump into DevOps. Okay, so what is DevOps? Why DevOps? What is automation? Why automation? Right? So what are the things available? We'll try to understand. So before going to discuss about DevOps, so up to here, anyone having any questions? Anyone having any questions up to here?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Is MacBook or only Windows these softwares work?
I could not understand your question. Can you come again?
No, to install all these softwares, is it
Uh-huh.
possible only on Windows or on Mac OS also it's possible?
Right. So we don't install any packages in our local laptop here. We don't install any package in our local laptop. We connect to the
Okay.
cloud. In the cloud only, we can configure all the tools. We can deploy all the packages. In local laptop, we don't install any packages. So
Okay.
even macOS also fine. To access cloud platform, macOS also fine. So not, yeah, Windows, Linux, macOS also fine. You can use macOS operating system also to connect cloud
Okay.
platforms.
Thank
Yeah, any other questions before going to DevOps introduction?
Hello, Ram.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
telling that so non-IT guys also will enter in easy or any
Mhm.
difficulties in entering into a job in DevOps.
Right. Yeah, good question. So, yeah, non-IT guys get any difficulty while jump when start working on the projects, right? Yeah.
Yes,
So our course starts from scratch. Our our course starts from scratch, right? We don't directly go to cloud. We don't directly go to DevOps. So first we discuss about basics. What is server? What is network? What is switch? What is router? What is IP address? What is subnet mask? What is gateway? What is router? So all these things will be covered. So basics will be covered. Once everyone understand the basics, then only we'll jump into AWS platform.
mhm,
AWS is a cloud platform. So in AWS, we can install, configure all the DevOps tools, right? So
mhm.
our course starts from basics. That is
Okay.
why you can easily cope up. Daily basis,
Mhm.
everyone should practice, right?
So I had a
Why?
one question.
Hello.
Yeah.
So I mean, people are making like support roles and technical support, and those are comes under to somehow non IT, right? So if they had no relevant experience into AWS and all, so how do they survive if they got an opportunity? As I mean, can we consider as experienced guy or an a fresher? I mean,
Okay. I
what will
explain
be
that.
the previous experience will go?
I
I
give
mean,
you, I give you guidance. Don't worry about that. I give you full guidance. So how can you
oh,
switch to DevOps role? how can we cope up in the projects, how can we handle. So in our course, daily tasks will be like I give you daily tasks and daily activities in real-time projects, day-to-day activities. What are the activities you perform, right? And what are the things? What are the challenges, right? And FAQs, right? So yeah, major activities. So everything will be covered. So we are going to work on 3 live projects. In that, everything will be yeah. So like in real-time projects, how we build, same way we can build in our test lab also. I guide you. Don't worry. Non-IT guys, don't worry about this. So I guide you how to cope up in the projects.
Okay, Ram.
Yeah, go
Hello.
ahead.
Okay. So, how many members get placed in recent your batches? So,
How many members? Okay, so we have so many testimonies. Okay, I give you
mm,
details. Don't worry. Okay, so every batch, once complete the batch, people are placing into projects. Okay, so we
mm.
have so many testimonies. I'll show you that. Okay,
Sir, hello, sir.
yeah,
Any
go ahead,
coding
please.
will be involved in this AWS program, sir.
No, no, no. There is no develop. Yeah, there is no coding here. Zero coding. There is no coding. Zero coding here.
There is no
Because
basic coding also, sir.
scripting required. So basic scripting required. What are the scripts required? So what scripts we use in real-time projects? I explained in the session. So these
Okay.
scripts are very those scripts are very user-friendly scripts. Okay.
Sir, what are the starting packages in DevOps role?
Yeah, packages we'll talk about that. Don't worry. Packages will talk about that. Okay, I'll explain that packages. Don't worry. Wait for some time. Definitely we'll discuss. Fine. Yeah. So
Hi, Ram.
now we can hold the questions. So end of the session, I give you time for asking questions. Okay. It would be delayed. So that is why. So I give you time for asking questions. Please keep with you. Just to take down the question and you can hold for some time. So once we discuss about DevOps, then we'll jump into questionnaire. Right? Yeah. So please mute yourself. I give you time for asking questions again. Okay. End of the session. Fine. Yeah. Next one. What is DevOps? Right. So if anyone asks you this question, what would be your answer? If anyone asks you what is DevOps, what we can say? Anyone having idea what is DevOps?
Development of operations.
Yeah, development and operations, right? We are saying development and operations, right? Yeah, fine. Yeah, so basically DevOps is a set of practices that combines software development and IT operations. So it is not a tool, it is a set of practices, right? Yeah, so here where the multiple tools are connected to each other to perform automation of all the activities, right? So what is automation? So when we talk about automation, right? So currently, whatever activities you are performing in real-time projects, day-to-day activities like deployments, code movement, code merging, code pulling, code pushing. So those activities we can do in automated way. By single click, we can deploy n number of applications. By single click, we can deploy the code. By single click, we can move the code. We can merge the code. We can pull the code, right? Yeah. So whatever manual activities we are performing, those we can do in automated way. So it's a continuous deployments, continuous integration, continuous testing, and continuous monitoring. So what is deployment? What is the integration? What is testing? What is monitoring? We'll see in further slides. Okay. Yeah. So here we have two sections. Sorry. Here we have yeah DevOps history, right? So yeah, let us go with little bit history of DevOps. So DevOps arena started in 2008. It is not a new process. It was started in 2008. It is very old process. DevOps is not new process, right? It's very old process. So in 2008 it was started. So by the time we used to use very old tools to perform the automation activities, right? So here Puppet is the one of the tool. So by using Puppet, we used to perform the automation activities. So currently we have very advanced tools to perform the automation activities like Kubernetes, Jenkins, Maven, Ansible, Docker, right? So very advanced tools are there, Terraform, fine. So by using advanced tools, we are doing the automation currently. Fine. Yeah. So here we have two sections. One is developer point of view. Other one is operations, right? So what is developer? The person who is developing the code, who is testing the application is nothing but developer. Who is building the application is nothing but developer. So operations, what are the operations, right? Yeah, operations are nothing but it's a collection of servers, collection of resources which are hosted in the data center, right? Fine. So what is data center, anyone? Operations are nothing but it's a collection of servers, collection of resources which are hosted in the data center. What is data center, anyone? What is data center? Data
where
center
your
is a,
all
yeah,
servers placed in one place. That is the
right,
data center.
right. Where we host all these servers, right? Yeah. So we can say it is a server room. Data center is nothing but server room where we host all the servers, right? Yeah. So we can host servers, network, storages, switches, routers, load balancers, right? So where we hold all the resources is nothing but data center, right? Fine. Let us go with one example here, small example, which is let us say Java project. Okay. So when we start any project, when we want to start any project, when we want to start working on any startup company, right? So very first thing what we required here, very first thing we required servers, server setup required here, right? So who will set up the servers? Admins will set up the servers, right? So when we talk about servers, in servers we have different server groups are there: development servers, UAT servers, pre-prod servers, production servers. So why we require this many groups? We can have one server group, right? Like either development group or UAT group or pre-product or production, right? So why we require this many server groups here? Because so the developers develop the code in development servers. Once development is completed, the code should be tested in UAT servers. So after that, that will move to pre-prod. Finally, that will be moved to production, into live, right? So that is why we required different setup servers here, right? So admins will prepare the servers. That servers will be handed over to developers. Then they start the developers start the development activities. Fine. Yeah. So here, three developers are working on their local workspace. So this is a development life cycle. So SDLC, we are talking about currently. We are talking about SDLC, software development life cycle, right? So in software development life cycle, how the process would be. So we are trying to understand now, right? So three developers are working on their local workspace, right? So they are working on same requirement. So what is local workspace? Local workspace is nothing but where we start our work, right? So three developers are working on their local systems, local workspace, right? So normally, for example, there is a application development. So the application development, what will happen in real-time projects currently? So that application will be divided into different pieces, right? So when we are working on application development, so like developers, not DevOps engineers, when they are working on development applications, right? The application will be divided into bits and pieces. That bits and pieces we can say sprints, right? What is sprint, anyone? Sprint. Sprint is nothing but it's a timeline, right? So one application development divided into bits and pieces. That bits and pieces we can call it as sprint, right? Sprint is nothing but timeline. Sprint can be 1 week to 1 month, right? So as per the timeline, the sprint should be completed. Fine. So these three developers are working on their local systems, local workspace. They are working on sprints. Okay. So once development is completed, they push the code to development servers, right? So once the code is moved to development servers, so that should be moved to QA or UAT servers to test the code, right? So after that, the code will be moved to pre-prod. So after that, finally, that will move to production into live application, right? So this is the actual process in real-time projects we follow, right? Yeah. So here Developers develop the code, admins prepare the servers, testers test the code. So who will push the code from one environment to other environment? So here, DevOps engineer will push the code from one environment to other environment. So this is one of the DevOps engineer role. DevOps engineer will not do any development. DevOps engineer will not do any testing. DevOps engineer will not do any other activities. DevOps engineer will do automation and he will move the code. He will merge the code. He will push the code, right? So these are the roles, DevOps engineer roles. He will work on some tickets. Fine. So DevOps engineer role is different role. DevOps engineer will work on automation activities, code movement, code merging, right? So DevOps engineer will not do any development. So DevOps engineer not required any developing background. Fine. Yeah. Now we are talking about code movement, right? So by using DevOps tools, how can we move the code? How can we deploy the code on production servers? We'll try to understand. This is also SDLC process, software development lifecycle process. Okay. Yeah. So developers will work on their local workspace, right? We are discussing. So here there is a local Git, right? So once they develop the code, once they test the code should be pushed to GitHub, right? So basically, what is Git? What is Git? So Git is a repository tool or version control tool. Git is a repository tool or version control tool, right? So what is repository? What is repository? Where we store our data, where we store our source code is nothing but repository. It can be any data. It can be binary files, image files, video files, audio files. Where we store our data is nothing but repository. So next one, version control system. What is version control? Right? So for example, 10 developers are working on the same requirement, same development activity. So who is doing what? How can we identify? By using version control system. So for example, yeah, so I did some changes today, right? So my name will be tracked, right? So who did changes, when did changes, what purpose did it changes, based on the comments, Git will track the versioning. So Git is nothing but it is a repository tool or version control tool. What is repository? Where we store our source code, where we store our data is nothing but repository. Next one, version control. So version control system is nothing but it will track the changes. Who is doing what? Who did changes? When did changes? What purpose did it changes? Right? Yeah. So Git is a local repository. GitHub is a remote repository, which is a remote server. So in local, once development is completed, they will push the code to a remote repository. In Agile methodology, so currently we are using Agile methodology, right? What is Agile? So earlier we used to use waterfall, right? So currently we are using Agile. What is Agile? Anyone having idea?
Continuous integration, continuous development, continuous testing, and continuous monitoring.
Right. So Agile is nothing but it's a parallel development, right? So earlier we used to use waterfall methodology. So waterfall is nothing but sequential development. So currently we are using Agile methodology. In Agile methodology, we are using DevOps tools to automate the activities, right? So it's a parallel development, right? So parallelly we can deploy the code, we can develop the code, right? So developer develop the code, fine. Yeah, in Agile methodology, so in local Git, developer develop the code. Once development is completed, testing is completed, they will push the code to remote repository, which is GitHub. Once our code is moved to GitHub, our next tool is Jenkins, right? So what is Jenkins? What Jenkins will do? Jenkins is a CI/CD tool. CI/CD full form here is continuous integration, continuous deployment tool, right? So once the code is moved to GitHub, from GitHub Jenkins will pull the code, right? So whatever code pull back Jenkins, right? So which is the raw code in CI/CD process in Agile methodology in projects, yeah, every project team using DevOps tools to automate the deployments, to deliver the applications, to deploy the code, right? So here we require these tools, right? Git, GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, right? Application server, Tomcat servers, right? Yeah. So once the developer move the code to GitHub, so Jenkins will pull the code. So Jenkins is CI/CD tool, right? So in DevOps, we have multiple tools are there, right? So all the tools are individual tools. One tool will not communicate other tool. So that is why Jenkins is a mediator tool. It will communicate all the tools. It will integrate all the tools by installing plugins, right? So it is a mediator tool. Jenkins is a mediator tool. It will integrate all the tools, right? For example, if I want to pull the code from GitHub to Jenkins, I need to install GitHub plugin in Jenkins. Then only Jenkins will start communicating GitHub. Everyone following, right? In Agile methodology, in DevOps process, we require DevOps tools, right? Yeah, Jenkins is a mediator tool. It will integrate all the tools. It will communicate all the tools, and it will pull the code from GitHub to Jenkins, right? Yeah. Once the code is pulled from GitHub to Jenkins, the code is raw code which we pulled. Raw code is nothing but it is a unstructured code, unformatted code. That raw code we cannot directly deploy onto production servers, application servers, right? So raw code is nothing but unformatted, unstructured code. That is why we are integrating one more tool here, which is Maven, right? Can you mute everyone? So some background noise is coming here. I give you time for asking questions. Can you mute everyone? Mukesh. Yeah, don't unmute. I give you time for asking questions. By the time you can unmute and you can ask me any questions, whatever you have. Right? Yeah. Fine. So whenever we pull the code from GitHub to Jenkins, the code is a raw code. Raw code means unstructured code, unformatted code that we cannot directly deploy onto Tomcat servers, application servers. So that is why we require one more tool, which is Maven. What is Maven? What Maven will do? Maven is a build tool. Maven is a build tool, right? So yeah, Maven is a build tool, which will what it will do, whatever code we pull from GitHub to Jenkins, that code will be taken care by Maven, and it will convert into one artifact. Artifact is nothing but archive file, right? So it will take the raw code, Maven will take the raw code and it will convert into one artifact. Artifact is nothing but archive file, binary file, single file. That artifact will give back to Jenkins. Jenkins will push that artifact to application servers. Here we deploy the code. In application server, we deploy the artifacts. For example, in your laptop, you have 100 documents are there, 100 PDF documents are there. So I asked you to send those documents to me. What is the simplest way to send those documents to me? You can convert into one zip file.
Raw file.
You can attach to email and send it across. Or else you can upload to Google Drive, right? Yeah. Same way, same work will be happening in Maven also. Maven will take the raw code, unstructured code, and it will convert into one artifact. Artifact is nothing but archive file, single file. That artifact will give back to Jenkins. Jenkins will push to application server. So in application server, we deploy the code. So this is the CI/CD process. Every project team following currently. Every project team, they're following the same process in real-time projects. Okay.
Storing that code in JD.
What are the use of storing the code in GitHub, right? Fine. Good question. So yeah, I wait for some time. I explain. Okay. Yeah. So everyone, yeah, take down your questions. You can ask me. I give you time for asking questions. Okay. Yeah. Next one. See here. Once the code is moved to Maven, once Jenkins move the code to Maven, Maven will convert into one artifact. So like jar file, war file, or AR file. For example, our application is Java application. Will convert into jar file, Java archive file. For example, Java development is happening. That Java application, Java data will convert into jar, Java archive file. If the application is web application, it will convert into war file, web archive file, right? So if the application is enterprise application, it will convert into ER file. So as per the application, so Maven will convert into artifact. It's a archive file. So not only Java, war, ER, right? So .NET application it will convert, Python application it will convert, right? So Scala, Salesforce, whatever, any applications. So Maven supports any application, right? So it will take the raw code and it will convert into one single file, binary file, and give back to Jenkins. Jenkins push that artifact to application server. In the application server, we deploy the artifacts. This is the end-to-end process we follow in real-time projects. Okay, yeah, fine. So this is the CI/CD process, right? Yeah. So in real-time projects, every project is following this. To deploy the code, we are using Jenkins, right? Yeah. Now in the market, we have very advanced tools to deploy the code. Currently, advanced tools are available, which are like Ansible, Chef, and Puppet, right? So currently, Ansible is most of the project teams are using Ansible. So Chef and Puppet, so not using much. So Chef using 15% of the project teams, 85% of the project teams they are using Ansible. Puppet is completely outdated. So currently, project teams not using, right? Yeah. Now let us try to understand about Ansible. Okay. So before going to Ansible, I give you a small scenario. Okay. For example, I want to install Java on 1,000 servers. Right? Yeah. So these servers are manual servers. These servers are not in automation. We are not using any scripting. These are physical manual servers. I want to install Java on 1,000 servers. So how can we install? Let us take one server. So how can we install Java on a single server? Right? If you want to install Java on single server, what we have to do? First, we need to connect server, right? So if the server is a Windows server, we can connect through RDP, remote desktop. The server is a Linux server, we can connect through UP, right? Yeah, first we need to connect server. After that, we need to log in server, right? Using username and password. We need to log in server, right? So once you log in the server, we need to check installed or not, right? So if the Java is installed, don't need to worry about. So if the Java is not installed, we need to install Java. Install Java required package, right? Java package, right? Yeah. So normally in real-time projects, right? So if you want to get any package, right? So we should not download from internet. We should not copy from CDs, pen drives. So USB ports will be disabled in real-time projects, right? So if you get a laptop, official laptop, when you get into the project, you get one laptop, right? For that laptop, yeah, USB ports will not work, right? You cannot connect pen drives, you cannot connect external drives. Firewalls will be there, right? Yeah, so how can we get this package? We can copy this package, copy Java software from share folders. Share folders. What is share folder? Share folder is nothing but central repositories, right? So every project team they maintain some central repositories. From central repository, we can copy the package into our system and we can deploy the package, right? Yeah. So once we copy the software, after that we can install, right? Once install the Java, we need to set environment variables. Environment variables. What is environment variable? Anyone? So once install the Java, we need to set the path, right? Without that environment variables, Java will not work properly. So that is why we need to configure environment variables, right? So finally, we need to reboot server, right? Yeah. So these are the steps we need to follow to deploy the Java on single server, right? Yeah. So if the person is having 2 to 3 years experience guy, how much time he will take to perform this activity on single server? Yeah, normally, yeah, freshers, 2 to 3 years experience guys, they may take 30 minutes because they need to download package, they need to connect server, login, username, password, check the pass. Java is available or not, set the environment variables. That may take 30 minutes, right? If the person is expert, he may take 15 minutes, right? So let us say 10 minutes only. So 10 into we have 1000 servers are there, right? It may take 10,000 minutes to perform this activity, Java instruction activity. It may take 10,000 minutes, right? So normally in real-time projects, so we get some tickets, or requests, right? Yeah, so we have different ticketing systems like ticketing tools like ServiceNow, Jira, and BMC Remedy. These are the ticketing tools in real-time projects we use, right? So when we receive any ticket is nothing but, ticket is nothing but request. Ticket is nothing but request. Okay. So when we receive the request or ticket, okay, every ticket will have some SLA. What is SLA? Anyone?
Service level agreement.
Yes, it is a service level agreement. What is service level agreement? Anyone?
The
It is
time
a
upon which like we agree to do the task.
right. So service level agreement is a timeline. So timeline is nothing but, so as per the ticket, so some SLA will be assigned. Within the SLA, within the timeline, we have to close the ticket, right? So when we talk about tickets, different types of tickets are available in the market, right? In the systems, right? Like P1 ticket, P2, P3, and P4. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4, right? So as per the priority, we have to close the ticket, right? So priority 1 ticket will have 1 hour time, 1 hour SLA, 1 hour SLA. Priority 2 will have 4 hours SLA. Priority 3, 24 hours SLA. Priority 4, 48 hours SLA, right? So as per the priority, we have to close the ticket. Otherwise, what will happen? If you don't close the ticket, what will happen within that SLA? What will happen?
SLA will breach.
SLA get breached means it will be escalated. It will move to next level, right? So if the ticket is moved to next level,
Escalation.
yeah, escalations will be happen. We get warning emails, right? So by the time what will happen, our KPI will be impacted. KPI. What is KPI? Key performance indicators, right? So our performance will be degraded. That is why within the SLA, within the time frame, we have to close the tickets, right? So, but here, 1,000 servers are there. On these servers, we are deploying Java, but it is taking 10,000 minutes. We got one request for deploying Java on 1,000 servers. For that, one ticket raised, right? So this is taking 10,000 minutes. So what will happen? Tickets will be escalated. Request will be escalated. So that is why to avoid this process, we are using automation tools. So which are like Ansible, Chef, and Puppet. So currently Puppet we are not using, so it is completely outdated. So Chef we are using, yeah, Ansible. 85% of the project team they are using Ansible to automate the activities. Chef, yeah. So here 15% of the project teams they are using Chef. Okay, to automate this type of activities, right? Yeah. So yeah, let us try to understand Ansible quickly. Yeah. For example, there is a Ansible server. This is my Ansible server. Okay. So here I have 1,000 servers are there. So here 300 development servers and 300 QA servers and production servers. We have 400 servers, right? So on the servers, I want to deploy Java, right, by using Ansible. So this is my Ansible server, right? Yeah. So here, first we need to configure Ansible. After that, we need to authenticate from Ansible to development QA production servers, for which we are using SSH authentication. Authentication, right? So here we have two types of authentications are there: key-based authentication and user-based authentication, right? So what is key-based? So in key-based authentication, what we will do, we can generate one key. So by using that key, we can authenticate all these servers, right? User-based means we can create one user. By using that user, we can authenticate from Ansible to Dev QA production servers, right? So once we authenticate from Ansible to all servers, so after that we need to prepare inventory groups, right? So what is inventory? Inventory is nothing but list of servers, right? We can create a development group, we can create a QA group, we can create prod group. So three groups, right? So because three different types of servers are there here, right? So why we require three groups? We can create only one group also, right? But why we require three groups here? This is mainly for segregation. For example, development service required .NET application, right? We can select only development group here, right? So if you select all groups, all the servers will be deployed. That is why to segregate, we use the groups here. So after that, we prepare playbooks. What is playbook? This is simple YAML scripts. Very simple. Very simple YAML scripts. Playbooks are nothing but simple scripts. So that simple scripts we can execute on Ansible server that will reflect to the Dev QA production servers, right? So once we trigger this playbook, within 1 minute we can deploy the Java on all servers, 1,000 servers. So not only 1,000 servers, you can spin up 10,000 servers also within 1 minute. If you want to install Java on 1,000 servers by using playbooks or .yml scripts, I'll show you very simple scripts, very user-friendly scripts, very short length. Yeah, quickly I'll show you. To deploy the Java, what is the script? I'll show you. So all the scripts will be provided by Ansible only. We can take the scripts and we can customize and we can reuse whenever needed. So to deploy the Java, this is the YAML script. This is only the script. Okay, just copy this and paste here to easy understanding here. So this is the to deploy the Java. So this first three lines we don't require. This is common for every playbook. Three hyphens, hyphen host, all tasks. This I can remove. So this is mainly for our understanding, which version we are going to install, right? This is also I'm removing. So this is the main playbook. This is the main script to perform the Java deployment. This is the main script to deploy the Java installation. Okay, yeah. So here the playbook is script is m column name equal to Java hyphen 1.7.0 hyphen OpenJDK space state equal to present. This is only the script. Very short length, right? Script length is very short, right? See here, very simple short length script, single line. By using this playbook, we can deploy the Java on all servers within 1 minute, right? So once we deploy Java, we get update. So how many servers are deployed, how many servers are not deployed, we'll show you if any issues happen. So by the time, yeah, we can segregate that whatever the servers not deployed and we can redeploy, right? Yeah, fine. So here there is the interview question. In Ansible, there is the interview question, which is very common question, which is very general question. When I take interviews in our project, I ask this question many times. When I attend interviews, I attend multiple interviews. By the time I got this question, what is that question? So to deploy the Java on servers, why should I go with Ansible? To deploy the Java, Why should I go with Ansible? I can use shell scripts also. Yeah, logically, interviewers ask you this question, right? Interviewers ask you, if I want to deploy Java, why should I go with Ansible? I can use shell scripts also. Yes, you can use shell scripts also. But what is the importance here, right? So the importance here is idempotency. Idempotency. So the question you understand, right, everyone? Interviewer asks you, if I want to deploy Java on all the servers, why should I go with Ansible? I can use shell scripts also. Yes, you can use shell scripts also. But what is the difference? Difference is idempotency. What is idempotency? Yeah. So if you use shell scripts to deploy the Java, what will happen? For example, 500 servers already Java is available. Java team is working on the activities, the development activities. So 500 servers already Java is available, right? Yeah. 500 servers, other 500 servers are not available Java. So we selected 1000 servers and we deploy the Java. So what will happen here? Whatever servers already available, the Java, that will be removed first. Java will be removed first, right? But the Java team already working on that, right? Java team is already working on. Some disturbance will be happening here, right? But whereas Ansible, so if you deploy Java on all the servers by using Ansible, what will happen? Whatever servers already deployed, those will not be disturbed. Okay, so whatever servers are not available Java, that will be deployed. So which is nothing but idempotency. So Ansible will not do activities again and again. Once it is performed, it will show you it is already available. Fine. So which is nothing but idempotency, which is interview question, very common question. Most of the interviews I observed this question. So while working on different tools, I give you questions, all the questions, frequently asked questions, right? Yeah. So I give you tips and tricks, right? How to crack the interview, how to attend the interview. Everything will be covered in our course. Fine. Yeah. So here, this is Ansible scenario. Okay. Yeah. Now let us move back to slides here. Right. So this is already discussed. Yeah. So this is Ansible architecture. While working on Ansible, I explain this architecture. Right. So this is a deployment process. By using Ansible, you can deploy the Java or any other applications on target servers. Okay. Yeah. Now, so Ansible we can integrate with Jenkins also. Jenkins will trigger the job to Ansible. Ansible will go and deploy the code on target servers. That we can integrate with Jenkins, right? But in real-time projects, we don't require to integrate. Ansible will work individual, right? Yeah. So while working on this flow, I explain. So end-to-end process we follow. Same process we follow in our test lab. So end-to-end we can work on this process. Okay. Yeah. So in our course, these are the tools we are going to cover, right? So AWS Cloud we covered, and Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Platform we provide you recordings free of cost. Okay, and Linux basics will be covered. Linux, whatever DevOps nears, whatever services required, whatever commands required. So whatever activities required in Linux, that will be covered in Linux, right? So DevOps engineers, yeah, they can work on some activities, right? User management, user creations, right? So groups creations, different activities, right? So those will be covered. So we are not Linux admins. It is not Linux administration. So Linux, whatever concepts we are going to discuss, those are important for DevOps engineers and cloud engineers. Okay. Yeah. So DevOps tools: Git, GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, Ansible, Nexus Artifactory, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, Apache Tomcat, Python scripting also will be covered. Right. So these are the tools we are going to cover, and the projects, live projects, 3 live projects will be covered. So along with this, few more projects will be covered. Right. While working on Jenkins, I show you projects. While working on Kubernetes, we'll work on different projects. Right. But these are the live projects. So live CI/CD with Git, Jenkins, Maven, Tomcat. Live CI/CD with Git, Jenkins, Maven, Kubernetes. Live CI/CD with GCP, Terraform, or migration project. We can migrate the data from one platform to other platform, AWS to Azure, Azure to Google Cloud Platform. We can migrate the servers and data, right? So these are all the things we are going to discuss in our course. So these are the Linux modules we are going to work on, right? So Linux will take nearly 1 week. Linux will take nearly 1 week. Okay. Yeah, we are going to work on these concepts. So these are the tools we are going to work on. So Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, these are the very core tools, very advanced tools. Okay. So we are going to learn this many tools, but we don't use all the tools in real-time projects. 1 or 2 tools only we use in real-time projects. We don't use all the tools, right? So if you learn this many tools, you can crack any interview. You can fit for any project. You can crack any interview, right? Next one, what kind of support we provide? We provide daily recordings, FAQs, supporting documents, one-to-one support, sample projects, resume support, technical support. So every batch will have one group, WhatsApp group, right? So all the members will add into WhatsApp group. In that group, discussions will be happened. While practicing, if you face any issues, you can take the screenshot and post into the group. So that if anyone already practiced, they give you response, or else I give you response, right? Yeah, so I'll show you WhatsApp groups also. So far 74 batches, right? 74 batch going on. So our batch is 75 batch, 75th batch. So 74 batch, 7 a.m. batch. This is 7 a.m. batch. Okay. Yeah. So 73 batch, 9 a.m. batch, next batch. Okay. It is an ending stage. Okay. And yeah, different batches are there. Every batch is having group like this. So in this, while practicing, if you face any issues, you can post the screenshot like this. Screenshots you can post. So many members are there in the group, right? See here. So screenshots you can post in the group while practicing if you face any issues, right? Fine. So this is the support, daily recordings, FAQs, supporting documents, one-to-one support, sample projects, resume support, technical support, right? So these are the things we are going to provide. And the course highlights real-time projects end-to-end, interview sessions topic-wise, resume and interview preparation, 3 months end-to-end training, complete training, 100% job assistance we provide, not job assurance, job assistance, right? Yeah, job assistance is different, job support is different, right? So we provide job assistance until you get job, right? Yeah. Yeah, we provide. Yes, I explained that. And here, so operations, what is server, what is network, what is cluster, this is the basics will be covered. Basics will be covered before going to cloud. And environments, development environment, test environment, UAT, production, all these things will be covered. So email communication, roles, responsibilities, stand-up calls, internal team meetings, right? Releases and purpose, KT sessions, working on day-to-day tasks, tickets, all these things will be covered. Fine. Yeah. So now these are the numbers you can take down. So this is our institute number, and this is my personal number. Normally, trainers they never give their personal numbers, right? So we are giving our personal number, right? So you can take down everyone these numbers, 2 numbers, and you can send message to first number. I attended first demo. Could you please provide recording? Our people will provide you recording, right? So if any documents like course content, everything they provide you. So you can save this number and you can ping first number. You can ping to the first number and you can say that I attended first demo. Could you please provide supporting documents and recording session? Our people will provide you. So second number is my number, personal number. You can take down. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me. You can WhatsApp me, you can call me. Right? After 10, I'll be free. Okay? Fine. Now I'm giving time for asking your questions. Yeah.
Sir, can we use Office laptop? Since said every tool is in cloud, right? So can we use it, or we need a
Yeah.
personal laptop?
Just a minute. So everyone, can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address in the chat, GoToMeeting chat, so that our people will send you documents, and also they provide you recording session. So everyone, can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address in the chat, GoToMeeting chat? So yeah, I give you a few minutes time for providing the email address and WhatsApp number in the group, in the chat. So can you provide everyone? Yeah, someone asking repeat Maven. So we'll repeat tomorrow. We'll repeat Maven tomorrow. And also, do we need to learn? Do we need to learn Java for AWS and DevOps? Not required. Java not required, right? And also Pega developer. Someone asking. Yeah, you
Do we
can
need?
continue.
Can we
Yeah,
use Office laptop to access these tools?
right. Office laptop, right? So if you have any firewalls, that
Yeah.
will be blocked. If you have any firewalls, that will be blocked, right? Don't use Office laptop here, right?
Oh.
Fine. Yeah. Any other questions, anyone?
Ram, I think 4 GB RAM is sufficient for this.
Your voice is not audible clearly. Can you come again? Can you repeat your question again?
Laptop with i3 configuration and 4 GB RAM. Will it be sufficient for that?
4 GB RAM, yes, it will work, but it will give you performance issues. So that is why you can upgrade 8 GB. That will not more costing. So you can easily upgrade one slot, one small card, so that it will be increased to 8 GB.
Okay.
Yeah. Any
How
other
in depth
questions?
you are going to teach Python?
Python? Can you come again?
How in depth you will go on Python?
Python basics only will be covered. So we don't require in-depth knowledge in Python or other scriptings. Okay. So because if you want to learn Python, it takes 2 months. Don't worry about that. I give you guidance. Okay.
So,
How
how
to
many
crack it?
technologies do we need to learn along with AWS and DevOps?
Can you repeat your question? How?
How many technologies do we need to learn, including with AWS and DevOps, sir?
No need to worry about other technologies. No need to learn any other technologies. Okay. So you can learn AWS with DevOps. Yeah. So once complete our course, you can gain 3 years of experience. You can gain 3 years of experience. If you are a fresher, you will get very good knowledge. If you are a senior experienced guy, you can gain 3 years experience. Non-IT guys also, you can showcase 3 years experience. That level of training will be provided here. Okay. How to prepare your resume, I guide you, and how to crack the interview, I guide you. What are the tips, tricks I cover in the session, right? Yeah, go ahead, please. Other questions.
Going forward, will it be a PPT session or whiteboard session?
Follow the PPT session or whiteboard session.
Whiteboard session.
Yeah. So we don't follow PPT. We don't follow PPT, right? So only demo sessions only. Complete whiteboard session, right? So
Okay.
demo session only I'm using PPT. So whiteboard session only. So more into practical, not theoretical. So 80% practical,
Yeah.
20% theoretical. Okay.
So can we practice at Institute also?
Yeah, yeah. You can come down. We have practice room in third floor. You can sit here and you can bring your laptop and you can practice. We provide you internet. Yeah.
So I have a question. So certification. What about the certification? What kind of certification we will get? Right. Okay.
Right. So fresher hiring stopped, right, currently. So because of recession, right? So not only for DevOps, every technology, right? So it may take 1 or 2 months time. Definitely, the openings will be happened. So many openings are in pipeline currently. So project teams are waiting for recruiting the people, but due to some terms, they hold the recruitment, right? So maybe after 1 month or 2 months, that will be happened.
What is the job market for DevOps current scenario?
Yeah. So just a minute. More into experienced guys, right? More experienced guys are recruiting. So not like that. I'll explain that. Okay, don't worry. So even experienced guys also having calls. Freshers are less calls currently. So maybe it will take 1-2 months, right? Yeah. So what is DevOps market currently? Someone asking this question, right? So DevOps market is very good currently, right? If you go and search in Naukri or LinkedIn, so many openings are there. So many projects are in pipeline. So most of the 50% of the companies already move to DevOps, right? So other 50% of the companies also moving to DevOps, right? Yeah. So market is very good. So coming 15 to 20 years, the market would be like this only. DevOps market demand would be like this one. Coming 15 to 20 years. Yeah. Go ahead,
My
please.
question is that what kind of certification we will get, number one, and
Certification, right?
what is what
Yeah, certification I
certification?
explain tomorrow. Don't worry. A very simple certification is not mandatory. So if you want to write certification, I explain tomorrow. What are the certifications required? I'll show you. Right? In AWS,
So
you
what
can
are
write
the
one certificate.
starting salaries for a 2 to 3 years experience in
Salaries, right?
DevOps?
Yeah, salaries starting fresher salaries minimum 4.5 to 6.5. So in my
Oh,
previous batch, so two guys freshers they cracked entry recently. They got 5.5 lakh. One guy is placed in TCS, one guy is in Cognizant. They got 5.5 lakh freshers. And experienced guys also
My
getting very good packages. More than 30 lakhs, they're getting packages. If you have
my question
5 years experience, 6 years experience, right? So how to showcase your experience, how to prepare the resume, I'll guide you. Go ahead, please.
My question was that, like me, I don't know ABC of any technology. I'm brand new. I'm not having any tech background at all. Do you think I can go in this? Is it okay for me, or it will be really hot water for me? Do you think I can still can go for this in this technology? Because when you're asking questions like me, I'm a nursery kid. I don't know what you're teaching at all. Do you still think I can join and I can make my career in this?
Right. Good question, Mukesh. I give you answer. Yeah, you don't have any knowledge, you don't have any technology, you have zero knowledge, right? So can I
Yes.
switch into DevOps? Can I learn AWS and DevOps? Is asking the question, right? So our course starts from scratch, from basic level, right? So anyone can learn AWS and DevOps. Anyone can switch to DevOps role, DevOps and cloud role. So first we'll start with basics, servers, networks, IP addresses, these are the basics. First, we'll work on basics. First 1 week. So after that, slowly we'll enter into AWS, right? So AWS is very user friendly, right? So after that, we'll jump into DevOps. So slowly, basic level to advanced level will move, right? But everyone should practice daily basis. Daily basis, you need to practice. You need to spend some time. Definitely can easily cope up and you can easily switch into projects. You understand,
Great.
right?
Yeah. Do you have any session also? Let's say you are teaching every week, every single day, right? 5 days a week or 7 days a week. How do you teach?
Weekends. You asking
Are
weekends?
you, these classes will be for weekend or every 5 days or
No,
every day? Or how is that process?
not weekends. This is weekdays only. Monday to Friday, daily 1 hour, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. IST.
Okay, so
Okay,
my
daily.
question was that you just focus the training or you have any session, let's say 2 days class in one day, let's do the practice what we have done. That's the way, or just a training? Because I have seen, I joined before any institute from India also. So what happened? They just train and just give the, they complete their course and they are done. But for me, I don't know anything, so I'm nowhere. I wasted my money. So
Right.
that's my question. And the most important is time. My time is wasted 100%. I don't understand anything.
I see. Okay. Fine. I understand your question. Yeah. Along with the training, so we conduct some workshops also, right? We conduct some practical sessions also, right? So you need to participate in that. You need to scale up your technologies. You can scale up yourself, right? So we give you more opportunities. to attend the sessions, practical sessions, workshops, right? Mock interviews, right? So more into practical oriented, not theoretical, right? So don't worry about Mukesh. So you can get all these things. Fine. Any other
Okay.
questions, anyone?
Okay, what are the common terminologies in this field? You are from different background. So you are telling about script, CSPL, or
Yeah. So even, yeah, don't worry about terminology, right? So you will understand from scratch. We'll start our course, right? So day to day, when you attend day to day and when you practice daily basis, you can easily understand the terminology. So don't worry, don't need to worry about terminology here, right? So what is sprint, what is agile, what is waterfall, don't worry. So that will be repeated many times, right? So terminology, so it doesn't matter, so don't worry about it. So we'll repeat multiple times, right? So you can understand easily, right? So if you have any questions, basic level questions also, you can ask in the session, daily sessions. Fine. Yeah, so we can stop here. Yeah,
So,
tomorrow same.
I have one final
One
question,
last
sir.
question.
Yeah, go ahead please.
Hello?
Yes.
How this course
So,
suitable for site reliability engineers role?
yeah, site reliability engineer is a designation only. Site reliability engineer is a designation, right? So backend, your role may be DevOps role, cloud role. So designation would be different designations like consultant, senior consultant, software engineer, analyst, site reliability engineer. That is different. That is your designation. Okay, don't worry about that.
Sir, I have one
Can we
final question.
manage SRE role with this course?
Yes, you can manage SRE. Yes, we provide that level of training. SRE.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
fine.
Sir, I do
So
have
yeah,
one final
so
question here.
yeah,
So,
just
yeah.
yeah. Next
So
batch. People are good.
I was a
Yeah, go
Pega
ahead.
developer for 2 years, and I do have a
Mhm.
CSA certification. So I work for Cognizant. So do you
Right.
think that this will be a step up for me, or should I continue with Pega only? I have already done required training for CSSA certification as well.
Mhm.
Right
Okay.
now I am doing my
So
masters.
yeah, Pega also having demand. So but automation cloud is having more demand. Pega, Java, and Salesforce, these are also having demand. But DevOps and cloud is having more demand. So every
Okay.
developer, they are trying to learn cloud and DevOps because going forward everything will be automation. Every organization, they use automation only. They use cloud platforms only, right? So that is why every developer, every tester, they're learning DevOps and cloud. If you are interested, you can learn, or else you can continue in Pega. Pega also fine currently. Maybe going forward, how it would be, I don't know. So you can reach out to me if you need any further information. Fine. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, yesterday we discussed about DevOps introduction, right? What is the process we need to follow, right? And what are the prerequisites? What are the job opportunities, right? So different things we discussed yesterday. Yeah, today we are going to discuss about cloud introduction. Yeah, in cloud, what we are going to do as a DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, what are the roles, right? And why the project teams are looking for a cloud infrastructure. So how can we work on cloud platform? So what are the services available, right? What are the advantages of cloud? So what is data center? So all these things we are going to cover today. Yeah, anyone newly joined today? So anyone newly joined today, can you provide your email address and your WhatsApp number in the chat so that
Yeah, sure. Actually, I'm joining for the first time. Yeah, I provide my email ID and WhatsApp number in the chat. Thank you.
yeah, in the chat, can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address so that we'll
Yeah,
provide
sure.
you previous recording. So everyone, please mute yourself. So I give you time for asking questions, right? Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can take down, you can keep with you. So I give you time for asking questions. So by the time you can unmute and you can ask the questions. Okay. So in between, if you ask the question, so the recording will be disturbed, right? Yeah, that is why I give you time for asking question. End of the session, I give you 15 minutes time to ask the questions. So by the time you can ask all the questions. Yeah, fine. Today's agenda here is what is cloud computing? Benefits of cloud computing, types of cloud services we are using currently, what is the cost saving, why the project teams are looking for cloud infrastructure. So what is our role in cloud platform? What we are going to perform, right? So as a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer, what is our role? So what activities we perform, right? So all these things we are going to discuss today. Fine. So what is cloud computing? Anyone having idea what is cloud computing? So if anyone asks you this question, what would be your answer? What is cloud computing?
Cloud is a like data center where we can take the services, Windows services on a rent, and we can perform our operations with respect to technology.
Pay, pay as you go. Pay as you go
Pay,
service.
yeah, yeah, that-
Right. Yes.
based on our
Fine.
requirement or on the
Right. Yes. Fine. So this is the definition which I collected from Google. It's a on-demand availability of computer system, resources, storage, and computing power without a direct active management by the user. It's a on-demand availability of computer system, resources, right? So what does it mean? What is on-demand? Anyone? What is on-demand? Which is very important term. What is on-demand? Okay. Yeah. So on demand is nothing but so whenever we required any servers or any storages or any network, that should be available immediately within a minute, which is nothing but on demand. So on demand is nothing but instantly, right? So normally in real time projects. So if you are using any physical environments, physical infrastructure. So for example, I'm working on one project as a DevOps engineer, cloud engineer. So I required 10 more servers immediately, right? So I got some requirement. We required 10 more servers. So physical servers we cannot prepare immediately, right? So, but in cloud we can create all the servers within a minute, right? Yeah. So here cloud computing is a on-demand availability of a computer system, resources, storage, and computing power without direct active management by the user, right? Yeah. So let's assume that there is no cloud concept. Okay, all our infrastructure is hosted in our local data center, local server room. So when we have local server room, we can have full control of them. We can take full control of them, right? Yeah. So we can, whenever you want to stop the server, whenever you want to start the server, whenever you want to upgrade the server, whenever you want to upgrade any operating system, anything, we can perform immediately. But that was the case few years ago. However, with the introduction of cloud, everything has been changed now. So our infrastructure is no longer sitting inside of our local data center, right? Local server room. So rather it is being offered by a cloud provider like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, right? So as a customer, as a user, what we are doing, we are using the services from cloud vendor. So for that usage, we are paying the bills like gas bill, electricity bill, right? So how many hours we are using cloud infrastructure, for that usage we are paying the bills, right? For example, I'm using one server from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. For that 9 hours only, I have to pay the bills. It's kind of renting, right? Yeah. So currently we are using on-demand servers, cloud servers, right? So how many hours we use, for that usage we need to pay the bills. Fine. Clear, right? What is cloud computing? Yeah. So this is,
Yes.
yeah, this is Google Drive. This is Google Drive, right? So where we can find this drive, where we can see this drive in Google Gmail, right? So when you click on Gmail settings, you can find this drive, right? So when you upload any files into Google Drive, where those files will be saved? For example, I upload some files, 10 documents into Google Drive. So where those files will be saved?
On Google server.
Right. Backend there will
Yeah.
be a server.
Server.
Backend there
Yeah.
will be a server, right? So actually it is not a server. So when you upload any files into Google Drive, those will be saved in backend server. Actually, it is not a server. It is a data center, right? So when you upload any files into Google Drive, those files will be directly uploaded to Google data center, right? Yeah. Basically, what is data center? What is data center, everyone?
Set of servers.
Where multiple servers will be stored on demand requirement based on the requirement for that.
So
It's
data center
combination of
is a
servers.
combination of servers. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So data center is a server room. Simply you can say server room, where we host all the servers, where we host all the devices like servers, switches, routers, load balancers, backup devices, right? So whatever infrastructure we are hosting, right? So where we host all the infrastructure is nothing but, so server room. It is a data center, right? So people will call it as, people are calling like hub room or network room, right? So different names, right? People are calling it as different names, hub room, network room. So it is a server room. We can say it is a server room, right? So where we host all the servers. Fine. In server room, in data center, servers will be there, network will be there, network and the storages, backup devices, load balancers, right? And also switches and the routers, right? So all the devices are hosted in server room, data center. So who will maintain this? Who will maintain this? Respective engineers will maintain the resources, right? Fine. For example, yeah. So now let us try to understand cloud advantages. Yeah. For example, if you want to start any project, so let us take one small project, which is we can say Java project. Right. So if you want to start any project, okay, or if you want to start any startup company, so very first thing what we required here, what we required, so we required servers, right? Yeah. So for example, before normally in real-time projects, what will happen? Yeah. So project teams they try to get the project from US client, right? US client, Europe client, right? So before getting the real project from client, there is some process. There is some process. For example, this is a startup company. So before getting the real project, there is a process which is nothing but, first we need to prepare some POC and we need to showcase this POC to client. So basically, what is POC? Anyone having POC? Anyone having idea about POC? What is POC? Yeah. Proof
Proof
of
of concept.
concept, right? Yeah. So before getting real project, so every organization what they are doing, so before getting any client project, they need to prepare some POC and they need to showcase to client. For example, so when you want to buy any laptop or mobile, what we will do? We check some testimonies, right? We check some proof. So how the mobile will work? how the performance, right? We check with others, right? Normally, or else we can check the reviews, we can check the different information, we can check, right? Same way, when the client, so client, if you want to get any client project, so we need to showcase something to the client, right? So we need to showcase some proof. We need to showcase some sample project, right? Which is nothing but POC, right? So this project, yeah, he's having some physical servers, not cloud servers. I'm not talking about cloud servers. We are using physical servers here. For this POC, we are using physical servers here. Okay, yeah. So POC, to prepare POC, client asks you to take 3 development servers, 3 QA servers, and 3 production servers. Right. So why we need to take 3 different types of servers? So 3 development, 3 QA, 3 production. Right. So normally every POC they take a different set of servers to prepare the POC. So developer develop the code in development servers. Okay. So normally for development, yeah, actually every POC will have 45 days timeline. 45 days timeline. So within 45 days, that POC should be completed. That POC should be showcased to client. So once client is approved, they give the real project, right? Yeah. Now for this POC, we require 3 types of servers: development, QA, production servers. So here, normally developers they take first 30 days for a development activity. First 30 days they work on development activity. They develop the code on development servers. Okay. So once development is completed, so from 31 days to 40 days, testers will work on application. They test the application, right? Yeah. So any bugs are there, any duplicate lines are there, any errors are there, right? So testers they work on the testing environment, right? Testing servers, right? So whatever code developed by developers, that code will be tested from 31 days to 40 days. So after that, finally, 41 days to 45 days, deployments will be happened. That code, whatever code is tested, that will be deployed onto production. This is the actual process every development team they follow. So when they try to get any new project, new client project, so they need to follow this process, right? So POC should be prepared. So yeah, the code should be developed and need to be tested, and finally the code should be deployed onto production servers, so that the application will go to live, right? That we can showcase to client. This is our application. So please check and provide your approval. Right. So for this POC, to prepare this POC, so before getting these servers, okay, first we need to, yeah, currently we are talking about cloud advantages. That is why first we are talking about physical server setup. This is physical server setup. Okay. In a physical environment, what will happen? We are trying to understand now. So after that, we'll jump into cloud. So in cloud, what will happen? We'll see that. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So before getting these servers for POC, very first thing we need to take the licenses, all the server licenses, operating system licenses, and application licenses. So when you want to buy any license, what the minimum period would be? Licensing period. For example, in your laptop you have Windows. If you want to get Windows license, so what the minimum period would be? License 1 year, right? It's 1 year. But here our POC is 45 days only, right? For 45 days, they don't provide license. Even 3 months also they don't provide vendors, right? Even 6 months also they don't provide. So when you want to buy any license, minimum 1 year you need to buy, right? And also here we required one admin to configure the servers, right? So developers will not have any knowledge to configure the servers, right? Admins set up the servers. Admins they can configure into racks in data center. They install operating system, applications, plugins, patches, whatever we require, right? So they perform these activities, right? So we need to recruit one admin to configure the servers, and also we require one server room. So we need to configure the servers in server room, right? We require one AC. So without AC, servers will not. Security, firewalls, security required, right? So all are this required to set up the servers. So can you mute everyone? Some background noise is coming here. So I give you time for asking questions. Please mute yourself. Right. So all these things required to set up the servers, right? Yeah. If the project is approved by client, it is fine. If the client is not approved, what will happen? Waste of money, right? So this is startup company. First project we are trying to build. So if you have any other projects, this service you can move to other project. But this is the first project, right? So if the client is approved, yeah, it is fine. Otherwise, this is waste of money. So these are the physical servers we already procured, right? Physical environment. Fine. Yeah. So here, normally physical environment server costing $5,000, $8,000, like that. So licensing cost is very higher cost, right? Yeah, and also admin cost, server room cost, ACs, all this we need to buy, right? So if the client is approved by the project, it is fine. Otherwise, this is waste of money, right? Yeah. So same POC, same Java project, same startup. If you set up in cloud environment, what will happen? We'll try to understand. If you set up in cloud, right? So what will happen? We'll try to understand. Yeah. Same Java project. Yeah. So same startup here, and this is a cloud setup, cloud server setup. In cloud environment, what will happen, right? Whenever we require any servers, okay. So we can create one server or 100 servers or 1,000 servers within 1 minute in cloud. Whenever we need any servers, we can create immediately. But physical environments, it is not possible, right? For example, I require some servers. I need to place the order with vendor, Dell vendor, HP vendor. So they take some time to deliver the server. That servers we need to move to server room. We need to insert into racks. We need to connect power, network. We need to install operating system. We need to install patches, updates, everything. Finally, we move to production. That will take some time. But cloud side, so whenever you require any server, that should be available within 1 minute. That will be available. So cloud is on-demand servers, on-demand setup, right? So in POC, for this POC, first three servers, development servers, right, we can create. So within a minute. So for first 30 days, we can use the servers. Developers work on the development servers. Okay. So once the development is completed, again we can create three more servers. No need to create all the servers at a time, right? So because 1 minute job, creating server is 1 minute job, right? Yeah. So once complete the development, so we can create three more servers for QA testing. 31 days to 40 days, we can use this. So once complete the testing, again we can create three more servers for production, right? So from 41 days to 45 days, we can use this, right? So whenever you require any servers in cloud, we can create within a minute, right? Yeah. So cloud is on-demand infrastructure. Cloud is, yeah, currently most of the project teams, they are migrating to cloud because of the, uh, yeah, time saving and also cost saving, right? Yeah. So when we use physical servers, it is higher cost, right? When we use cloud servers, very less cost, right? So in cloud, we can save the time to create the servers. In a physical environment, it will take some time, right? Yeah. So here, what will happen? So we can create all the servers within a minute whenever needed. Okay, one by one we can create. We don't need to create all the servers, right? Yeah. So here in cloud setup, what will happen? So no licenses required here. No licenses. We don't need to buy any license here. Okay, and no admin required, because as a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer, we can create the servers. Okay, yeah. So no server room required. So because cloud vendor will maintain the server room, AWS will maintain the server room, right? And also no network required, right? And also no server room security, no server security required. So because cloud vendor will take care, so everything will be taken care by AWS vendor and Azure vendor or Google vendor. So cloud platforms will take care, right? So here, yeah. So when we configure, when we create servers in cloud with all packages, all licenses, everything will be ready within 1 minute. Okay, but whereas physical environment, it will take some time. Okay, yeah. So same setup we prepare here also, right? So here, if the project is approved by client, it is fine in the cloud setup, right? The client is not approved, right? So this is also waste of money, right? This is also waste of money. But what will happen here? So in cloud setup, for example, yeah, $100 will be wasted. Whereas physical environment, $500 will be wasted if the client is rejected. So this is the difference here, right? So 1/3 cost will be saved in cloud setup. So time saving, cost saving. That is why, so every project team, they are migrating their infrastructure to cloud. So client always look for the cost saving, right? Yeah, cost cutting. So that is why, so project teams are migrating their infrastructure to cloud. So in our project, 6 years back, we used to use 1,000 servers in our data center. In our yeah, H1E office, we have physical data center. In that, we used to use 1,000 servers. So currently we have only 50 servers because of cloud. We already migrated to cloud. Fine. So these are the cloud advantages. So that is why whoever starting startup companies, they're directly moving to cloud platform, because buying servers, configuring servers, yeah, deploying servers physically, that will take some time. Time will be taken, and also costing, higher costing. So that is why, so every project team, they are choosing cloud setups only, either AWS or Azure or Google Cloud. So these three clouds are very popular clouds: AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, right? Yeah. So as AWS first place, AWS is very popular cloud. AWS occupied 33% of the market share, right? So Azure occupied 18% of the market share. So Google Cloud occupied 9%, right? Yeah. Most of the project teams, they are using AWS. If you are good in AWS, you can easily crack your entry. If you are good in AWS, you can easily handle other platforms also. So AWS is the blueprint for all the platforms. AWS is the first platform, right? Yeah. Clear, right? Any questions up to here, anyone? Before going to next slides? Yeah. So when we upload any files into Google Drive, any files into Google Drive, that will be uploaded into directly Google Data Center, right? Yeah. Now, so cloud computing is having 5 essential characteristics, 3 service models, 4 deployment models. What are those? We'll try to understand, right? So what are the essential characteristics available here? We'll try to understand. See here. So these are the essential characteristics. Okay. First one is on demand. What is on demand? We discussed already. Instantly, immediately, right? So whenever we require any servers, so just go to AWS platform and we can get these servers, right? Yeah. So this is cloud platform. So whenever you require any servers, we can create within a minute, right? While working on cloud, I'll show you. Is yeah, very quickly we can create servers whenever we require. Yeah, this is a cloud platform, AWS platform. So whenever we require any servers, so immediately we can create these servers. So here, these are the servers available in my cloud platform, my console. Okay. So yeah, creating servers, maintaining servers are very easier in cloud. So while working on cloud, you can understand. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So on demand is nothing but whenever we require any servers, that should be available immediately in a minute, right? Instantly. Fine. Next one, broad network access. What is this? Yeah. So whatever servers, whatever infrastructure we are using in cloud, those we can access from anywhere, from your home, from your office, from your mobile also you can access with the proper authentication, right? So whatever resources we are using cloud, we are using in a cloud, those will be accessible from anywhere, which is nothing but so broad network access, right? So next one is resource pooling. What is resource pooling? So whatever resources we are using in cloud, those we can reuse a number of times. For example, so I created one server, right? So I hand over to project team. In real-time projects, what we will do, we get some request tickets. We work on some tickets. Okay, ticket. What is ticket? Anyone?
Is there an issue? There is.
Exactly, right? So if any issues happen, so yeah, project teams, developers, testers, there is a ticket request, right? So as per the request, yeah, first once we receive the request, we can check the description. What is the issue, right? We need to check the description, and also we need to check the approvals are in place or not. Then we can start working on the request, right? For example, one project team raised a request, so we required 10 servers with 8 GB RAM and 4 CPUs, 100 GB storage. So as per the request, we need to create the servers in cloud and we can hand over to project team. That is our role. So yeah, so these are the tips and tricks. Okay. So in real time projects, what we are going to perform, right? So we are discussing now. So in real time projects, right, as a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer, we need to create infrastructure as per the tickets, as per the request, right? So once we create the servers, we can hand over to project team. How can we hand over? By providing IP address and server name. They can access the servers, they can start development activities or they test the applications, right? Yeah. So once the project is completed, for example, we gave the servers 10 servers, right? So development is completed. They started the development is completed, application development completed, right? So once application development is completed, again they ask us to terminate the servers because we maintain the cloud platform, right? They request us. So once the project is completed, whenever they request us to terminate this, terminate means delete only. Don't confuse. Terminate means delete, right? So once they ask us to terminate the servers, we need to terminate the servers. At the same time, we need to hold the storage, because the application will be available in the storage. Data will be available in the storage. So that data, whenever they ask us to provide, we need to attach that storage to other servers, and we need to hand over to project team. So you are understand, everyone following, right? So whenever we get request, as per the request, we need to create the resources and we need to hand over to project team. So whenever the project is completed, again they ask us to terminate the servers. Terminate means delete, right? So by the time we need to hold the storage, we need to terminate the server. That storage we need to save, we need to protect, because project data available in the storage, right? So whenever the project team require the data, the storage we need to attach to other servers and we need to hand over to project team. That is the process we follow in real-time projects. So whenever they ask us to take the snapshots, whenever they ask us to take the backups, we need to perform. So how to take the snapshots? What is snapshot? What is backup? Why backup? So types of backups we discuss in the session. So we have different types of backups are available: daily backups, weekly backups, monthly backups. It is very easier to understand that. Okay, yeah. So resource pooling is nothing but whatever resources we are using, that we can reuse a number of times. Like, so whenever the project is completed, we delete the server, we hold the storage that we can reuse number of times. You understand, right, everyone? Yeah. Next one, rapid elasticity. What is this? Rapid elasticity. Yeah. Elasticity means performance, fasting, right? For example, I'm working on some database server. So middle of the activity, the server is getting some performance issue. So the load is happening, higher load is happening on the server. So getting performance issue. So on the fly, without any downtime, we can increase the RAM by single click. We can increase the processing speed. We increase the storage by single click, right? Without any downtime. What is downtime, anyone? Yeah. Downtime is nothing but maintenance time, right? So without shutting down the server, without stop the server, we can increase the resources by single click, which is nothing but rapid elasticity, right? One more term is there, scaling, scale up and scale down. We'll discuss again. Okay. Yeah. Next one, measured service. What is measured service, right? So measured service is
Yep.
nothing but whatever resources we are using, those are measured. For example, I'm using server for 9 hours per day. For that usage, we need to pay the bills, 9 hours only, right? So normally physical servers, so we need to buy all the hardware, right? But cloud servers, how many hours you use, for that usage only we pay the bills. That is why cost is saving here. Okay, so measured service is nothing but whenever we use any resources, for that usage we need to pay the bills, like gas bills, electricity bills. How we are paying, same way, right? So yeah, any questions in this, right? Anyone? Anyone having any questions here? Clear, right, everyone?
What is scale up and scale down? You just mentioned, right? Just
That we will discuss. We have concept. Scale up and scale
uh,
down. We have concept. So auto scaling, we have one service. So by the time I'll show you scale up and scale down. So auto scaling means automatically it will scale up, scale down. So whenever application is getting performance issues, automatically auto scaling will increase the resources. Whenever there is no demand, automatically it will decrease the resources, which is nothing but auto scaling. For example, for example, IRCTC. We have IRCTC, right? So in IRCTC, what will happen? Normal time we can easily book the ticket, but Tatkal time what will happen? Application will not be open, website will not be open because more demand, high requests are coming, right? So by the time first come first serve only, right? So whereas, for example, that is government side, IRCTC is the government side. That is why they are following old process, old methodology. They are not implemented the auto scaling. But whereas Flipkart, for example, Flipkart, if you take Flipkart, so they give some offers, Flipkart offers 50% off, 30% off. So in festival time, New Year time, they give offers. By the time, yeah, in 2020, they gave some offers. In 2020, Jan 1st, they gave mobile offer, one mobile, Samsung mobile offer, 50% off. So by the time they expected 15,000 users to book the product, but actual turn up 25,000. 25,000 users tried to book the product by the time. So they prepared infrastructure for 15,000 only, but 25,000 users tried to book the product. What happened here? Server will not be accessible, right? More requests. So by the time no one got the mobiles, immediately they implemented the auto scaling. So more requests are coming in means what will happen? So demand, high demand. So infrastructure means servers. So they prepare some servers as per their analysis, right? So 15,000 users they expected, but 25,000 users trying to book the product. So if the auto scaling is available, what will happen? Automatically that will increase the servers to maintain application up and running fine. So auto scaling is very good, very important service. While working on auto scaling, we'll go deep dive. Practically, we'll see that how the servers will be increased, how the servers will be decreased. Okay. So auto scaling, rapid elasticity, both are two different terms. Fine. Yeah. Moving to next slide. We have three service models here. So IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, right? So what is the infrastructure as a service? So we create an infrastructure. Infrastructure is nothing but servers, storage, network. So on top of the server, we deploy the packages like Jenkins, Git, Maven, Kubernetes, the tools we can integrate on top of the servers, right? So which is nothing but infrastructure as a service. So second one is platform as a service. What is this? Yeah, in AWS already Kubernetes is available. For example, let us go back to AWS. So normally infrastructure as a service is nothing but, so we create the infrastructure. On top of that, we can deploy the Kubernetes, we can deploy the Jenkins, we can deploy the other tools. But a platform as a service, so when we log into the AWS platform, if you check here, EKS one service is there. Here, Elastic Kubernetes service. This is already available inside of the AWS, which is nothing but platform as a service. Everyone understanding, right? So platform already available here. We don't need to install again. That we can click on that and we can reuse. Okay. Yeah. Next one, software as a service. What is this? Third one, which is mainly for reusability. Google Drive, OneDrive, Office 365, Amazon shopping site. These are all comes under SaaS, software as a service. Right? You understand, right? Any questions here? So this, yeah, again and again we'll repeat in the further sessions. Don't worry. So this will be repeated. Okay, if you have any questions, you can ask here. So again and again we'll repeat this. Fine. Someone unmuted. Any questions? Fine. Next one is deployment models. This is very important. Deployment models. So what is yeah, here we have four types of deployment models available. So private cloud, hybrid cloud, community cloud, public cloud, right? So what is private cloud? So private cloud is nothing but local servers, on-premises cloud, local infrastructure. Okay, we can say on-premises cloud, local servers. Okay, I explain this. So next one is public cloud. What is public cloud? Which is AWS cloud, Azure cloud, Google cloud, right? So public, using public network we can access. Okay, so private cloud is nothing but local servers. Public cloud is nothing but, yeah, Google cloud, AWS cloud, Azure cloud, right? So what is hybrid cloud? This is very important. Hybrid cloud is nothing but, yeah, combination of public and private, both. So currently most of the project teams are using hybrid cloud. So why they're using, for example, if you take any instance domains or banking domains, for example, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, they are using hybrid cloud. So they are hosting their databases, their accounts in their local cloud, local servers. They are hosting their websites in public cloud. Net banking, credit card websites, they are hosting in public cloud. So because project teams not believing cloud so far, cloud is 100% security. Cloud is 100% security, but still people are not believing. Still project teams are not believing cloud. So AWS is giving very good security, very high security, right? So since long 2012 we are using in our project AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. So we haven't faced single security concern, security issues. Cloud is 100% security, but project teams are still not believing. Already migrated, projects are migrated to cloud, but some project teams they are not believing, because so if I host my databases, if I host my accounts in cloud, how the security will be addressed, right? So that is why they are opting hybrid cloud. So hybrid means, so private servers and public servers, right? So both, the combination of both. So next one is fourth one is community cloud. What is community cloud? So this is a government cloud, government sectors, right? So defense cloud. So all the data is stored in community, like community. That is a high security cloud, right? So these are the four deployment models, right? Yeah. So in real time projects, most of the project teams they are using hybrid. Fine. Yeah. Next one is Mr. Jeff Bezos, who invented AWS cloud. So AWS was born in 2002, right? So initially they started selling books. They started, doing some activities for their own. They developed the cloud for their infrastructure, their own infrastructure. Slowly started giving services to other companies, right? So they started providing services to other organizations. So currently, AWS is in the leader in the market, right? So they have huge customer count, right? AWS services are very high quality services, high performance services, right? So compared to Azure and GCP, AWS is very high quality and bit costlier also, right? So we have three cloud platforms are there: AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. So AWS is in first place. Okay, yeah. If you search in Google, world richest man is in second place currently. Okay, yeah. Next one, see here. These are the three cloud platforms, popular cloud platforms: AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, right? So yeah, we are going to work on AWS, all the services. Okay. So Azure and Google Cloud, you'll get videos. Okay. If you have, while going through videos, if you have any questions, I can clear the questions. Okay. Yeah. These are the quadrants. Quadrant is nothing but, so every quadrant they check the percentage, right? So last quadrant, AWS is in first place, Microsoft Azure is in second place, Google is in third place. These are the small players: Alibaba Cloud, Oracle Cloud, IBM Cloud. So we have 25 more clouds are available in the market, right? Yeah, AWS is in first place. AWS is the leader in the market. Yeah, so cloud computing providers. These are the cloud providers. So nearly 25 to 30 providers are there in the market currently. So most of the project teams they're using AWS and Azure, right? So AWS is in top place, right? Yeah, these are the three cloud platforms. So let us try to understand cloud market share. See here, Amazon Web Services occupied 30% 33% of the market share. So Azure occupied 18%, Google Cloud occupied 9%, so Ali Cloud 6%, IBM Cloud 5%, Salesforce 3%, TechNet Cloud 2%, Oracle Cloud 2%. So like this, right? So these are all small players here. Fine. So these three are topmost clouds. Yeah, see here. So cloud market growth, right? Since long, I'm seeing the cloud. I'm working on cloud. 2000 from 2012, I'm working on cloud platform. So year on year, it is growing like this. So coming 15 to 20 years, market would be like this only. So DevOps and cloud demand would be like this only, coming 15 to 20 years. Okay. So cloud and DevOps will not go away, right? So whoever having very good knowledge, whoever grabbing now, they can easily settle in the project year on year. So yeah, demand is coming. Also, new guys are also come into market, right? So new batches are coming, new people are coming. They are learning. They're moving to cloud, DevOps, right? So that is why this is the right time to grab. Fine. So whoever good in cloud and DevOps, they can easily grab. Fine. Yeah. So these are the things. Yeah, any questions up to here? So you can ask me questions if you have any questions, right? So tomorrow we have one other session. Yeah, yesterday we discussed about DevOps and prerequisites and what is our role and different things. Today we discussed about cloud platform, AWS. What is AWS? Why cloud? What are the advantages? Right? Yeah. Any questions up to here? Anyone? If you have any questions, you can unmute and you can ask now.
Hello. Yeah. What kind of certification we can do in this for AWS and Azure?
Right. So in AWS, we have two types of certifications are available. Okay. First one is AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate. That is first paper. Second one is AWS Solution Architect, AWS Certified Solution Architect Professional. That is second paper. So we don't require two papers. If you complete first paper, it is fine for you. Right. So how to complete the first exam? So I give you guidance. I provide you dumps. Right. If you need any support, definitely I provide the support also to clear the exam. Okay.
So
In
in the course
Azure,
only you are going to cover all those topics for this
yes,
certification?
yes. In the course only, yeah, we are going to discuss all the concepts. I cover all the concepts. Okay. So
Okay.
in Azure we have Azure Admin 104, right? Yeah. So I explain
Yeah,
that. I
that
give
is
you
the
details.
basic, right? For Azure.
Hmm. I give you details. Don't worry. I provide details.
Oh,
Uh, how many years of the validity of certification?
Yeah, 2 years. Validity 2 years. After that you can upgrade.
So,
Yeah.
okay, as upgrade in the sense, we can go to professional one.
No, 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 no. So after 2 years, you need to move to next version. You need to upgrade next version.
Okay.
Companies usually ask for this certification from the employers, or is it
Companies
necessary to have the certification?
certification is not mandatory basically. Okay, certification is not mandatory. In our project we are 25 engineers. Okay, so no one
Okay,
has very few people are having certification, right? So I'm certified, I'm AWS certified. So and Google Azure also I have certifications. So I'm working as an architect. Okay, so yeah, out of 25 members only 5 members are having certification. So
so it's
certification
purely
is
on
not
the
mandatory. Yeah,
interview thing, not based on the certification.
if you have certification, that would be added advantage,
Got it.
right?
Got it.
In India,
Got it.
certification is not mandatory. If you move to Europe or US, that is mandatory. Okay,
Got it. Thank you.
fine. So
so
whoever
after
joined,
Hello.
doing this
Hello.
certification,
go ahead please. Yes,
Hello.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. How many members got placed in previous batches, last one or two batches? Is there any data?
Once complete the batch, right? So within
Hmm.
15 days, 20 days, 80% of the people placed in the organizations. 80%
Hmm.
of the people.
Okay.
Okay. Other 20% also, yeah. So
Hmm.
some people they don't practice properly. It takes some
Okay.
time, right? So in our batches, 80% of the people are placing once complete the course.
What about non-IT guys
Yeah, even
placements?
non-IT guys also, right? Yeah. So in my previous
They
batch,
having more than okay, yeah. They have more than 10 years experience in non-IT like pharma or civil. They are know about only these regular office works like office, PDF, like that, and their regular activities in lab.
yeah, everything will be covered in our sessions. Okay, day-to-day activities,
Okay.
challenges.
I'm not.
So
I am not talking about this one. I am talking about the placements for these guys. Or placements to the non-IT guys. I'm asking.
Rajshekar, can you mute for 1 minute? I explain. I understand your question.
Okay.
I understand your question. Yeah. So non-IT guys is talking about non-IT guys, right? So non-IT guys, what you need to do? You need to practice daily basis. Everyone should practice, but non-IT guys they need to spend 30 minutes or 1 hour extra. So from day one, if you practice, you can easily cope up in the projects. You can easily crack your interview, right? So in my batches, most of the people non-IT guys freshers. So for example, 60 members are there here in the batch. Okay. Out of 60 members, 20 people non-IT guys, 20 people freshers, 20 people experts guys, IT employees, right? Yeah. So our course starts from scratch. We don't directly go to cloud, don't directly go to DevOps. From scratch, basic level, right? So what is server? What is network? What is switch? What is router? What is IP address? What is subnet mask? So basic level will start. Yeah, slowly we'll move to advanced level. So easily can cope up. So what are the roles, responsibilities in real-time projects? That I explain. What we need to perform, what type of requests we receive, what type of activities we need to perform. All these things will be covered. So don't worry. So non-IT guests can easily crack your interview. Don't worry. Hi everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. Yeah. Can you see my screen, everyone? Everyone able to see my screen? Can anyone confirm?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ram.
So yesterday we discussed about cloud platform, right? So AWS introduction. So what is cloud? Why cloud? Why the project teams are looking for cloud? So why the project teams are migrating their infrastructure to cloud? So what are the activities we perform? Right? How can we build the infrastructure? So how can we work on tickets, SLAs, right? Yeah, what are the cloud advantages discussed, right? So day before yesterday, we worked on DevOps introduction and what is automation, right? So how can we work on parallel development? What is Agile? What is waterfall, right? Yeah, so today we are going to discuss about some technical questions and general questions. So these are very important before going to subject. First, we need to understand this. So I got these questions from different batches, from different students. Yeah, so these questions I want to clear first. So I got so many questions, right? First, if I clear this question, what will happen? So further, you don't get any questions, don't get any confusion, right? First, we can discuss this questions, technical questions and general questions. So these are very important. Yeah. So everyone, please mute yourself. I give you time for asking more questions. Okay. So middle of the yeah discussion, if you unmute and ask questions, what will happen? Recording will be disturbed, right? So I give you time for asking questions. Yeah. So technical questions. So these are very common questions, very important questions. Everyone should understand this. Yeah, I got so many questions yesterday, day before also, and yeah, from previous batches I got so many questions. So that I wanted to clear first. Yeah, first question here is: so what is the use of AWS and DevOps at industry level? So what is the use of DevOps and AWS at industry level? Okay. So what is the use of AWS? What is the use of AWS? Anyone? Anyone? What is AWS?
It's a cloud
Yeah.
service provider.
Okay. Yeah. Bhargavi, can you hear me? You are saying not audible. So you can sign out and sign in again so that you will get, yeah, you can get the clarity. Okay. So if you're not able to, yeah, hear me, so just sign out and sign in. Fine. So AWS is a cloud platform, right? AWS is a cloud platform. What are the use of AWS at industry level, right? Yeah. So currently, most of the project teams they are migrating to cloud because of cost saving and time saving, right? Yeah. So when we use the physical environments, physical server setup, okay. For example, in local data center, what we will do, we can place the order with vendor. Like for example, I required some servers. I need 10 servers. What I will do, I need to place with vendor, like Dell vendor, HP vendor, right? So I need to tell them configuration. So how much RAM required, how much CPU required, how much yeah storage required. So what are the operating systems? So everything I need to inform to the vendors, like Dell vendor, HP vendor. So as per the requirement, they prepare servers and they deliver the servers, right? They take some time. So yeah, 4 or 5 days, they take some time and they deliver the server. So once they deliver the servers, we need to move the servers to server room, data center, and we need to configure, we need to install operating system, we need to install patches, updates. Finally, we can move to production. That will take some time. So costing also higher when we purchase physical servers. So we need to buy licensing, we need to buy required packages, right? So we need to recruit one admin, we require server room, we require AC to maintain servers, right? These are all the things required. So when we use the physical server room, local server room. So when we go with cloud, what will happen? Everything will be taken care by cloud vendor only. So whenever we connect our server, whenever we use server, for example, today I connected my server at 9 a.m. and sign out by 6 p.m. So for that 9 hours only I have to pay the bills, right? So how many hours we use the servers, for that users only we need to pay the bills, right? Yeah, so here what will happen? And also, whenever I want to create any server in cloud, within a minute I can create one server, 10 servers, 100 servers, 1,000 servers also I can create within 1 minute. With all configurations, all packages, all patches, everything. Okay? Yeah, so within 1 minute. So when we use physical servers, that takes some time to deliver the servers and also costing higher. That is why, so most of the project teams are using cloud environments, cloud servers, right? Yeah. So when we use cloud servers, one third cost will be saved. One third cost. For example, physical server costing $5,000, right? So when we move to cloud setup, it may be $150, $100, like that, right? So one third cost will be saved. So client always look for the cost saving, right? Client always look for the cost saving and time saving, right? Yeah, so that is why. So yeah, here what is the use of AWS at industry level? So cost saving, time saving. Clear, right, everyone? Yeah, next one, what is the use of DevOps at industry level? Okay, yeah, I give you a small example. In our project, yeah, 5 years back, our team size 180 members. Our team size 180 members. So currently we are 25 members only. So why that much of drastic change? Because we are using automation, automation tools, right? DevOps tools like Jenkins, Kubernetes, Git, Maven, Ansible, cloud platforms, right? So when we use DevOps tools, what will happen? Automation. We can perform the automation activities. So whatever activities we are performing, daily activities, day-to-day activities, like code movement, code merging, code deployment. So these we can do in automated way, right? Manual activities, all the manual activities we can do in automated way. So that what will happen? Yesterday we discussed one example, right? When you want to deploy Java, right? So manually it will take some time, right? When we use the cloud environments, what will happen? Immediately within 1 minute, right? So same way, when we use DevOps tools like advanced tools, we have so many tools. Jenkins, Git, Maven, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform. These are all very advanced tools. When we use these tools, automate the activities. Within 1 minute, we can perform. By single click, we can perform so many activities, right? Yeah. So here, what will happen? DevOps tools we are using. So when we use DevOps tools, we can do the activities. We can perform activities within 1 minute, right? So here time will be saved and also cost will be saved. So as we discussed, so earlier 5 years back our team size 180 members, currently 30 members, 25 members. So what happened here? Cost will be saved, right? Cost is saving, right? Yeah. So that is why. So AWS and DevOps, what are the use of AWS and DevOps at industry level? So first point is cost saving. Second one is time saving. So every project team they are using DevOps tools and cloud platforms because of saving and time saving, right? So this is a very, very important question. So I got this question from so many students from so many batches, right? So this is very, very important. Fine. Next question here is, when DevOps process has been started in industry. So DevOps process is not new process. DevOps process is not new process. So DevOps process started in 2008, right? It is very old process. So DevOps process is very old process, right? It was started in 2008. So by the time we used to use very old tools, which are like Puppet is one of the tool. So we used to use Puppet. Okay, so Puppet is a Microsoft tool, right? Yeah, so Puppet is not completely automation tool. So 50% of the manual efforts are in Puppet. So yeah, in 2008, DevOps process started. So by the time we used to use very old tools, right? So Puppet is one of the core tool, one of the advanced tool, right? But Puppet is not completely automation tool. 50% of the manual efforts are there in Puppet. Currently, we are using very advanced tools like Kubernetes, Docker, Ansible, Terraform. So I'll show you the tools which we are going to use currently. These are the tools currently we are using, right? So Git, GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, Nexus, Apache Tomcat, right? And Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform. So these tools are very advanced tools, very core tools, right? So currently, Docker and Kubernetes, these two are very hot in the market. If you are good in Docker and Kubernetes, you can easily crack your interview, right? So currently, Docker and Kubernetes, these are very, very core tools, advanced tools. So currently, digital applications are running on Docker and Kubernetes. What are the digital applications? Like online shopping applications, right? So Flipkart, Amazon shopping site, Meesho, Myntra, Blinkit, right? Jepto, Dunjo. These are all digital applications. Those applications hosted on Docker containers. So when we book any product, the product will be delivered within minutes also, right? So when we book groceries, within 5 minutes, we are getting the groceries. When we book any mobile, within 4 hours also, we are getting the mobile. So a few days back, I booked one mobile, OnePlus mobile. So they deliver within 4 hours. Okay. So it is very faster because backend they're using Docker and Kubernetes, right? In lockdown time, everyone used the online shopping only, right? Yeah, because of Docker and Kubernetes. Fine. Yeah. So these are the tools we are going to learn in our course. So every tool will go deep dive, not only installation configuration, so practical oriented. Every tool will go deep dive. Yeah. So Git, GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, Nexus, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform. These are very advanced tools. So in the market, we have so many tools are there, right? But these are the popular tools. 70 to 80% of the project teams, they are using these tools. So in place of Jenkins, we can use a Team City. One of the tool is there, Team City. Other tools also there, but Jenkins is very popular, right? So if you are good in Jenkins, you can handle any other tools. If you are good in AWS Cloud Platform, you can handle other platforms also, right? If you are good in driving, you can drive any car. Same way. So these are the popular tools. If you learn these tools, you can handle any tools, right? Yeah. Fine. So when DevOps process has been started in industry, it was started in 2008. It is not new process. It is very old process, right? So currently we are using advanced tools. In advanced level, we are working on DevOps tools, DevOps process. Okay. Yeah. Next question here is, what business sectors DevOps been used, right? So not only IT industry, every industry, pharma industry, chemical industry, medicine, automobile industry, everywhere automation is the number one choice. DevOps tools they are using. So one of my friend is working with Ready Labs. They're using Kubernetes. One of my friend is working with one of the pharma company, Matrix. They're using Jenkins, right? So not only in the IT industry, everywhere they're using DevOps tools. All the industries, right? Automobile industry, chemical industry, medicine. and yeah, pharma industries, everywhere they're using automation. By using DevOps tools, they are automating the activities. Fine. Next one, who are the teams involved in DevOps process? So which teams involved in DevOps process? So developers involved in DevOps process, testers involved, build and release process, build and release engineers involved, and DevOps engineers also involved, right? So different teams they involve into DevOps process to perform the automation activities, right? So developer develop the code, they test the code, they modify the code, they push the code, right? So while working on development activity, while merging the code, while pushing the code, while deploying the code, we need to involve as a DevOps engineer. DevOps engineers will not do any development. DevOps engineer will not do any testing, right? So DevOps engineer role is automation role and code merging, code pushing, deployments. We do contest deployments. So this is different role. DevOps engineer role is a different role. We don't do any development activity. We don't do any testing. So many people are asking like, yeah, if I want to learn DevOps, do I need to learn Java, Python, or .NET? Not required. So developing background not required, right? So testing background also not required, right? So admin background also not required, right? So as a DevOps engineer, we do automation, we work on some infrastructure activities. So Linux commands also will be covered in our course, right? So Linux required, partially Linux required, not entire Linux, right? We are not Linux admins to learn full course, right? We are DevOps engineers. That is why, so whatever commands required for DevOps engineer, those we can cover in our sessions, right? What are the activities required? Like user management. In Linux, we have user management, right? So commands required, nearly 40 to 50 commands required. And also, yeah, we work on some how to kill the process, how to start the process, how to stop the process, right? In Linux. So yeah, whatever services required in Linux, those will be covered in our course, right? So our course starts from scratch. We don't directly go to cloud. We don't directly go to DevOps. From basic level, we start, right? So Monday onwards, we'll start working on what is server, what is network, what is switch, what is router. So basics will be started from Monday. Okay. So once you understand all the basics, then we'll jump into AWS slowly. Fine. Yeah. So who are the teams involved in DevOps? Developers, testers, build and release engineers, DevOps engineers also involved into DevOps process. Okay. Next question here is, so what are the tools involved in DevOps? Which tools, what tools we are going to learn? We discussed already, tools, right? GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, Apache Tomcat, right? These are all the tools, right? Yeah. So what are the certifications available in DevOps? Yeah, yesterday already we discussed, right? Certification is not mandatory, right? So if you want to write the certification, you can write Kubernetes certification in DevOps and Jenkins or Docker or Terraform, right? So how to prepare the certificate, how to prepare for exam, how can we clear the exam? I'll guide you. If you want to write your own, I guide you, or else if you want to have any support, definitely I provide the support to clear the exam, right? So DevOps certification is not mandatory, right? So if you want to write exam, you can write. I'll guide you, right? Next one. So what certification we have to do as a DevOps? Yeah, same question repeated here. Same question. Okay. Next question here is, as a student, what should be my expectation while learning DevOps? Yes. So once complete our course, minimum 3 years experience you can showcase in your resume. That level of training will be provided. So if you are a fresher, you will get very good knowledge. You can showcase your knowledge, right? If you are an experienced guy, you can showcase 3 years experience. That level of training will be provided. Okay. So how can you showcase in your resume? How can you build your resume? How can you prepare the models in the resume? I'll show you. I'll guide you. I prepare your resume. Okay. So once complete the DevOps tools, I provide you sample resumes. You need to prepare your resume, can forward to me so that I can edit the resume and I can give back to you so that you can apply the you can attend the interviews. Okay, so cracking interview is very easier, but you need to spend some time to practice, and also you need to dedicate for 3 months, and also you need to put some effort. So dedication, effort is mandatory. So if you want to crack the interview within 3 months, so you need to follow the process. Within 3 months, easily can crack the interview, right? So my students, some of the students, once complete the Jenkins also, they crack the interview. Once complete the Jenkins will will take nearly 1 month. Yeah, 1 month, 1 month, 5 days. After 1 month, 5 days, after 1.5 month, you can start the interview if you want to. Okay, yeah. So yeah, up to Kubernetes, you need to wait. Once Kubernetes completes, yeah, you will get more opportunities. Even Jenkins also fine. Once complete the Jenkins also you can start. One of the student, his name Balakrishna, is in US. He was in very struggle. He was about to throw out from the project 1 year back. I'm saying 1 year back. So one fine day he called me. I'm in a very invest situation. So I am looking for a job. So I am about to throw out from the project. So yeah, management decided to lay off, right? So I told him, okay, don't worry, just join the course, and whatever I'm explaining, blindly can practice. So after 1 month, I'll guide you how to start the interview. So he joined and he started practicing daily, right? So after 1 month, once complete the Jenkins, I told him, just now you can apply. I prepared the resume and forward to him. You can apply now. So he applied and he cracked the interview in Infosys in US. He got package 1.4 lakh dollars per annum. 1.4 lakh dollars per annum means Indian currency 8 lakhs 50,000 per month, right? Yeah, so I guide you how can, yeah. So when you start preparing your resume, so when you can attend the interviews, so how you need to follow the process, right? So what type of questions, uh, what are the questions you get, so how can you explain the CSD flow, how can you present in the interview, I guide everything. You need to wait some time, right? So people are hurrying. So I don't have job. I'm in a very critical situation. So can you do something like praxis? I don't encourage praxis. Okay. So that is not a better way. So first you need to try your own. If you're unable to crack, we can see other process also, right? So first you need to try, right? So cracking entry is very easier, right? But you need to stand in the project. You need to settle in the project, right? That is main important thing. That is why you need to practice everyone, right? Yeah. So whatever you are discussing in the class, so every day you need to practice. You need to spend some time and you need to complete the practice on the day only. You need to you need to you need to do the process. Whatever process we are explaining, you need to follow it, right? So people are doing like so they are practicing weekends only. Don't do like that, right? So every day, daily basis, you need to practice so that you can easily crack your entry. Fine. So these are the technical questions which I collected from different students from different batches. So apart from this, anyone having any questions? Online guys. Before going to general questions, anyone having any other questions? Clear me kuda last time guys. You all clear, right? Yeah. Go ahead, please. Fine. Next one is general questions. See here. So who is eligible to learn AWS and DevOps? This is a very important question. So I have non-native background. Can I learn DevOps? I have, I'm working on other technology. Can I switch to DevOps? Right? I'm fresher. Can I learn DevOps? Right? So these are the questions I'm getting. So many questions, right? Yeah. So AWS and DevOps, anyone can switch. Anyone can switch to AWS and DevOps. So freshers, non-IT guys, experienced guys. So whoever working on other technologies, they can switch from their current technology to DevOps and cloud, right? So here there is no prerequisites, right? So we don't require any developing knowledge, we don't require any testing knowledge, we don't require any admin knowledge. So non-IT guys also they can switch easily because so DevOps and the cloud is it's a different things, right? So in our course we start from very basic level, right? So that is why you can easily cope up, you can easily handle. Once you switch into the project, yeah, whatever activities we perform in real projects, same activities we can perform in our sessions, right? In class, whatever real-time activities, those we can perform here in real time, and here there is no change. Okay, yeah. So in real-time projects, what we will do as a DevOps engineer, we deploy applications. Developer develop the code, we deploy applications. We work on continuous deployments, right? We work on automation. We can automate the activities. We create EC2 instances, servers in AWS or Azure or Google Cloud. So whatever platforms we have in real-time projects. Okay. So same activities we can perform in our classes. So we work on 3 live projects, right, from scratch. So those projects are very, very important, core projects. If you understand the process, the projects, you can easily handle in real-time projects. So how we work on CI/CD flow in real-time projects, same way here also we can work on them. Okay. So real-time activities in our class, whatever we are doing, those are same, both are same, right? Yeah. So anyone can learn AWS and DevOps. Freshers, non-IT guys, experienced guys, and other technology, whoever working on other technologies, right? They can easily switch to DevOps and cloud. Okay. Next one, what is the education background required to learn AWS and DevOps? Yes. So not only MTech, not only MCA, not only BTech, right? So anyone can switch to AWS and DevOps. Anyone, like, for example, the person is having BCom graduation, they can easily switch. They can easily move to AWS and DevOps. So civil engineers, civil background, right? And B Pharmacy, M Pharmacy, right? So one of my cousin, she's working with Amazon, Amazon Getchball. She's having B Pharmacy, right? So she joined into Amazon very recently. She got very good package, right? So just she learned DevOps from me and she applied. Okay, she's working with Amazon in Gachibowli. So Waverock office is there in Gachibowli, right? In that Amazon is there. She's getting very good package, right? As a fresher, she joined. She got nearly 7 lakhs package. Okay, yeah. So here education background is not an issue. Okay, so if you have a BCom graduation or pharma background, right, civil background, mechanical background, doesn't matter. Okay, so anyone can learn AWS and DevOps, but you need to be strong in technical. So like whatever we are discussing here, that you need to practice. Yeah, technically you need to be strong. So definitely can crack the interview. You can easily cope up in the projects. Clear, right, everyone? Next one, what are the prerequisite? So already discussed this. Okay, there is no prerequisites. We don't require any developing and testing background, right? Next one, what are the job opportunities in today's market? Yes, this is very, very important, right? So many people are asking, so job opportunities are there or not there, right? Yeah, in US there is a recession, right? Everyone knows about that, right? In US there is a recession. Still, people are getting offers. In our project, we are taking interviews. Alternate weeks we are taking interviews, right? So people are placing. So current market is also good. But compared to 6 months back, we got so many calls, right? So now bit less calls. Maybe after 1 month, calls will be started. Okay. So yeah, job opportunities. I just wanted to show you something here. For example, if you go to Naukri and search here, go to jobs. Give DevOps. Here, how many jobs are there here? 35,433. Earlier, 6 months, 8 months back, it was 1 lakh. This was 1 lakh. Now, less jobs compared to, yeah. So, not only for DevOps, every technology same. Because due to some recession in US. Okay. Yeah. If you, yeah, you are asking something.
But it's only for experience.
Yeah. I'll show you. Fresher also I'll show you. Don't worry. Right? Fresher also I'll show you. So, these are all the jobs, right? See here, different jobs are there. Okay. So if you want to check the fresher jobs, so 0 to any, right, all the jobs, just make it 0. So it was 10,000 earlier. Now it is 756 only because due to recession, right? So after 1 month, definitely this will be changed completely, right? So these are the fresher jobs, 0 to 2 years, right? So how much they are giving here? 5.5 to 7.5 lakh per annum. Okay, 0 to 5 years, 0 to 2 years, like this, right? Yeah, so job market is very good. So this is only now, right? If you go to LinkedIn, Monster, you can see many jobs. Fine. Yeah. So currently, DevOps is very hot in the market, right? DevOps and cloud is very hot in the market. So this is the right time to grab, right? So because so many project teams are waiting for this recession, right? So once compared this, maybe after 1 month they start recruiting. In our project also we have so many openings are there. They hold already, right? So maybe after 1 month, because of recession, they got some terms from US. That is why they hold the recruitment. So maybe after 1 month they start again. So one of my friend is working with this company, Microns. Microns is a broad-based company. Microns. They have a huge requirement, but they hold currently. They're waiting for yeah, maybe after 1 month they start the recruitment, right? Yeah. Next question here is: should I have to be a certified in AWS and DevOps to be eligible for job position? So certification is not mandatory. So if you want to write AWS certification, you can write, yeah, AWS Solution Architect Associate, AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate, right? So I'll show you certifications. Certification is not mandatory. If you want to write, you can write cloud certification. See here. These are the different types of certifications. Okay, we don't require all the certification. So if you want to write certification, see here, AWS Certified Solution Architect Associate. This is the first paper. Practitioner not required. Practitioner not required, right? So this is the first paper, right? So if you want to write, you can write. How to clear the exam, I'll guide you, right? And the second paper, professional. So second exam not required basically, right? This is enough to you. If you want to clear second exam also can clear. That is your up to you only, right? Yeah. So this is only enough to you, associate level, and this is AWS certification. So if you want to write Azure, yeah, Azure administrator. Azure Admin 104, AZ 104. This is the first paper in Azure. Okay, if you want to write Azure certification, you can write this. Okay, yeah, and also Google Cloud. So these three clouds are very popular, right? So Google Cloud also having first paper, which is Associate Cloud Engineer. Okay, so Google is not required. Still, they are increasing the data centers. It is evolving, right? You can write either AWS or Azure first paper if you want to write. So if you have a certification, it would be added advantage. That's it. It is not mandatory, right? For example, four people attended the interview, three people cracked the interview, but only one position is there. For example, so three people are performed well, but only one position is there. So what they will do, technical people, they check higher whatever additional qualifications are there, certifications, additional things they check, right? That is only the added advantage, right? Certification is not mandatory. Clear, right, everyone? Next one, can I get help in resume preparation and clearing certification exam? Yes, I prepare your resume. If you need any support for exam, definitely I give you support to clear the exam. Next question, what is the duration of this course? This course is a 3 months course, maybe plus or minus 10 days. So if I take additional sessions, weekends also, we can complete within 3 months, right? Or else sometimes it will take 1 week extra. Okay. Yeah. So this is end-to-end training. So it takes 3 months nearly, right? Yeah. So what if I miss any class due to some emergency? If you miss any class, what will happen? You'll get recording, right? You can go through the recording, right? Once you go through the recording, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Fine. Next question here is, are we going to build any project from scratch? Yes. 3 live projects we are going to build from scratch. So along with the 3 projects, we are going to work on small projects in between the tools. So in Jenkins, we work on 1 or 2 projects. In Kubernetes, we work on 1 or 2 projects. In Docker, Terraform also, we work on some projects. Okay. So I'll show you some small projects in between tools. Next one. So are you going to provide any soft copy of the material? Yes, every concept, every topic I provide you soft copy. Okay. Yeah, you can download that soft copy and you can go through that, and along with that you can go through the recording session also. Okay. Next one, how should I work on my practical and business requirements? Yes. So everyone having one AWS account. How to create the AWS account? Actually, everyone should create one AWS account, right? Yeah. So in your laptop, in your console, you can work on, you can practice. So everyone required one laptop and internet connectivity. That's it. We don't need to install packages in our local laptop. We don't install anything in our local laptop. So you required laptop and internet only. We can connect to cloud, and in cloud only can practice how to create AWS account, how to connect AWS account, so that AWS account will work 1 year free of cost. No need to pay anything, right? 1 year free. So in that we can practice. I'll show the concepts in my console. You can practice in your console. Okay. Yeah. So account creation is very simple, very easier. How to create account? I'll show you step by step policies. Okay. Next one. What kind of support I get after training completes? Yes. So once complete the training, I provide you resume preparation, mock interviews. I prepare your resume. I provide you required FAQs, right? And I conduct mock interviews, right? Yeah, until you get the job, I give you support. Even once you get into the project, if you have any technical questions, you can reach out to me, right? Yeah, one of my not one student, many of the students. So one of the students is named Prabhu. Is working in Sydney, at Sydney, Australia. So he was joined in 15th batch, my 15th batch. So this is 75 batch, right? So still is in touch. We Sometimes he will call, is having any issues in the project, right? So he asks some questions, right? Yeah. So I can give you technical support. Technical, if you have any questions, I can't give you job support. Okay, that is different. Job support is different. Technical queries is different, right? Yeah. So if you need any technical support, if you have any questions, if you have any confusions, definitely can reach out to me. But if you need any job support, that is different. We'll discuss later. Okay. Next one, what are the current salary packages in the market? Yes, this is very, very important, which is the last question here. So current salary packages, right? So freshers, they are getting minimum 4.5 to 6.5 lakhs per annum, right? So experienced guys, my younger brother recently joined into one company. He's having 3 years experience. He got 15 lakhs package. 3 years experience, 15 lakhs. So one of my ex-colleague, he switched to other company recently. He moved to HSBC. He got 42 lakhs package. He's having nearly 8.5 years experience. That's it. He got 42 lakhs package. So packages are very good. Don't need to worry about packages. We need to learn properly. We need to showcase our skill sets in interviews and project so that you can get whatever you expect. Clear, right? So these are the general questions which I collected from different batches from different students. Apart from this, anyone having any questions here?
I have one question here. My name is Satish.
Just,
So I
just
come with 10 plus years of experience. I am from a non-IT background. So what is the ideal work experience I should be showing after the training?
right.
My current PDC is 15 lakhs per annum.
Mhm. Okay, fine. So last 3 years you need to showcase DevOps experience, DevOps and cloud
Okay.
experience. Last 3 years in your resume. So
Okay.
before that, you can showcase your previous experience, right? I prepare your resume, how to
Mhm.
showcase and how to apply. You can follow the process. So definitely can crack your interview. Yeah. So one of my student, previous batch student, is having 18 years experience, non-IT
Mhm.
experience. Recently switched to Cognizant with very good package. How to crack the interview? How to switch to IT industry? I'll guide you. Yeah. Me
Okay.
question.
If I put 3 years of DevOps experience, at least I'll get the same package in the new company also. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So they
Okay.
consider, yeah, they give you package on overall experience, not on 3 years experience. Overall experience,
Okay. Okay. So then my overall experience will become 10 years and my DevOps and AWS experience will become 3 years.
3 years. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
AI. No, no, that will not impact. So AI will not impact to DevOps and cloud. Don't worry about that. So DevOps and cloud market would be like this coming 15 to 20 years, right? So no doubt at all. Okay. Yeah. So don't worry about this. Yeah. So Bhargavi, go ahead, please.
Hello.
You have a question.
Yeah, you have explained
Yeah.
about only the solution architect certification. We are not eligible to take other certifications like SysOps, administrator, or developer associate.
Right. As a DevOps engineer, we can clear the associate level and professional level. That is enough to you. Don't need to go with the SysApps. Other certification not required here. So as a DevOps engineer, we can clear the, at least we required this associate level, AWS certified solution architect associate. That is enough to you. If you want to write, you can write. Otherwise, once you get into the project, also you can clear the exam.
So fundamentals will be very basic, is it?
Yeah, fundamentals are very basic. That is not much valid. You can write associate level.
Hello. This one requires some experience, right?
Experience not
Hello.
required basically. So in our sessions, whatever concepts we are discussing, if you prepare that, you can easily clear your exam. I guide you, I give you some dumps also, and I give you some mock test URLs also. You can attend that, and you can start. You can prepare and you can write the exam. So you can easily clear your exam. If you need any support, definitely I give you support also.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Swarup, you can go ahead. Swarup.
Yeah, Hiram, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Previously, I worked for GCP data engineer for 3 years itself, and my package is 15 lakhs per annum. So now, as of now, how we are going to manage that resume and AWS concepts here?
Right. So you worked as a data engineer, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
how to build the resume, and how can you showcase last 2 3 years on DevOps? I'll guide you. I'll prepare your resume, and how can we speak in the interviews? How can we present our skills? I guide you.
Yeah,
Okay. Don't worry about it.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank.
Yeah. Next, Rajshekar. You unmuted, right, Rajshekar? Yeah, you can raise your hand. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand so that, yeah, go ahead, Rajshekar. Your voice is not audible. Your voice is not audible, Rajshekar. Can you check? Yeah. Any other questions, anyone? Akhilesh. Yeah. Do you have any questions? You guys, classroom guys. Okay. Fine. So I show you course content quickly within 5 minutes. Okay. So this is our course content. So these are the tools we are going to learn. See here. Yeah, so Amazon Web Services, AWS, right? So Monday onwards, what we will do? First, we'll start basics. Okay, servers, networks, switches, routers, IP addresses, firewalls, load balancers, right? So basics will start from Monday. So once complete the basics, then slowly we'll jump into AWS. How to create account, AWS account. How can we connect AWS platform? And how can we go through the services? What are the services available inside of the AWS? And which services we are going to work on in real-time projects, what activities we perform. Slowly, we'll enter into the AWS, right? So after that, we'll start working on the AWS, okay? So middle of the AWS, we'll work on Linux also, Linux modules, okay? So after that, we'll start DevOps. So Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud, we provide you recordings, right? So you can go through the recordings. Once complete our codes like DevOps tools, after that I provide you recordings. You can go through the recordings, and if you have any questions on Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud platform, you can ask me questions. Okay? Yeah. So once complete the AWS, then we'll jump into DevOps. See here, introduction to DevOps, build and release process. So how to build CI/CD? How can we work on build and release process? We'll try to understand process. So after that, we'll start working on Git and GitHub. So Git and GitHub completely developer tools. So Git is a repository tool or version control tool, right? So developers always work on Git. So what is Git? How can we work on Git? This will take 1 week. Git will take 1 week, right? So once complete the Git, we'll jump into Jenkins. Jenkins is a very core tool, a very advanced tool. Currently, deployments we are doing through Jenkins only. In Agile methodology, without Jenkins, we cannot deploy the code, right? Yeah, Jenkins, so Maven, one by one will go. Ansible, Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform. These four tools are very core tools, very advanced tools. So in these four tools, at least two tools, if you are good in two tools, you can easily crack your interview, right? So we are going to learn this many tools, but we don't use all the tools in real-time projects, right? So if you learn this many tools, you can easily crack your interview. You can fit for any project, right? So Nexus Artifactory means this is one of the repository tool to save the artifacts. What is artifact? We'll discuss that later. So Python scripting, Python also will be covered in our course. Python scripting, not development. Python scripting also will be covered. So these are the three live projects here. CI/CD with Git, Jenkins, Maven, Tomcat, AWS, and Kubernetes project with Jenkins, GCP, right? So this is the migration project or Azure project you can work on. Okay. So actually migration project I'll show you. This we can remove here. Migration project I can show you. How can we migrate the data from one platform to other platform, one region to other region, one data center to other data center, local to cloud, on-premises to cloud? That we will discuss. Okay. So these three projects are very, very important projects, very core projects. Along with these three projects, we are going to work on other small projects also. Fine. Yeah. So this is the course content. So AWS syllabus, every concept will go deep dive. So these are the concept wise. I'll share with you this content. If you don't have this content, I'll share with you. So all these concepts will go deep dive, very deep dive. Yeah. So up to here, it is AWS. So Linux operating system. So these are the Linux modules. These are the Linux modules. So after that, so Azure and Google Cloud, I provide you recordings. You can go through the recordings and you can ask me if you have any questions. So DevOps introduction with GitHub, Jenkins, Maven, Nexus, Apache Tomcat, so Ansible. These are the Ansible modules we are going to learn. Docker, Kubernetes, and Terraform. Right? So these are the tools we are going to learn. So every tool will go deep dive. So not only installation configuration. So in detail, like for example, in Kubernetes, in real-time projects, we do container deployments. We build the cluster. We work on some nodes. We work on some different activities, right? So same activities you can perform in our classes also, right? So this is the course content I'll share with you. Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome back. Yeah, everyone able to see my screen? Can you confirm anything?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so last 3 days, in last week, we discussed about DevOps introduction. What is DevOps? What is automation? Why DevOps? Why the project teams are looking for automation tools, DevOps tools? So why the automation is very popular? So why the companies are looking for DevOps engineers, right? So what are the job opportunities we discussed, right? Yeah, and also we discussed about AWS cloud introduction, right? What is cloud? Why cloud? Why the project teams are looking for cloud infrastructure? So what are the advantages of cloud, right? Why the project teams are migrating their infrastructure to cloud? And question and answers, right? So 3 demos completed, right? From today onwards, yeah, we are going to start basics of networks and servers, right? Yeah, so these basics are very, very important. So when we join into the project, right? So this while before working on cloud, first we need to understand this basics, right? So what is server, what is network, what is switch, what is router, what is load balancer, right? What is data center? These are all very important. Yeah, so everyone, can you mute yourself? So if you have any questions, you just hold down. You can note down your questions. I give you time for asking questions. End of the session. Okay, so if you have any questions, you just note down that questions. You can take down that questions. I give you time for asking questions. You can ask by the time. Okay. Yeah. So, middle of the session, if you ask any questions, recording will be disturbed, right? That is why I give you time for asking questions. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So today's agenda here is what is server, types of servers, server client model and best practices, server architecture, what is operating system, types of operating systems, what is network, types of networks, IP address, subnet mask, gateway, a router, firewall, failover, and load balancer. So these are all very important, right? So this terminology, this basic concepts are very important. So first we need to understand this before going to cloud, right? So once you understand this, it is very easier to understand cloud platform, right? Yeah, once we complete this basics, we'll jump into cloud, AWS. Fine. So before going to cloud, we need to understand all these terminologies, all these terms. Fine. Yeah. What is server? What is server? Anyone? What is server? Anyone having idea about servers? Server is a computer, right? Server is a computer. Server is having high computing power, high memory, high CPU, high RAM, right? To serve the request to the other computers, right? So normally in real-time projects, so always we connect with the servers. We don't work on laptops, right? Yeah, normally developers, they don't develop the code on their laptops, right? They connect the servers through laptop. In the server only they start the development activity, right? So server is having high computing power, right? So it serves the request, it serves the it shares the data, right? You can access the data. Fine. Yeah, so definition here is a server is a computer that serves information to other computers called clients. What is client? Client is a desktop or laptop. So we can connect clients, we can connect servers through clients, right? So we can connect to a server through either a local area network or a wide area network such as the internet. So local area network, LAN connectivity. Through LAN, some cable network, we can connect our servers, or else we are using currently Wi-Fi. Most of the companies, they are using Wi-Fi only, right? So when you move to cafeteria in office, or when you move to breakout area, we can carry the laptop, right? Through Wi-Fi we can connect our servers. Fine. Yeah, server is a computer that serves information to other computers called clients. Client is nothing but either desktop or laptop, right? Next one, types of servers. What are the types available? So these are the, yeah, three types of servers are available. So currently, in real-time projects, yeah, we are using very few servers. In local data center, we are using very few servers because most of the servers we migrated to cloud. Most of the infrastructure we migrated to cloud. So in our project, yeah, 5 years back, we used to use 1,000 servers in our data center, local server room, right? Currently, we are using so nearly 30 servers only because of so cloud infrastructure, right? We migrated all the applications to cloud data centers, right? So what is the use of cloud? What is cloud? We discussed already, right? What is the use of cloud? Anyone? What is the use of cloud in industry level? What is the use of cloud? We discussed already. Right.
Minimize the time
Cost
and
saving,
cost.
and time saving, right? So when you
Cost
want
and
to
time.
build, yeah, when you want to build any physical server in your local data center, that takes some time. So we need to place the order with vendor, we need to get the server from vendor, we need to move to data center, we need to configure into the racks, right? We need to connect power and network, we need to install operating system, applications, patches, everything, right? That takes some time. That is why, so most of the project teams, they are using cloud servers only. Because so when you want to have any, when you want to create any server, cloud environment server in cloud data center, that will be available within 1 minute, right? So for example, I require 100 servers today. I can create within 1 minute with all packages, all configurations, all patches, all applications, right? So cloud infrastructure is a on-demand infrastructure. What is on-demand? Instantly, right? Yeah. So these are the physical servers. I'm talking about physical servers, not cloud servers. So if you understand this terminology, you can easily understand cloud terminology, right? Yeah. So in physical data centers, we have three types of servers available. So blade servers, rack servers, and towered servers. What is blade server? So blade server is a modular server that allows multiple servers to be hosted in a smaller area. So this is one of the container. Instead of the container, we insert this small servers. These are very thin servers, right? So inside of the server, only CPU and a RAM. Hard drive will not be available. But without hard drive, without storage, how can we store the data? We use external storage. Right? Yeah. So a blade server is a modular server that allows multiple servers to be hosted in a smaller area. So these servers are physically thin and typically only have CPU, memory, and integrated network controllers. And sometimes storage drives also inbuilt. Some devices we use the storage drives also. Most of the blade servers we use external storage, right? So blade servers often seen in large data centers. Enterprise level, we use the blade servers. So these are very thin but very high performance servers. In Google, UHG, Microsoft, we use this blade servers. Okay, so enterprise level. Second one is rack servers. What is a rack server? So a rack server is a server mounted inside of a rack. See here. So this is one of the rack, one of the big container. Inside of this rack, we can insert servers like this. So backend we can connect power network, right? Yeah. So rack servers are typically general purpose servers that support a broad range of application on computing. So most of the data centers they are using rack servers. Enterprise level we are using blade servers, but most of the data centers we are using rack servers. Okay. Yeah. Next one, towered servers. What is tower server? A tower server is a computer that is built an upright cabinet at that's standalone and that is designed to function as a server. So this is the bit older server. Tower server is bit older server. Yeah, so this tower is having one upright cabinet. So instead of this tower, we connect one monitor, one CPU, one keyboard, and one mouse. So one container, one server only. That is tower server. So yeah, before rack servers, we used to use this tower servers. Okay, so these are the three types of servers are available. So most of the data centers they are using blade servers and rack servers only. These two servers. Most of the cloud data centers, physical data centers, they're using blade and rack servers only. Fine. Now, so client server model. Client server model. So this is our server. These are the client. So we can use any desktops or laptops to connect our physical servers, right? Yeah. So through network, through LAN connectivity, or through WAN connectivity, or through Wi-Fi, we can connect our servers, right? So when you send request to the server, it will give response immediately, right? Yeah. So servers are having very high computing power. We discussed, right? So when you try to access any of files, when you try to access server resources, that will give response immediately. Fine. This is another model, client server model. Through internet, we can connect our servers through laptop or desktop. Even you can use tab also to connect your servers, right? Yeah. Now let's try to understand server architecture, right? What is server architecture? A server architecture is the foundation layout or model of server. So based on which a server is created and are deployed, it defines how a server is designed. Okay, let's try to understand. Yeah, server architecture, you can say first phase of implementation. First phase of implementation. So this we can say initial phase of implementation. First phase or initial phase. First phase or initial phase. So in 90s and early 2000, in 1990s and early 2000, how the server architecture, 90s, 1990s and early 2000, how the server architecture, how the project teams used to use the servers, how they used to design the servers, right? So we'll try to understand. For example, I have four applications are there. I have four applications like Java, .NET, and also Python, and also I have another COBOL. So by the time, very old language, right? 1990s and early 2000, very old language we used to use, right? For example, I have four applications are there. So on this, by using these four applications, I want to start the development activity in my project. For example, so I'm talking about 1990s and early 2000, how they used to configure the servers. We'll try to understand. Okay, yeah. So by the time in 90s, in 1990s and early 2000, they used to configure servers for one application, one server, one application, one server, right? Yeah. So here we have four applications. They used to take four servers here. For each application, they used to take one server like this. Okay. Yeah. So here, by the time, highest capacity of the storage in 1990s and early 2000, highest capacity of the storage is 1 GB only by the time, right? These are all 1 GB servers, 1 GB storage servers, right? Yeah. For example, here I deployed Java on the server. I deployed Java. Java will take, yeah, for example, 300 MB, right? Yeah. So remaining space will be wasted, right? For each application, we are using one server. Yeah. So remaining 700 MB will be wasted. Next one. So .NET application. It may occupy 400 MB. So remaining space will be 600 MB space will be wasted. Right? Yeah, and also Python. So Python will occupy, for example, 450 MB. Yeah, so remaining 550 MB will be wasted. Right? So and also COBOL or Pascal by the time we used to use, right? COBOL. So it may occupy some 350 MB, remaining space will be 650 MB will be wasted here. Right? Yeah. So earlier in 1990s and early 2000, we used to use the servers like this. So each application we used to configure one server, right? So here what is happening here? So server costing by the time 1990s and early 2000s, server hardware costing it was very higher. So by the time, so yeah, desktop costing, laptop costing, and server costing, very higher costing, right? Yeah. So here what is happening? So utilization of the server is less, costing more, right? So that is why project teams, project clients, they used to spend more billing for the hardware, right? So less, yeah, less profits and more costing. That is why this is a failed concept. This is a failed concept. This is failed. This concept is failed, right? So slowly, after 2000, they move to another stage of implementation, second stage of implementation, right? So now in second phase of implementation, so actually client always look for the cost saving, right? Client always look for the cost saving, right? So here in first phase of implementation, costing is higher and yeah, profits are very less, right? So that is why they move to another phase, second phase of implementation. So by the time, so when they move to second phase of implementation, what happened here? They used to take highest configuration of the server, one server, right? And they used to deploy all the packages in same server, all the tools, all the project packages, right? Like here, Java on single server, Java, .NET, and Python, right? And also COBOL. So all the packages they used to install on same server, one server, and they used to connect to one server only. So they used to take highest capacity of the server, one server, single server. This is the second phase of implementation. So here what will happen? Java developers, they connect Java server, right? So .NET developers, they connect .NET server. Python developer, they connect the Python server. COBOL, they connect COBOL servers, right? So everyone, they can connect their respective applications, right? So yeah, everyone, they can connect to the same server, but they can log in into Java, .NET, Python, respective application, right? Yeah, here what will happen? So four members are connecting same server. They're accessing their respective applications. So here there may be chances to access, for example, Java developer, there may be chances to access .NET application. .NET developer, there may be chances to access Python application. Python developer, there may be chances to access COBOL application. So there may be chances to access other applications also. For example, four people are staying in one flat, 2 BHK flat. Two people are staying in one bedroom, two people are staying in second bedroom. The four people commonly access kitchen and dining, right? Same way, so when we log in into the server, there may be chances to access other applications also. But security layers will be there. Security will be there. There may be chances to access other applications also, right? That is one drawback. And also, if the server is crash, what will happen? All the applications will be gone, right? So that is why this is also failed concept. Second phase of implementation also failed. Okay, yeah, slowly, in third phase of implementation, what happened here? So virtual servers came into the market. So virtual environment. So here, yeah, we have different virtual servers are there currently we are using, right? Yeah, so in virtual environment, what will happen? We take one high capacity physical server. This is we can say this is a base OS, base operating system. Okay, so this is the base server. This we can take high capacity server. One server we can take high capacity server. So on top of that, we install one package, which is we can say VMware or hypervisor or Citrix. These are all virtual layers, virtual softwares. VMware or hypervisor, Hyper-V or Citrix. So these are all virtual softwares. This is simple package. This is software. So once we install this software on base server, one server, physical server, what will happen? So this software will allow you to create virtual servers. Understanding, right, everyone? Yeah. So if you want to create virtual server, what is virtual server? It is a It is not physical. It is a imaginary server, right? It will work. Yeah, it will work as a server, but it is not physical server. Fine. Yeah. So once we install any, yeah, this VMware or hypervisor or Citrix, what will happen? This will allow you to create physical virtual servers on top of the physical server, right? Yeah. Now I can create virtual servers on this physical server. Yeah. So here, yeah, these are all virtual servers. So in virtual servers, these virtual servers, we can create different operating environments, different operating systems. Like here, I can install Windows 2016. Here I can install RHCL and Hat Enterprise Linux. Here I can install Ubuntu Linux operating system. This is, yeah, CentOS. Here I can install Windows 2019. So like this, yeah, these are all virtual machines. These are all virtual servers, right? Whatever operating system you required as per your project requirement, you can install, right? So these servers will work as a physical. It's like physical server, but we don't find any hardware here. But these virtual servers take the resource from where? So for example, sorry, can you go? Base servers, right? Yeah. This virtual server take the resource from base server only from here, right? So base server is having high computing power, high capacity of the RAM normally 48 GB we use in servers, and CPU we can use 32 core, and hard drive storage we use 10 TB, like this highest capacity. So this RAM, CPU, hard drive will be shared to the virtual servers, right? So these servers will work individual, right? But resource will be taken from the base OS, base server. Fine. Yeah. So currently we are using virtual servers. Okay. Yeah. So in virtual servers also having some drawbacks here. Virtual servers also having some drawbacks. What are those? So when you want to deploy operating system on a virtual server, right? We required one ISO image. What is ISO image? ISO full form is, yeah, International Standardization Organization, right? It is a master copy. So ISO image is a master copy, one software to install operating system. For example, in your laptop, if you want to install Windows, what we will do? How can we install Windows? We take one image, right, into pen drive. The pen drive we can configure as a bootable drive. So by using that, we can install operating system on the laptop or desktop. Same way, for installing the operating system on server also, we use the image, which is the master copy. Even cloud servers also we use the images. Okay. Yeah. So by using this ISO image, we can install operating system on the virtual server or physical server. Fine. So this ISO image size would be minimum 6 GB to 18 GB. So this ISO image size 6 GB to 18 GB. So for example, we have 25 servers here, 5 into 5, right? Yeah. So each server is having on an average 10 GB storage, 10 GB for only operating system, right? So here we have 10 into 25. How much size it will take? 250 GB for only operating system. So on top of that, again, we need to install applications like Java, Python, whatever applications you require. So patches we need to install, drivers we need to install, right? Plugins we need to install. So that will take more space, more storage. That is one drawback. So when we use virtual servers or physical servers, so yeah, servers will utilize more storage. Storage costing is very higher, right? This is one of the drawback. And also when you restart, when you reboot or restart, both are same. When you restart your server, it takes minimum 4 minutes to 8 minutes. When you restart server, it check the memory and integrated controllers and updates, patches, slowly it will restart, right? So normal laptops and desktops you can reboot immediately, but server high computing power, right? It will take 4 minutes to 8 minutes. So normally in real-time project, currently for example, we are using digital applications, Flipkart, Amazon shopping site, right? So when you restart server, it is taking 4 to 8 minutes, right? So if the server is taking 4 to 8 minutes, for example, Flipkart is running, Flipkart server is restarted. If the Flipkart server is taking 8 minutes time to restart, what will happen? Business will be impacted, right? That is why this is also one of the drawback, right? And also deployment time and downtime is very higher. Deployment time and downtime. What is downtime, anyone?
Maintenance.
Maintenance time,
Maintenance
right?
time.
Right.
Yeah, server
So,
maintenance time.
for example, when we in real-time projects, we install monthly patches. That is one of the activity, right? Patch. What is patch? Anyone?
Updates.
Update, right? In our mobile, Android mobile, we get updates, right? Once we update that, it will automatically restart, right? Same way, server level also we get some updates, right? So that is one of the activity every month we need to perform, right? So once we install patches, server should be restarted, Windows Server or Linux server, right? Yeah. So that is a downtime. We can say downtime, maintenance time. So deployment time. So when we deploy any applications, that will take some time here, right? So deployment time, downtime is higher in physical or virtual servers. These are all drawbacks. Still, we are using virtual servers in our projects, but these are the drawbacks, right? So that is why currently the project teams are looking for Docker containers, advanced infrastructure, right? So virtual servers also having some drawbacks. That is why currently we are using Docker containers. That is very advanced one. Okay. Now let's try to understand fourth phase of implementation. So here we discuss about Docker architecture. Docker. So this is very, very important. So currently most of the project teams are migrating to Docker. So currently we are using digital applications like Flipkart, Amazon shopping site, so Meesho, Myntra, Dunjo, Zepto. These are all digital sites, digital applications. So currently we are using those applications because of Docker. So when we book any product, that will be delivered within 5 minutes, 10 minutes also, right? So because of Docker containers. Okay. Yeah. So in fourth phase of implementation, for example, this is Docker server. This is Docker server. It can be cloud server. So it can be AWS server or Azure server or Google Cloud server, right? Yeah. So here on top of this, first we need to take one server. We need to configure server. So on top of this, we need to deploy one package, which is, we can say, Docker image. Docker image. So on top of that, what we will do, we can create containers. Yeah, these are all containers. So in these containers, we can deploy different operating environments. So here I can deploy Ubuntu, RHCL, CentOS, Windows, Here I can deploy Windows 2000. So whatever is required. So different operating environments you can deploy on this containers. So what is container basically? What is container? Anyone having idea? Right. Okay.
They're
So
having a storage.
right. So in general, what is container? In general,
It's a
yeah.
uh,
In
kind
general,
of a room.
okay.
box.
So application contain container contains its only application without any memory and CPU.
Right.
General to
Yeah.
store something.
Fine. So container is a box, simple box. For example, it is a box, right? Yeah. So that box we can, yeah, in that box we can store any data, any data. We can move anywhere, we can use anywhere, right? So it is a lightweight environment, lightweight. So these containers are lightweight, right? So lightweight means what will happen here? So when we run the container, only in this container, lib and bin files will be installed. Library and binary files only. When we run the container, only library binary files will be installed on this, right? Yeah. So here we are talking, we discussed about images, right? Images. So when we create any server, it takes 6 GB to 18 GB. Sorry, this image size. The storage size minimum it will occupy 10 GB, for example. Okay. But when we run the container, yeah, can you mute everyone? Some background noise is coming here. Yeah. So when we use the containers, what will happen? Only lib and bin files will be installed on this. Okay. Yeah. So this size would be, container size would be 200 MB only. 200 MB. Not 6 GB, not 10 GB, not like that. So containers are very lightweight, right? So it will occupy 200 MB only. So along with all applications, everything will occupy maximum 650 MB only, maximum, right? Yeah, and also when we restart container, it takes 15 seconds only. 15 seconds. When you restart container, will not take 4 minutes, it will not take 8 minutes. So when you restart container, yeah, whoever working on the container, they don't know the container is restarted or not. It is very faster, right? And also deployment and downtime is very less. Deployment time and the downtime is less. So when you deploy any applications on container, that will not take much time to deploy. When you down your container, when you restart your container, it takes 15 seconds only, right? So here always, yeah, as we discussed, client always look for the costing and cost saving and time saving, right? So containers, when you deploy any application quickly, very faster, right? So when you down, so normally we don't require any downtime for containers. We don't require any downtime, right? Yeah, we don't need to get any approvals from management client to down the containers. So because when you want to restart, you can restart immediately. Okay, application will not be impacted here. Fine. So these are all advantages. That is why most of the project teams they are migrating to Docker containers currently. Their infrastructure they are migrating to Docker containers, right? So already 30 to 40% project teams already migrated. So other projects also they are migrating to Docker containers to reduce the time, to reduce the costing, right? And moreover, this Docker licensing cost also very less. Docker licensing cost. So Docker launched in 2013. Okay. Yeah. So before Docker also, we used to use some containers. Before Docker also. Before Docker also, we used to use some containers. Okay. So this container concept is not new concept. Container concept is very old concept. So before Docker also, we used to use the containers like LXC, container name LXC, Jones, and LMCI-FI. So these are all the containers. Earlier we used to use before Docker, but these containers are not very popular. Okay, so LXC is a Linux container. Jones, it's a SolarEdge container. LMCI-FI, it is a Google Cloud, Google containers. So these containers are not popular, but Docker launch, Docker is very, year on year it is growing, right? So currently Docker is very popular. Why the Docker is popular? Because of, Docker is a platform independent. Platform independent. What is platform independent?
On any
Right?
operating system we
Depend
can
on
run.
any kind of platform or operating system.
These are all platform dependent. LXC, Jones, LMCI-FI. These are all platform dependent. This is platform independent.
Server we can operating system. Any operating system we can install.
Right. Yeah. Platform dependent, platform independent. So what does it mean? So Docker, irrespective of operating system, right? We can run on any platform. Docker can run on any platform. For example, shell scripts are there. Shell scripts. Shell scripts run on only Linux, but Python scripts we can run on any operating system, right? So platform independent means so it can run on any platform like Windows, Linux, Solaris, even Mac OS also. So it is a platform independent environment, right? So it can run on any platform. That is why Docker is very popular now. Fine. So Docker is having very important advanced features, right? So we have another one also currently we are using, which is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is advanced to Docker. Docker is very advanced one. Kubernetes is having very advanced features. Currently, Docker and Kubernetes, these are very hot in the market, right? If you are good in Docker and Kubernetes, you can easily crack your entry, right? So in your resume, you need to showcase Docker and Kubernetes also, along with Git Jenkins, so that you can easily crack your entry. So learning Docker and Kubernetes is very easier. But you need to spend some time. You need to focus on that, right? Any questions here, anyone? Anyone having any
What is
question?
the use of this Docker image?
Docker image, right? So this is the layer. This is the virtual layer. This will allow you to create the containers. Same way here also, VMware hypervisor. This is the layer. This is the software. Even
Okay.
Docker image also software, right?
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my understanding is that these ISO file size is 6 to 18 GB, and then Docker it will convert to 200 to 650 MD in binary and libraries. Then at the time of the deployment, it will extract the files and it will do this application activity or whatever it may be. Am I correct
No,
or
not like
is it?
not like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that. So normally, operating environment itself, it is a thin layer, like library
Okay.
binary files only. So normally, when you
Okay.
want to install any operating system on virtual servers, it will
Okay.
install all the packages, all the drivers, all the
Okay.
graphics, brush,
Okay.
right? Everything, right?
Okay.
But here
Okay.
it is a thin layer. This
Okay.
Docker containers not required any graphics, not required
Okay.
any paintbrush, not required media
Okay.
player,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Yeah. So to
Uh,
deploy
Docker
the
huh?
Docker can be
application,
crashed, sir.
Docker can be.
Docker servers can be crashed, sir. Is there any chance?
Backend clusters will be there. Clusters. Backend we configure clusters. What is cluster? Anyone? Cluster. What is cluster?
A, a group of
All
servers
servers.
working as a unit.
Group,
The high
any
availability
group.
service.
Cluster is nothing but group of servers. Right? So they work as a group. Right? If one service crash, nothing will be happen. Fine. For example, in our team, 10 members are there. Right? In 10 members, 5 members went on leave. So each member getting 30 requests per day, 10 members. So if the 5 members are went on leave, what will happen? That load will be shared to other members. Right? In that 5 members, 2 members gone again on sick. Other 3 members will take care. Right? So like that, servers. So we configure as a group so that one server is crash, nothing will be happen. Application will not be down anywhere. Okay. So what is the advantage of cluster here? Anyone? Advantage of cluster. This is an interview question. What is cluster? Advantage of cluster. Anyone? Advantage of cluster.
Server will never be down.
High availability.
High availability. Yes. Yeah. Load balancing and
Yes. Yeah.
fault tolerance. We can say load balancing and fault tolerant. Okay, I'll explain that. So if I give now, you'll be confused. Okay, so these terms are very important. While working on load balancing, I explain that. I give you no deep dive. Okay, so cluster is nothing but a group of servers. What are the advantages of cluster is nothing but it's a load balancing and fault tolerant. Okay, yeah. Any more questions? Anyone up to here?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, for the application restart, downtime is the 15 seconds, as you said, sir. But is it like someone is making some transaction during that time? Is it impact that user, sir?
No, no, no. It will not be impacted. So yeah, so that is also important point. Yeah, so normally containers also having some internally they have some groups. I explained that while working on containers. So I explained that. So normally we don't restart containers, but restart not required here. So normally when you want to perform any maintenance activity, so getting the downtime is very difficult. Very yeah, client will not accept, management will not accept, right? Yeah. So because if you down any server, so if the server is not started properly, not restarted properly, application will be down, right? So that is why, so getting the downtime is very difficult in real-time projects. So containers, normally we don't restart anywhere. Okay, there is a process, explain. So this is just a high-level architecture. While working on Docker, we'll go deep dive. So it's very core tool, very advanced tool. Fine. Yeah.
So, container also like a server, right?
Containers, we should not call it as server. It is a container. Advanced to servers, advanced to virtual servers. Okay, fine. Go back to slides. So this server architecture we'll discuss again. This is the architecture. We'll discuss it again. Okay. Now, next one is what is the operating system? What is operating system? Anyone? Operating system. Anyone having idea? So currently we are using Windows in our laptop, right? In server side we are using Linux, right? Yeah. So operating system. Operating system is a
It's the
interface,
software that manage hardware and software resources.
right? So operating system is a interface. It is an interface. So if you want to connect your system, you require one interface, right? So normally hardware, computer hardware always understand the binary language. Binaries. What is binaries? What are the binaries? 0000011001111, right? So hardware understand only binary language, but a human will not understand binary language, right? So users will not understand binary language. That is why we required one translator, which is nothing but operating system, right? See here. So operating system is an interface between user and the computer hardware. The hardware of the computer cannot understand the human readable language as it works on binaries, that is zeros and ones. In such case, we need an interface which can translate human language to hardware and vice versa for effective communication. So hardware, what it will do, will convert from binary language to human readable language and vice versa for effective communication, right? See here. So between the hardware and end user, there is a layer which is operating system, right? So this will convert into binary to human readable language and human readable to binary language, vice versa. Next one, types of operating systems. What are the types available? Single user, single tasking operating system. What is this, right? Yeah. So in this type of operating system, yeah, for example, MS-DOS. In this type of operating system, only one user can log into the system and he can perform only one task at a time, right? Which is nothing but single user, single tasking operating system. So, for example, MS-DOS, Microsoft Data Operating System, right? So, in this, only one user can log in. He can perform only one task at a time. Second one is single user multitasking operating system. So one user can log into the system, it can perform multiple tasks at a time, which is nothing but Windows. In Windows, while browsing internet, we can run background audios, right? While working on any activity, we can run some audios, background audios. Multiple activities you can perform at a time as a single user, right? Yeah. Next one, multi-user multitasking operating system. In this type of operating system, multiple users can log into the system. They can perform multiple tasks at a time, which is nothing but Linux, right? So in Linux servers, at a time we can log in. Multiple users can log in while deploying the code, while deploying the application. Developers log into the servers, testers log into the servers, DevOps engineers also log into the servers, right? They can perform their own activities, right? So Linux servers allows you to log in. Fine. So currently we are using in the backend data centers, server side we are using Linux only. Desktop side we are using Windows. Server side we are using Linux only. So why we are using Linux? We can use Windows also, right? Server side.
Safety and
More secure.
Because of security. Security, right?
Scripting.
So Windows and Linux, when you compare Windows and Linux, Linux is more secure, right? So when any threats happened and when any virus happened, directly attack the Windows first. But Linux servers are very safe. So Linux also having some threats, but 5% chances. But Windows having more chances, right? That is why most of the project teams they are using Linux only. And also other advantages. So Linux work well. For example, normally in real-time projects, what will happen? Once we deploy patches on servers, make sure the server should be restarted. Windows servers, I'm talking about. But Linux don't require reboot, right? Without reboot, also Linux will work. In our project, last 5 years we haven't reboot few servers, like 15 servers we haven't reboot. Last 5 years we haven't restart the servers, Linux servers. Without restart, also they are working well. But Windows servers, once you install patches, make sure the server should be restarted. Otherwise, server will not work properly. The changes will not be reflected. Linux not like that. Without restart also, Linux work well. Okay. And also, in case C drive is full, we get some errors in Windows, but Linux will not get any errors. Okay. This type of advantage. These are the advantages of Linux. and licensing freeware. Linux is freeware. Enterprise level, some charges will be applied, but normally freeware, open source. Okay, that is why most of the data centers they are using Linux for server side, right? So desktops, laptops, you are using Windows operating system, right? So clear, right, everyone? So this networking concepts will start tomorrow. So networking concepts will take 1 hour, right? So today we understood like servers, about servers, right? So what is server? Types of servers, server architecture, and operating system. Fine. These are very important basics. Okay, if you understand these basics, you can easily understand cloud infrastructure. Yeah, yesterday we discussed about servers, right? So what is server? Types of servers, right? So server architecture. Anyone newly joined today? Anyone newly joined today? Can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address in the chat? The GoToMeeting chat. Can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address? So that will provide you all the previous recordings and course content, right? So can you ping your WhatsApp number and email address in the chat? If anyone joined newly today. Fine. So these are the this is the agenda. So we discussed up to here, right? Up to operating system. Fine. Types of operating systems. Yeah. So servers. What is server? Anyone? We discussed already. What is server? Server is a computer that serves information to other computers called clients, right? So clients are nothing but desktop or laptop, right? Yeah. So types of servers we discussed: blade servers, rack servers, and tower servers. Blade server is a modular server, small thin server, right? So we can hold a number of blade servers in one container, and blade servers are having only CPU and memory, integrated network controllers, right? Yeah, storage we connect external storage, fine. And a rack server is a traditional server. Most of the data centers we are using rack servers. In most of the data centers we are using rack servers. Those are general purpose servers, right? And tower servers are bit older servers. So in single tower only one server you can find, one CPU, one monitor, keyboard, mouse you can connect in the tower server. So bit older server, fine. Yeah. So client server model. So normally, so connect when we send request to the server, server will give response from laptop or desktop or any mobile or tab. Also we can connect our servers using proper authentication, right? So without authentication we cannot connect our servers, right? Yeah. So and we discussed about server architecture. Yeah, first phase of implementation, second phase of implementation, third phase of implementation, fourth phase of implementation, right? So in first phase of implementation, yeah, so 90s and early 2000, how the server teams, like how the project teams used to use the server architecture, right? Yeah, so by the time in 90s and early 2000, we used to use very yeah highest capacity of the hard drive, which is a 1 GB hard drive. So by the time, so one application, one server, we used to configure, right? So for example, four applications are there like Java, Git, Maven, Ansible, right? So four applications, we used to use four servers, right? Yeah. So why they used to use like that? So because by the time, technology wise, yeah, so people are opting technologies, and by the time resource crunch, so different reasons, right? So that is why they used to use like each application, one server. So by the time hardware costing, it was very higher costing, right? So that is why first phase of implementation, which is the initial phase of implementation, that was failed concept, right? So hardware costing by the time hardware costing higher and less utilization. That is why first phase of implementation that was failed. in second phase of implementation, so the project teams used to take highest capacity of the server and they used to deploy all the packages in same server, right? So yeah, in that also some drawbacks are there. So in case the server is crash, right, and also security concerns, security violences. So one user can access other applications. So for example, Java developer access other applications, other user access Java application. So like that, security violences, security concerns. Yeah, so that is why slowly move to virtual servers in third phase of implementation, right? So virtual server, what is virtual server? Anyone? What is virtual server? Virtualization. So we take one physical server, high capacity server. So on top of that, we can deploy some layer software. So which is a hypervisor or VMware or Citrix, right? So on top of that, we can create virtual servers. So VMware allow you to create virtual servers, right? Yeah, the virtual servers take the resource from physical server, whatever physical server we configured, right? So that physical server having highest capacity of the hardware, yeah, virtual servers take the resource from physical server. Fine. Yeah. So virtual servers, as per the physical server capacity, we can create virtual servers. So they can work individual. The virtual servers, they can work individual, right? That is third phase of implementation. So in virtual servers also having some drawbacks, right? Yeah. What are the drawbacks? Like hard drive cost or hard drive utilization. So drive utilization higher, right? For each operating system, yeah. So 6 GB to 18 GB utilized. So that is one drawback, and deployment time and downtime is very higher, right? And that is why project teams are looking for Docker containers, right? So which is a fourth phase of implementation. So Docker containers. What is container? Anyone? What is container?
Container is a box.
Box.
Yeah, it's like a box, right? So we can move anywhere, we can use anywhere. It's a lightweight, right? Standalone. Yeah. So container is a lightweight. So when we run the container, only bin and lib files will be created, right? Binary library files. So operating system size 200 MB only, along with all the applications, all the patches, all the plugins. Yeah. So we can spend 650 MB only maximum. Fine. So virtual servers are advanced to sorry, containers are advanced to virtual servers, right? Yeah. So those are
Deployment time
the
is also very less.
yes, licensing costing also very less. Yeah, so time saving and cost saving. That is why projects are looking for Docker containers, right? So that is trendy currently. So most of the project teams they are migrating to Docker containers. Yeah. So next one we discussed about operating system, types of operating systems. What is operating system? Anyone?
An interface that connects the hardware and the user.
Yeah. So operating system is an interface between user and the computer hardware, right? So computer hardware always understand binary language, binaries, 0000001 100 111, right? So yeah, human will not understand binary language. That is why we required one translator, which is nothing but operating system, right? So next one, types of operating systems. What are the types of operating systems available? Single user, single tasking, multi-user, multitasking, single user multitasking, right? Yeah, so single user multitasking is nothing but it is a MS DOS, which is very old operating system. One user can log into the system and he can perform only one task at a time, which is nothing but single user single tasking operating system. Single user multitasking means Windows, right? So one user can log into the system, he can perform multiple tasks at a time. Multi-user multitasking, which is Linux, right? So multiple users can log into the system, they can perform multiple tasks at a time. So normally while deploying applications, what we will do? Yeah, so developer log into the servers, testers log into the servers, DevOps engineers also log into the servers, right? So everyone log into the servers and they can perform their own activities. Fine. Yeah, that is yeah, which is a multi-user multitasking operating system. Fine. So currently, server side, every project team, every data center, they are using Linux only. So what are the importance of Linux here?
Security.
Security, right? Security and also open source. Open source, right? So yeah, when we compare with Windows, so very high secure. Linux is high secure. Fine. So these are the things we covered yesterday. Yeah. So today we are going to start. We are going to work on networks. What is networking? So types of networks. Yeah. So what is networking? Types of networks, and what is the importance? LAN, WAN, MAN, PAN. Right? Different types of networks are available. So let us go through networking concepts. So these are very important for cloud engineers and DevOps engineers. Okay. So if you understand these basics, you can easily understand cloud infrastructure, cloud networking. Fine. In cloud, in AWS we have VPC, virtual private cloud, which is very important concept. So yeah, if you understand these basics, you can easily understand cloud infrastructure, cloud networking. Fine. Yeah. So basically, what is networking? What is networking? A computer network is a system in which multiple computers are connected to each other to share information and resources. Right? See here. Normally in LAN network, so in network, we connect our desktops or laptops to the switch to share the resources, to share the information to other computers. Right? So normally in hospitals and schools, we use networking, right, to share the data from one system to other system. So can you mute everyone? So if you have any questions, you can just hold down for some time. I give you time for asking questions. So if you unmute, recording will be disturbed, right? So Bharat, can you mute yourself? Yeah, others, please mute yourself. I give you time for asking questions. So recording will be disturbed, right? If you unmute, yeah. Fine. So this is a network, right? So normally to share the resources, to share the information, we use the networking. So now, what are the characteristics of computer network? Share resources from one computer to another, and create files and store them in one computer. Access those files from other computer connected over the network, right? So we can share the files in one computer, which is server, right? Server will be hosted. Yeah, normally we host the servers in data centers in central location. Yeah, every developer, every tester, they can access the servers through network, right? Yeah, so when we have networking, when we have servers in central location, what will happen? Costing will be saved, right? So yeah, so in one system, one computer, one server, we store all the data. So others, like client computers and laptops, from laptops we can access the data. So due to that, what will happen? Costing will be reduced, security will be high, right? Yeah, we'll discuss about that. Next one, connect a printer, scanner, fax machine to one computer within the network and let other computers of the network use the machines available over the network, right? For example, so in a school, 5 floors are there. 5 floors are there. Yeah. So on 5 floors, we cannot configure printers. Each floor, we cannot configure printers, right? For example, 5 floors are there. So every floor printer not required. So costing higher, right? So what we will do, middle of the floor or third floor or second floor, what they will do, they configure one printer as a network printer, right? So they can print from anywhere, from any floor through network. The request will go through network, right? So what will happen here? Costing will be saved, right? And also instead of configuring servers in each floor, they configure one server. They connect through network. They store the normally the school people and hospitals. They store the data in central location in a server. So normally when we visit any hospital, So when you give your name or phone number, they track your details, right? From reception or OP or any other place. So they can get the information from server, right? Yeah. So this is what will happen. Costing will be saved and the data will be secure. We can secure our data. Next one. So what are the hardware devices required to set up the computer network? See here, network cables required, distributors required, routers required, internal network cards required, and also external network cards required. So these are all the physical traditional devices, right? So currently we are not using this, but this terminology is very important for cloud engineers, DevOps engineers. Okay, so physical environments, physical servers we are not using currently. Physical network cables also we are not using currently, but these terminals are very important. Okay, yeah, network cables. So network cables are used to connect computers. The most commonly used cable is category 5 cable, which is RJ45. So yeah, cat 5. So when we buy any router, along with the router we get one cable which is category 5 cable, right? Yeah, by using color coding they connect the cable clips, right? So that clips you can connect our router and also our laptop. See here, so this is the category 5 cable. So most of the routers, along with the router we are getting this cable, right? This is very popular cable, category 5 cable. Yeah, next one, distributors. A computer can be connected to another computer via a serial port, but if you need to connect many computers to produce a network, the serial connection will not work. See here, so this is the loopback adapter, we can say network to network. So serial connection we use one router to other router, one switch to other switch. So when you want to configure, we can use this distributor, right? So next one, router. A router is a type of device which acts as the central point among computers and other devices that are the part of the network. So it is equipped with holes called ports. Computers and other devices are connected to a router using network cables. Nowadays, routers comes in wireless modes using which computers can be connected without any physical cables. Right? See here, this is the router. So we use network routers and Wi-Fi routers also. Network routers are different, Wi-Fi routers are different. So instead of connecting cables, we use network routers within the LAN, within the area, not LAN. So within the organization, we use the network routers. If you enable the gateway, internet will be accessible. If you enable the gateways, internet will be accessible. So network routers and internet routers. Network card. So what is network card? So network card is a necessary component of computer without which a computer cannot connect over the network, right? It is also known as the network adapter or network interface card, NIC. So most branded computers have network card pre-installed. Within the motherboard, one chip will be there. For example, so when we use branded laptops, currently all the laptops we are using internally pre-installed network cards. Network cards are two types, internal and external cards. So earlier we used external cards in desktops. We used to connect one PCI card and we used to install drivers. So internal network cards. So motherboard has a slot for internal network card, yeah, where it is to be installed. So internal network cards are two types, in which the first type is peripheral component interconnect (PCI), and while second type use industry standard architecture (ISA). Network cables are equipped to provide network access. See here, this is the internal network card. So this is PCI card. So we used to use in desktops, right? So we connect this card in PCI slot, and we used to install drivers to enable the network card, right? Yeah. So next one, external network cards. Yeah, external network cards are two types: wireless and USB based. So wireless network cards need to be installed into the motherboard. So however, no network cable is required to connect to the network. See here, this is a black one. This black one is the wireless card. This is the USB card, right? So by using this we can connect internet, right? Yeah, so by using USB cards. So USB card is easy to use and connects via USB port, right? So computers automatically detect USB card and can install the drivers required to support the USB network card automatically. So normally when we want to use USB cards, so we require driver. So we need to install driver. Once you install driver, automatically it will be activated, right? Next one, what are the important types of networks? So here we have four types of networks are available. So which are very, very important. See here, these are the four types of networks available. So PAN, LAN, WAN, and MAN. Personal area network, local area network, wide area network, metropolitan area network. So these are the four types of networks available. So let us go through one by one. Yeah, so what is PAN? Yeah, PAN is a computer network formed around a person. So personal network formed around a person. It generally consists of a computer, mobile, or personal digital assistant. PAN can be used for establishing communication among these peripheral devices for connecting to the digital network and the internet. So normally within the room, within the floor, we use the PAN connectivity, PAN network. So see here, this is the diagram. Yeah. So when we are using laptop, we can connect a Bluetooth headset, Bluetooth mic, Bluetooth keyboard, Bluetooth mouse, Bluetooth printer. So any devices we can connect, right? So here these are the very secure. This is very secure network. But here there is a drawback, which is a distance limitation. Within 10 minutes only it will work. Within 10 meters. Sorry, within 10 minutes, not 10 minutes. 10 meters, right? So within the range it will work, right? Within the floor or within the room. So what are the characteristics of PAN? It is mostly personal devices network equipped with in a limited area, allows you to handle the interconnection of IT devices at the surrounding of a single user. PAN includes mobile devices, tablets, and laptops, right? Yeah, so within the within the room, within the small area, we can use this PAN connectivity. So PAN networks are relatively secure and safe, right? It offers only short range solution up to 10 meters, strictly restricted to small area. So disadvantage of PAN here, distance limits. Within 10 meters only this will work, right? Next one is LAN. So LAN is a local area network. Yeah, it is a group of network devices that allow communication between various connected devices. It covers the smallest areas such as colleges, schools, hospitals, so on. See here, through cable, through LAN, local area network, we can establish the connectivity, right? So what are the characteristics of LAN? It is a private network completely, right? So LAN is private network, our own network. So within the network we can share the data, we can share the resources, right? So yeah, normally schools, hospitals, small industries, right? Yeah, so within the offices we use the LAN connectivity. So LAN connectivity is very secure and very faster, LAN connectivity, right? So LAN operates at a relatively higher speed compared to other WAN systems. So for example, when we buy the router, along with the router we get cable, right? We get one cable, RJ45 cable, fine. So Wi-Fi is speed, yeah, it is a higher speed, it is fine. So when we connect the cable from router to laptop, that is very higher speed, right? So while booking any Tatkal tickets, while working on any activities, we use the cable. So because yeah, LAN is very higher, cable speed is very higher, right? Cable network. Yeah. So advantages of LAN. What are the advantages? See here. So computer resources like hard disk, DVD RAMs, printers can be shared local networks. So this significantly reduce the cost of hardware purchases. Yes. So normally printers, scanners, and drives we connect as a network drive, network printer, network devices. So instead of configuring devices in all the floors, all the area, what we will do? We take one device and we configure as a network device. So that what will happen? Costing will be reduced, right? So data of all network users can be stored on single hard disk of the server computer. It will be easy to manage data at only one place, which makes the data more secure. Normally servers. So in server, we store all the data. We can access the server through network. So everyone can access through network. So that what will happen? Costing will be reduced and also more secure, right? Disadvantage of LAN. So unauthorized users can access critical data of an organization in case LAN admin is not able to secure centralized data repositories. So LAN admin is not capable. What will happen? Hackers will enter into the LAN. That is why. So LAN admins should be they required they need skills, right, to manage the LAN connectivities. Next one, MAN, Metropolitan Area Network. What is MAN? MAN stands for Metropolitan Area Network. It covers the largest area than LAN, such as small towns, cities, etc. MAN connects two or more computers that reside within the same or completely different cities. Yeah, earlier, not earlier, so 10 years back, 10 or 8 years back, Geo network, they configured Geo network, right? So within the city, so they cut the road, they cut road. So in the road, instead of the road, they configure the cables, right? Yeah. So Geo network, Geo cables, fine. Yeah. So normally MAN connectivity, it is a metropolitan area network, covers the largest area than LAN, such as small towns, cities, right? MAN connects two or more computers that reside within the same or completely different cities. This is a different network. I'll show you. See here. So MAN connectivity, hospitals, colleges, factories, schools. Normally, we can establish the connection within the city or different cities. Okay. Yeah. So what are the characteristics of MAN? It mostly covers towns and cities within a 50 kilometers range, maximum 50 kilometers range. Mostly used medium is optical fiber cables. Optical fiber. So these are very higher speed cables. Advantage of MAN. It offers fast communication using higher speed carriers like fiber optic cables. It provides excellent support for an extensive size network and greater access to WANs. A MAN network mostly includes some area of city or an entire city, right? So normally when we use the optical fiber cables, so within the city, within the range, we can use. This is very higher speed. Yeah, disadvantage of MAN here. So you need more cables to establish MAN connection from one place to another. In MAN network is thought to make the system secure from hackers. Why it is difficult to handle? Because distance limitations. So more distance, right? So that is why hackers will enter. If you are not, So normally the network engineers should secure this network, right? MAN connectivity. Otherwise, hackers will enter into the network. Next one, WAN, wide area network. So it covers a large area than LAN as well as MAN, such as country and continent. So country and continents, country to country, continent to continent. So WAN is expensive and should or might not be owned by one organization. It is a satellite medium, right? So used for wide area network. So normally satellite connectivity, right? Country to country, continent to continent. We use this WAN connectivity. See here. So it's a combination of LAN, MAN, and WAN. So what are the characteristics of WAN? So any organization can form its global integrated network using WAN. Advantage of WAN. So WAN helps you to cover a larger geographical area. Therefore, business offices situated at longer distance can be easily communicate. Yeah. So here we use the radio transmitters and receivers to build the network to client devices, right? Yeah. So and also disadvantage of WAN. what are the disadvantages? So when we want, yeah, so WAN connectivity. So when we want to establish WAN connectivity, so initial setup of costing is very higher. Initial costing. So because country to country, continental to continent, right? Yeah. So here what will happen? Different organizations, they took this connectivity, they share the billing and all here. See here, it's difficult to maintain the WAN network. You need skilled technicians and network administrators, right? So there are more errors and issues because of the wide coverage and use the different technologies. So initial setup of costing is very higher. That is why, so group of organizations, they opt this service. Okay. Next one, see here. This is the combination of LAN, WAN, and MAN. One country to other country, one region to other region, right? You can configure this. Yeah. So this networking basics, the terminology is very important here. Whatever we discussed here, terminology, that is very important. Okay. Next one, IP addresses. IP address. What is IP address? Anyone? What is an IP address? Anyone having idea? IP
Internet
address.
protocol.
Yeah.
It's
IP
a
full form is Internet Protocol. Yes.
it's an address from which you are accessing the network.
Right. Yeah. So it is a unique address for every device, right? Every server, every desktop, every laptop, and every switch, every router will have their unique address, right? To identify the device in the network, we required one IP address. So IP address is the Internet Protocol, right? Yeah. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and IP address is unique address that identify a device on the internet or a local network, which is a set of rules governing the format of data sent via internet or local area network. So currently we are using IPv4. IPv4. What is IPv4? IP version 4 currently we are using, right? So most of the organizations, they are using IP version 4. So IP version 6 also available, right? So maybe going forward, so maybe after 1 year, after 2 years, we start using IPv6. So IPv4 is 32-bit address, 32-bit address, right? IPv6, anyone? IPv6,
64.
64 bit.
64,
64.
not 64. It's a 128-bit, very advanced. If you go and search here, IPv4 versus IPv6. How many bits here? 8 bit, right? I'll show you. Clearly, I give you. See here. So it is a 32-bit address. IPv4 is a 32-bit address. So each bit 8, each octet 8 bits. So 128.11.3.31. So these are the 4 octets, right? So here each octet is 8 bit. Yeah, it is a 32-bit, right? See here, this is the IPv6, IP version 6. It is a 128-bit, right? Yeah, so currently we are using IPv4 only, IP version 4. Yeah, so maybe going forward we start using IPv version 6. Okay. Next one. So types of IP addresses. How many types of IP addresses available here? Okay. Can you mute everyone? There are various classifications of IP addresses, and each category further contains some types. First one, private IP addresses. Private IP. So what is private IP? So normally private IPs we use static IP addresses. So this is mainly for internal communication. We use for internal communication, right? And next one is public IP. What is public IP? So public IP is a dynamic IP. Normally we use the dynamic IP. So what is static IP? What is dynamic IP? Anyone? Private IP is a static IP. Public IP is a dynamic IP. Right. Yeah. Normally.
Static IP, it will the address is not change. So
Dynamic IP address
it's
will change every time.
change.
So normally in server or desktop or laptop, how many IPs are available? In server or desktop or laptop, how many IPs available? Anyone? Only one IP, which is network IP, right? For example, if you just search your command prompt and give IP config, you can find your IP address. Right? See here, this is my IP version 4 address, right? Yeah. So this is subnet mask. We'll discuss about this. Gateway also we discuss. Okay. Yeah. So this is my dynamic IP address, public IP. This is public IP, dynamic IP, right? So every system will have one IP which is network IP, which is dynamic IP, right? Yeah. So here, so when we talk about IP addresses, so here we have different types of IP addresses available. So first one is private IP. Normally, yeah, why I'm talking about this? In real-time projects, in cloud computing, cloud infrastructure, we use two IPs. In physical devices, physical server, physical laptop or physical desktop, we use one IP only, which is network IP. But cloud servers, we use two IPs. One is public IP, another one is private IP, right? So every cloud server will have two IPs, either AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, any cloud platform. So first one is private IP. Second one is public IP. So what is private IP? Private IP is a static IP. So what is static IP? IP will not be changed. It is a permanent IP, right? So this is mainly for internal communication, right? Yeah. So public IP is a dynamic IP. Yeah. So dynamic IP. So this IP dynamically changed every time. It will be changed every time dynamically, right? So why this IP will be changed dynamically? So because backend there will be a DHCP server in data center, in cloud data center there will be a DHCP server. What is DHCP full form mean? Dynamic Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. DHCP full form is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, right? So what DHCP will do? So whenever we connect our server, it will give new IP address. Whenever we stop the server, it will take back that old IP. Whenever again you start the server, it will give the new IP. So whenever we start server, IP will be changed every time, right? So because yeah, public IP is a this is mainly for external communication. That is why DHCP server it will give the new IP, it will take back the old IP every time when you stop your server, right? So this is mainly for to connect cloud server. We use public IP, right? So this is mainly for internal communication. Once you connect server, this will be used for internal communication to share the resources, to share the to communicate the resources, right? Yeah. So and also one more IP is there here. Along with this two, one more IP is there. So which is elastic IP. So in cloud only, I'm talking about cloud here. Okay, not physical environment. Physical servers will not find any elastic IP. So in physical servers, physical devices, only one IP, which is public IP, which is dynamic IP, network IP. Yeah. So here in cloud environments, we find three IPs: private IP, public IP, elastic IP. So elastic IP also is static IP, right? So because public IP, what will happen here? Every time this IP will be changed. That is why client requests us to assign elastic IP in place of public IP, right? So public IP also a static IP. So this will not be changed, but public IP is not free of cost. Charges will be applied. Okay. So dynamic IP, public IP is free of cost. Private IP is free of cost, but elastic IP is not free of cost, right? So what is dynamic IP? What is public IP? What is private IP? What is elastic IP? We'll go deep dive while working on cloud infrastructure, cloud concepts, right? So every concept will go deep dive. Yeah, this is just an overview. Okay. Yeah. So in place of public IP, we assign elastic IP address. This is static IP. This is permanent IP. Yeah. So in real-time projects, always we use elastic IPs. We don't use public IPs. Okay. Next one. See here. So in public IP, we have two types of IPs: dynamic IP and also static IP. Okay. So we'll discuss about this. And also elastic IP. I haven't mentioned here elastic IP. So that is completely in cloud, not in physical environments, right? Yeah. Next one, subnet. What is subnet? What is subnet? Subnet is a sub network, small network. Instead of the large network, we can create small network, sub network. Why we require subnets, right? For example, we have 1,000 servers are there. In that 1,000 servers, 300 servers are development servers, 300 servers are testing servers, 400 servers are production servers. So if you create a single subnet and if you configure all the servers in the same subnet, what will happen? So they can communicate each other, right? So normally in production servers, for example, we use database servers. So database servers, we should not allow inbound traffic. For database servers, we should not allow inbound traffic. Inbound traffic means inbound incoming signal. Should not allow. So if you allow inbound traffic, there may be chances to leak the data. That is why we need to restrict inbound traffic to the database servers. So if you want to restrict, we require subnet. We can segregate. We can create three subnets: development subnet, QA subnet, and production subnet. For example, so here in this floor, one class is going there, one class is going here. So there is office staff also available. So there is no partitions here. For example, there is no partitions. Everything is open. What will happen here? Some noise, right? Disturbance will be happen. So when we customize the room, we can control the noise. Same way, subnets also. So when you want to restrict the inbound traffic, we require one sub network, small network, to control the traffic, right? Yeah, see here. This is the definition. Subnet or subnetwork is a small network instead of a large network. See here. These are all small networks. See here. 200.200.10.48/29/28 something is there, right? /2829. What is this? I'll show you something here. Subnet ranges. See here. So these are all subnet ranges. Subnet ranges, right? See here. These are all subnet ranges. Yeah. So here 255.255.255.255/32/31/29/28 different ranges are there. What is this? Yeah, for example, if you give /28, what will happen? We can accommodate 16 IPs only. 16 devices you can connect in the range. See here, 16. But here they are showing 14. What is this? So total number of IP addresses 16. Means 16 devices we can connect in that range. But here they are showing usable IP addresses are 14. What does it mean? Two IPs, yeah, two IPs. One IP is network IP, one IP is broadcast IP. Right? So actual usable IP is 14 only. Right? So normally in real-time projects in cloud environments, so this range we use. This range we use. /16 means 65,536 IPs, in which two IPs, broadcast IP, network IP. So here usable IPs are 65,534 IPs. So subnet ranges normally we use /24 or /20. These ranges we use, subnet ranges. We'll go deep dive while working on cloud environments. Okay. So how to create subnets, how to configure subnets, how can we create network, we'll discuss about. We'll discuss theoretically and we'll see the practically also. We'll go deep dive. Okay. Yeah. Next one. What is network switch? Network switch. A switch is a device in a computer network that connects other devices together. Multiple data cables are plugged into the switch to enable communication between different networked devices. See here, this is a traditional switch, old switch, right? We used to use this switch. So backside of this switch, some ports are there. Those are, we can say, RJ45 ports. We can connect our network cables to the ports, and we can share the data. We can share the resources through network, right? Yeah, what is gateway? Gateway. So if you want to connect from one network to other network, we require gateway. See here, this is one network, this is another network. This network range is 10.0.0.0/8, 20.0.0.0/8. So these are two different ranges, right? So one network to other network, if you want to connect, we require one gateway, right? One gateway required here. Gateway is nothing but internet network router. Gateway is nothing but network router. So one network to other network, if you want to communicate, we require one gateway, right? So gateways also we discuss in cloud environment, right? So yeah, so within the network they can communicate each other, right? So here, this is the range 10.0.0.0/8. This is one range. So within this range, this device can communicate within the room. We can communicate easily, right? So the person is sitting in another room. How can we communicate, right? If you want to communicate, we require one door, one gate, which is nothing but a gateway. Okay. Next one, firewall. What is firewall? Anyone? Anyone having idea? Firewall, security device. Yes, network security device. Right. See here, firewalls are network security systems that prevent unauthorized access to a network. It can be a hardware or software unit that filters the incoming and outgoing traffic within the network. Right. See here, this is a firewall. So normally, if you want to connect your office network, if you want to connect your cloud network, how can we connect? Through internet. Through internet. So normally, if you want to connect your office network through internet, we can connect first VPN. VPN will allow you to connect your office network. So through internet, we can connect our network. So internet is the most vulnerable network, very dangerous network, right? So malwares, threats, virus available in the network, right? Internet. So we required here firewall to filter the traffic, right? Without firewalls, we cannot connect. So because if you don't have any firewall, definitely threats will be happened in the network, right? So here firewall, we configure firewall rules here. So it will allow good traffic and it will deny the bad traffic. So bad traffic it will block, good traffic it will allow, right? By using firewall rules, it will allow deny the traffic. Okay. Next one, what is replication, what is failover, and what is load balancer? We'll try to understand. So replication is a technology for copying and distributing data and database object from one database to another, and then synchronizing between databases to maintain consistency and integrity of the data. In most cases, replication is a process of reproducing the data at the desired targets. Why we require replication? Replication means, simply you can say, duplication. One zone to other zone, one region to other region. We can duplicate the data. Why we require duplication here? If any zone, one zone is down, other zone will take care of the resources, right? Yeah, see here. So this is primary region, this is secondary region. So in primary region, some data is available that is replicating to other secondary region. So user is accessing from primary region. In case primary region is down, what will happen? Automatically that data will be accessible from second region, which is nothing but failover. Failover is nothing but automatically it will switch to other region, right? In AWS also, yeah, we use different regions, Americas regions, Europe regions, Africa regions, different regions, right? So one region is down. I'll show you some overview here. Yeah, see here. Here we have Ohio. Yeah, see here. US East North Virginia, US East Ohio, US West North California, US West Oregon. These four are America's regions. America's regions. So one region is down, application will not be down anywhere, right? Yeah. So here these are the regions. Why we require region? Region is nothing but data center. Don't confuse. Geographical area. So it is a data center. What is data center? We discussed already. What is data center? Data center is a server
Collection
room
of
where we host all the servers, right? So these are all regions. Across the globe, AWS configure different regions to provide high availability. High availability, right? What is high availability? The application which we are hosting on data center, that should be available 24/7. For example, Flipkart is there. Flipkart, right? So Flipkart will not be down because the application hosted in different data centers. In case one data center is down, nothing will be happening. The application will be accessible from other data center. Even same Amazon shopping site also, Amazon.com, Amazon.in, right? Yeah. So these are all America's are the Asia Pacific regions. Here, see here, Mumbai region also available here. Mumbai, Osaka, Seoul, Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo, right? So whatever data we are using on Mumbai region, in case Mumbai region is down, for example, our data will be accessible from nearby edge location, which is Singapore. AWS is providing very high availability and very high security. Right? Since long I'm working in AWS from 2012. I haven't seen single security concern, security issues. I haven't seen any security issue. Right? So AWS is very high secured and highly available. So if any customer want to opt this platform, cloud platform, the first concern here is security. If I host my database in cloud, how the security will be addressed? That is why AWS is giving high security, high availability. So not only AWS, Azure, Google Cloud also, right? So these are all regions, Asia Pacific regions. These are the Europe regions, right? So like this, we have different regions are there. We'll go deep dive about this. What is region? What is the use of region? How can we replicate the data from one region to other region? How can we enable the failover? How can we configure security? We'll discuss. These are all very easier concepts. Okay. Yeah. So compared to physical environments, these are very easier. Fine. Yeah. Next one. Why Linux? Why the project teams are using Linux only backend? server side. What is the importance here? It is a
More
free
secure.
and open source. Yeah, it is a free and open source and very secure. So many distributions available like Ubuntu, Fedora, AV Linux, RHCL, CentOS, different distributions available, and fast performance. Compared with Windows, Linux is very faster. Okay, and no viruses, no malwares, no slowdowns, no crashes, no costly repairs in Linux. That is why most of the data centers, most of the project teams, they are using Linux in server side. Normally desktops, laptops use Windows. Server side always use Linux. Yeah. Once we enter into the cloud platform, once complete first two services, after that we'll work on Linux also. We have Linux sessions also. Fine. Yeah. So now anyone having any questions? These are the things available here. Any questions, anyone? So anyone newly joined today, can you provide your WhatsApp number and email address in the chat so that we provide you previous recordings
Hello?
and course content?
Ram.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Rashekar.
Yeah.
These projects are covered. How many projects covered in this training?
Yeah. So three live projects will be covered. Along with that, other 4 5 projects, small projects will be covered.
Those are individual products or projects are interlinked with these DevOps tools. On the end
Yeah,
to end.
interlinked. Yes, interlinked with the DevOps tools only. I'll show
Mm.
you the projects which we are going to work on. Yeah. Just a minute.
Hi, can you share the PPTs also?
PPTs will not be shared. I give you documentation once we start working on cloud concepts. See here. So these are the three live projects will be covered. Live CI/CD with Git, Jenkins, Maven, Tomcat. Live CI/CD with Git, Jenkins, Maven, Kubernetes, and here migration project or Terraform project. So these three are very important projects, live projects. In real-time projects, CI/CD, how we build, how we can migrate the servers from one region to other region, one zone to other zone, one cloud platform to other cloud platform. How can we migrate the data? How can we migrate the servers? That we will see in live, right? And yeah, this CI/CD first one is yeah. Normally, every project team they are using CI/CD in Agile methodology. CI/CD, Agile methodology. What is Agile? You understand, right? You understood, right? So in DevOps products, we
Continuous
discuss.
continuous development and continuous testing.
Yeah, CI/CD full form is continuous integration and continuous deployments. Okay. Yeah. So Git, Jenkins, Maven, Tomcat, a combination of these tools, we work on this first project. Second project with the combination of Kubernetes also, we work on this project. Third project is migration project or Terraform project. These are live projects which are very important. So along with this we work on different small projects like while working on Jenkins we'll work on small project like yeah, so Jenkins master slave model project, master agent model project. Kubernetes also having some projects, small projects. Docker is also having some projects. Ansible also having some projects. Like that, nearly 5 projects will be covered, small projects. Along with that, these are the 3 live projects. Fine. Any other questions?
What is the use of ports and what do you mean by RJ port?
Can you come again? What are the use of
Ports. And again, you're saying RJ ports.
RJ45?
RJ45.
You're So yeah, so that is cable connector. That is a cable connector to connect to the switch or router. our device. We are not using that. Currently, we are not using that. We are using cloud environments, right? In data centers, we are not using physical environments currently. So in our project, yeah, 6 years back, we used to use 1,000 servers in data center. Currently, we have 20 servers because of cloud. We migrated our applications to cloud. Fine.
Yeah. Hi Ram.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay, can you use this internal server and external this AWS and both combined at a time? Or is it
AWS
possible?
server and also
Internal server, internal company servers.
yes, yeah. Currently, project teams are using physical
Mm.
servers and cloud servers also. They are migrating
No,
the
no.
data from. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can use at a time both the servers. No issues.
What is the tomorrow's agenda, sir?
Yeah, Arun, you can speak something you are talking. Go ahead, please.
What is the tomorrow's agenda?
Tomorrow's
Agenda.
agenda. Yeah, tomorrow slowly enter into cloud. We'll enter into cloud. How to create a AWS account. So what is cloud? Overview of cloud. Tomorrow overview of cloud AWS. We'll start cloud tomorrow. Just overview. We don't do anything. I give you overview.
We will
And
install
how
the AWS account, sir.
we don't install anything. How to create AWS account? How to connect AWS account? What are the services available inside of the AWS account? That we will discuss tomorrow. Day after tomorrow also, yeah, slowly enter into services slowly. So yeah, then from tomorrow onwards, we'll start working on cloud slowly. So we don't directly go and create networks. We don't directly go and create servers. Don't do like that, right? Slowly we'll enter into cloud. So yeah, from basic level to advanced level, we'll go, right?
And Ram, I have one question. So let's say we have already used the free tier account from one email address. So can we use the another email for free tier, the
Yes,
AWS?
yes, you can use another email and you can create
Okay.
new account and a fresh account you can use.
Okay.
Fresh account you
Got
can
it.
use.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Tomorrow I'll show you how to create account. Any other questions?
Hi Ram. Hi
Hi.
Ram.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
My
Rajshekar. Go
network is gone. Yeah. Can you use at a time, same time, can configure the internal network and AWS cloud platform at a time for a single project? Is it
Yes, we
possible?
can. Because yeah, we can configure. Yes, that is possible. Yeah. Other questions?
Ram, this is Sushil. I have one question. For like installing the AWS, do we need to buy the license or free license will be available to practice the projects or something, which is
Right.
discussed in this
AW
course?
yes, yes. So AWS is free for 1 year. We can create a free tier account, 1 year free. We don't need to pay anything for AWS. Right. Within 1 year, we can
Oh,
use that account. How to use that
okay.
account? Which services we can use without charges? I'll show you. Without
Yeah,
costing,
sure.
how can we
Thank you,
use
Ram.
that? Hi everyone. Good morning. Welcome back. Can you see my screen, everyone? Online guys.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so today we are going to start AWS. Okay, so how to create AWS account, how to connect AWS account. So console overview, AWS console overview. How can we walk through the console? So what are the services available in console, right? And which services we use, what are the importance, we'll try to understand today. So today and tomorrow we'll work on console overview. Okay. So day after we'll start working on services one by one. So day after tomorrow, we'll start working on services like how to create EC2 instance, how to create a server, how to create yeah, resources, how can we work on resources, what are the resources available. Fine. Yeah. So in last session, what we discussed about networking concepts, right? So before that, servers. What is server? Types of servers, and in real-time projects which servers we use, and what are the difference, right? And what is operating system, types of operating systems. So before that we discussed, we worked on cloud introduction, DevOps introduction, and a question and answers, right? So yeah, 5 sessions completed, right? So far 5 sessions completed, right? Yeah, whoever joined newly, so we you get all the recording sessions, don't worry. Yeah, so you can just ping me in the chat. So whoever joined newly, we provide you all the recordings. Okay. Yeah, you can take down my number also. My mobile number is 96422111711 is my number. So if you need that recordings, just WhatsApp me, ping me, so I provide you previous recordings. Okay. Clear, right? Yeah. Let us go and start AWS. Okay. Fine. So very first thing, we need to create AWS account. So how to create AWS account? How can we connect AWS account? We'll try to understand. Okay. So AWS account is free for 1 year. 1 year free, right? Yeah. So within the 1 year, we can use the account without any charges. Okay. So if you want to create AWS account, aws.amazon.com is the URL. aws.amazon.com is the URL. Just type this. Yeah, fine. So here, click on sign into the console. Click on sign into the console. Yeah, see here it is showing create a new AWS account. Create a new AWS account. Click on this. See here. Once you click on this, it is asking you to give the email address, account name, right? Yeah. So before creating the account, you require one Gmail account. Require one Gmail account. That Gmail address you can add here. You can give here. So account name, you can add your name. You can add your name. Okay. And click on verify email address. Once you click on this, what will happen? You will get one email address. In that one 6-digit number you will get, right? That number you need to enter here. Okay, I'll show you. I prepared one document. I'll show you the document so that you will understand. Once you click on sign into the console, once you click on create a new AWS account, it is asking you to add the email address and account name. Click on verify email address. Once you click on that, see here, email address and name you can give like this. Verify email address. So that what will happen? You will get one ID, one verification code that you need to enter here. Whatever email you gave here, so to that email you get one verification code. That code you need to enter here. So once you enter, once you click on verify, what will happen? See here, the code is entered here, verify here. So after that, see here, it will ask you to provide the root user password and a confirm password. You need to give the account password, your AWS account password. So you need to give customized password like strong password, combination of small letters, capital letters, numbers, and a special character. Okay. So don't give the weak password. You can give the strong password. Okay. Yeah. So after that, click on continue. Once you give the password, click on continue. Now it is asking you to give your full name, phone number, country or region, and address. Address, city. You need to provide all these things. So after that, see here, state and portal code also, postal code also, and you need to accept this. You need to agree. I agree this. Okay, check this box. Click on continue. Once you click on continue, then it will ask you to provide your bank details, either credit card or debit card details, right? So why we required account details here? They will not charge anything from your account, okay? But for confirmation, they ask you to provide your either debit card details or credit card details, okay? You need to give the credit card or debit card details here, and you need to give here expiration date of your card and card holder name and a CVV number. So backside of your card, CVV 3-digit number, you need to give here, right? Go down here. Once you give this, verify and continue. Click on this. So they ask you to provide PAN card. Don't give PAN card. So no, you can select no. Don't click on yes, select no. Okay. So click on verify and continue. So after that, you will get one OTP. You will get one OTP to your mobile. So that you need to enter here. Once you enter and submit, what will happen? From your account, 2 rupees will be deducted. 2 rupees will be deducted. That 2 rupees will be reverted after 1 week. That 2 rupees will be reverted to your account after 1 week. Right? Yeah. Finally, you need to give here. So captcha, this captcha, whatever captcha they are showing here, the security check code, you need to enter here and click on confirm this. Send SMS. Right? Yeah. So account will be activated. So here the confirmation code also you need to give here. Once you give this, account will be activated. Okay. Yeah. So this account is 1 year free. Unknowingly, they will not charge anything from your account. They will not charge anything. Right? Whatever limitations available, whatever limitations we have in AWS account, that services we have to use. Storage 30 GB, servers 750 hours, right? Elastic IPs 3 IPs. So like that, whatever limitations are there, whatever free services are there, those we have to use. If you use the paid services, what will happen? Whatever free services are there that we have to use, right? In this is free tier account, free tier account. So we have to use free tier services only. So if you use paid services, what will happen? Anyone? Yeah.
Will
So
We
charge,
have to pay after that.
money will be deducted from the account.
we'll get emails. We'll get emails. So you have this much of bill happened. So please clear this bill. They will send some emails. Okay. So if you give response and if you say like I'm using only test servers, I'm student, could you please revert? They will revert. They will make it as 0. If you don't give response, what will happen? They wait for 1 month, 2 months, and third month. Third month, what will happen? What will happen? They block the account. That's it. They don't
Yeah,
charge
terminate.
anything, right? So they suspend your account. AWS account will be stopped. You cannot use. That's it. They don't charge anything. If your account is stopped, account is freezed, what we can do? We can create one more account by using another email address. To avoid that issues, we need to use properly, right? So should not use paid services. You can use free services only. So what are the free services available? How can we use them? I'll show you. I'll explain. Okay. Yeah. In test lab, we need to use the free services only. Should not use paid services. Clear, right? Everyone? Yeah. So make sure everyone should create an account today itself. Okay. Yeah. So you need to walk through the you need to review the console. So what are the services available? I'll show you how can we walk through the console. What are the services available? What are the free services available? How can we use the services? We'll try to understand. Fine. Yeah. So once we create the account, once account is activated, next what we have to do? Again, go back to console, a browser, give same URL, aws.amazon.com. Now click on sign in. Click on sign in. Yeah. Now here it is asking you to give root user or IAM user, right? So what is root user? Root user is a admin user, our primary user, our own user, right? So normally in real-time projects we don't use root user. We always use IAM user. IAM full form is identity and access management, right? So everyone should use their own user, which is IAM user. Root is the administrator, right? So in our test lab, we select root only. We don't use IAM. In our test lab, we select root only, root user only. Select your root user here and give your email address here, whatever email address you have. Click on next. Now you can give the password here. Whatever password you add it to your account, right? Custom password you need to give here. Enter. Now I am able to access my console. See here, this is my AWS console. This is the home page. Clear, right, everyone? So I provide you this document. Everyone should follow this, and you can create the account today itself. So once we start working on services, everyone should practice. So today, tomorrow, just walk through the console, just review the console for easy understanding. Once we start working on the services, yeah, we'll move forward, right? That is why first you need to understand the console, right? So this is the cloud platform.
Wonderful.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
If we cross 30 GB, what will happen, sir? What
Right.
we have to do?
Yes. You need to use the limit. You need to use the free tier account. What I'm saying, which I explained here, and 30 GB. Once you complete your practice, you need to delete the services. We need to use properly. Whatever limitations are there, that we need to use properly. For example, I created one server today. I completed my practice. I can delete that. The billing will be stopped. The hours will not count. The GB will not count. Right? Yeah. So whatever storage you are using, once you complete the activity, you can delete that. Once you complete the practice, you can delete that. Right? I'll show you that how to use that limitations, how to use the services. I'll show you.
Hi Ram, this is Anudeep.
Yeah. Anudeep, yes.
In real time, who will create this account?
In real-time projects.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So in real-time projects, we use the real console. We don't create any account. We directly connect to the real console, cloud console. We don't need to
And
create any
one
account.
okay. And one more thing, is this admin side project or development side we are learning?
This is not a developing. This is not admin. This is the DevOps engineer, cloud engineer role.
Okay, okay,
Okay. Cloud engineer
okay,
role.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Is 30 GB free account only for Indian customers or some other any customers? Anyone can use. Anyone can use. Yeah. Now, once we create the account, once we log into the account, next one. So this is my login ID. This is my user ID, not login ID. User ID. Okay. Yeah. So now click on this. Once I click on this, see here. This is my account ID. My account ID. Every account will have one ID, right? So if you want to check your account information, click on account. Click on account. It will show you account information. So yeah, this is my account ID, account name, password, so phone number, address. You can check all these things, whatever you have in your account. So if you want to check the, yeah, so this is my account information, right? Next one, organization. Your organization information you can check here. Your organization information. So service quotas, what are the limitations you have? You can check here. Okay. Next one, billing dashboard. Billing dashboard. Click on this. Your billing dashboard. See here. So this is the billing dashboard. Here, if you want to check the previous month bills, you can check here. So this is the current month forecasting, current month bill. So go back to bills. If you want to check the previous month bills, May month, how much happened? See here, this is the billing. Before that, nothing is there, zero. Nothing is there, right? So this is the way we can check. If you want to check the bills, you can check like this. You can download also. You can download bills here. Okay. Now, next one, security credentials. So if you want to change your account password, go here and you can change your password. You can modify your account information in this security credentials. Okay. Next one, settings. Your account settings. Click on this settings. Your account settings. If you want to modify any settings, you can set. You can modify here. Okay. It is not showing anything. Yeah, normally, yeah. Account settings. Next one. So these are the regions. Next tab here. These are the regions. What is region? Yesterday we discussed. What is region? Anyone? Data center, right? Region
Location
is
of the
a,
data.
yeah, region is a geographical location that is a data center, right? So what is data center? What is data center, anyone?
Collection of
Group of
servers.
servers.
Where we host all the
Server room.
servers.
But
It's a
yeah,
Server room.
server room, right? Where we host all the servers, where we host all the resources, right? Yeah. So these are the different data centers available. So US East North Virginia, US East Oregon, Ohio, US West North California, US West Oregon, right? So these are the America's regions, America's data centers. These are the Asia Pacific, Mumbai, Osaka, Seoul, Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo. These are the Asia Pacific. So this is the Canada Central region. These are the Europe regions, Frankfurt, Ireland, London, Paris. These are all the Europe regions. So this is the South America region. These are all the data centers across the globe. AWS is configured. AWS data centers. So this 10 regions not enabled for this account. 10 regions. Free tier, right? We are using free tier, right? So these regions not enabled here. Okay. Even Hyderabad also. Here, see here. Hyderabad also available. Okay. Yeah. Now, next one. So here we have there is a support icon. Support. So what is support? Click on this. So when you click on this, it is showing support center. Support center. Okay. So what is support center? So currently the data centers vendors they are managing. We are not managing data center, right? So earlier, 8 years back, 10 years back, we used to handle our own data centers in our office premises, right? So in our office we have data center in Gachibowli, right? So in that only few servers are there. Earlier we used to handle 1,000 servers. Currently very few servers are there because all the applications migrated to cloud, right? So currently we are using cloud data centers. We are not using our own data centers, right? So that is why something, for example, any physical issues are there in the servers. We cannot handle. We need to raise a ticket with the vendor only. We need to get the help from vendor only, right? So in AWS, so 80% of the work will be taken care by vendor only, AWS vendor. Other 20% we have to take care. As a DevOps engineer, as a cloud engineer, so we have to take care of 20% of the activities, 20% of the roles we perform. So 80% of the activities will be taken care by cloud vendor only, right? So because they maintain in the, they handle the physical servers, server rooms, physical data centers, right? Yeah. So here there is a help, right? Support tab. For example, I'm getting some issues with the networking. I'm getting issues with the server. What we have to do? First, we can check in the console. We can check the issue is not resolved. Unable to resolve the issue. We need to raise a case with the AWS, right? So how can we raise a case with AWS? Click on support tab here. Account and billing issues are technical issues. Account and billing. You can select this. If you have any technical issues, select this. Now click on create case. click on create case. Once you click on this, it will ask you to provide the description, your email address, your information, issue information, right? You need to update all these things and we need to submit. Once you submit, that will go to AWS. They will receive the request and they check the issue. Okay, not only in AWS, in Azure, Google Cloud also, same way you can raise the case with the vendor because physical data centers they are handling, right? So yeah, we cannot check physically if any issues happen. That is why we need to get the help from AWS. Clear, right? Yeah. Next one, expert help. So what is this? Yeah. So this is mainly for priority customers. Priority customers. So customers, priority customers also will be there, right? So they will have more billing, extra billing. Normally, what we will do, we work with client project. We work with client project, US client, UK client, right? So the UK client or US client, they get the cloud platform from AWS. That platform will maintain, right? So they pay something to the AWS to get the resources. We will handle that consoles. Okay. So this expert help, priority customers will get that help. So priority customers they pay extra billing. By the time what will happen here, they get direct access to the AWS. So they can directly call them phone calls without raising the cases tickets. So when you raise the ticket, so every ticket will have SLA. Within the SLA, the issue will be resolved. But expert help means you can directly call them. That is priority customers, right? Yeah. So this post, yeah, go ahead. Instant support, yes. Yeah. So post. So this is we'll discuss later. Next one, documentation. So if you click on this documentation, here you can find all the documents here. You can find all the documentation. So these are the official documents, official documentation. See here, these are all products available. Now, for example, I required Amazon EC2 document. Click on this. When I click on this, if I want to open this document in HTML or PDF, I can click on this and I can open. Click on PDF. See here. This is the official document. So which is see here. Everything is available here. Sign up for an AWS account. How to sign up also we can get. Yeah, step by step, right? And how to launch instance. Launch instance means create instance server, right? So connect your instance. How can we connect your instance? Clean up your instance. Step by step, all the things are available here. All the steps available. This is official documentation. So if you want to download this document, click on this tab, download tab. You can download this. Okay. Yeah. Next one, training. What is training? Yeah, AWS provide you some trainings. Sometimes they launch new services. By the time they provide you trainings, sometimes they give some offers, festival offers. They give some trainings. Okay. So by the time click on this training, go down here. So whatever free trainings are available, that we can enroll and we can attend. See here, digital training, classroom training, different trainings are there. See here. Migrating to AWS, enroll now. This is not free. So whatever free available that you can enroll. Here they will show you free. The free trainings you can enroll and you can attend. These are all trainings. Right? Next one, getting started resource center. What is this? Click on this. Go down here. So along with the AWS services, we get some partner solutions also. Partner solutions. See here. Application integration, development strategy, containers, storage, databases. We'll get all this. Along with the AWS services, we get other services also, which we can say getting started resource center. Okay. Next one, send feedback. Whatever services we are using for that usage, for that services, we can provide the feedback to the AWS to improve the service. Sometimes, for example, I'm working on some server. I got some issues. I face some issues. I can give feedback here. So the service is not good, unable to connect the servers, unable to handle the data, unable to check the resources. Or else, if you have any, if you have any good feedback, you can update good feedback. Okay. So AWS services are very core services. So AWS is giving very high performance, high availability, high security, right? So whatever services we are using in AWS, those are highly scalable, highly available compared to Azure and GCP. AWS services having very good higher speed, performance wise is good. So bit costlier also compared to AWS and Azure. So we have nearly 26 more clouds are there in the market. 26 more clouds are there. Why this many clouds required here? We have AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. These are the popular clouds, right? So we have another clouds also: DigitalOcean, Fastly, Heroku, IBM Cloud, Ali Cloud, Oracle Cloud, right? Why this many clouds required here? In Hyderabad, we have so many supermarkets, right? DMart is there, Vijata supermarket is there, More is there, Ratnadeep is there. Why we require this many supermarkets?
Cost saving.
Demand.
Quality and costing. Quality, costing, right? Same way, we have so many platforms are available, right? So AWS is bit costlier, quality wise very good quality. That is why AWS occupied 33% of the market share, right? So quality wise, excellent AWS, but bit costlier also, right? So when you go to branded showrooms, bit costlier, very good quality, right? Same way AWS also very good quality and bit costlier also, right? Yeah. Now next one. So this is the notification symbol. So when you are working on any activities, any issues happened, will get notified in this notification. So click on this. Currently, I think we don't have any notifications here. See here, zero open issues, zero schedule changes, zero other notifications, no notifications. See logs, event logs. If you want to check the logs, you can click on the logs. You can see some logs here. See here, these are the logs are available. Okay, yeah. Next one, this is the shell, cloud shell symbol. Shell means command line. Command line. I'll show you the shell also. Okay, while working on some troubleshooting activities, while working on resources, we connect shell also, command line also. Okay, yeah. Now next one. So if you check here, services, right? So what are the services available here? I will try to understand now. Click on services. See here, analytics, application integration, AWS cost management, blockchain, business applications, compute, containers, different services are there, right? Yeah. Now, if you want to create any server in real-time projects, normally always as a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer, we create servers. So what is our role as a cloud engineer, as a DevOps engineer? What we will do in real-time projects? We create infrastructure, we maintain the infrastructure. What is infrastructure? Servers, storage, network, right? so that we can create and we can hand over to project developers. They start the development. That is one of the role. And another role is automation. You can automate the activities, right? So creating servers like 1,000 servers required, for example, you can create immediately. And if you want to merge the code, you can merge. If you want to pull the code, you can pull by using DevOps tools, right? So our role is creating infrastructure, maintaining the infrastructure, and also automate the activities. Excuse me. Yeah. So currently, earlier 10 years back, for example, 10 years back, admins used to handle the infrastructure. Admins, right? So currently there is no admin roles. Admins already gone. Admins already gone. So I started my career as a admin in 2005. I started my career as a admin in 2005 as a Linux admin. Okay. So I worked with one of the MNC company. I started my career with one MNC company, which is Verizon Data Services. Verizon. I joined as a fresher in Verizon Data Services in 2005 November. So I worked with the company 8 years. Verizon Data Services, right? Yeah. So by the time admin roles having very high demand, by the time currently there is no admins. Admins already gone. Yeah. Linux admin. By the time Linux admin, I started my career as. Okay. Yeah. So currently admin roles not there, right? Admins, whoever working as a admin, whoever working as a Linux admin or Windows admin or Citrix admins or VMware admin, they are switching to cloud role, DevOps role. Even developers also switching to DevOps role, cloud role. So because everywhere automation, everywhere automation, we are not using physical servers. We are not using physical data centers. That is why everyone they are migrating to cloud role, DevOps role, right? Yeah, currently very high demand is there for cloud engineers and DevOps engineers, right? Yeah. So here, what we will do, we create servers, we create storages, we create network, and we can hand over to project. They start the development. That is one of the role, right? Yeah, to create server. So in AWS, we'll call it as EC2 instance. Server, we can call it as EC2 instance. Elastic Compute Cloud instance. EC2 full form is Elastic Compute Cloud, right? So if you want to create EC2 instance, go to services, click on compute, click on EC2. This we will start day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll show you. I'm just giving overview. Click on EC2. Yeah, once you click on EC2, here running instances, nothing is there. You click on this here. Yeah. So currently I'm in North Virginia region. I want to change to Ohio region. In Ohio region, I have some servers. I'll show you that. If you want to change the region, just click here and change. See here, these are the servers available in my console in Ohio, US East 2 region. I have Jenkins server and Docker server also. These are in stopped state. What is stopped? Stopped means shut down, right? So here, these are the options available. Stopped means shut down. Terminate means delete. Okay. Yeah. Start instance means whatever server is stopped, that we can start. Reboot instance. Reboot means restart, right? Hibernate instance. This I'll explain later. Okay. Yeah. Different options are there here. Okay. So these are the existing servers already available in my console. If you want to create an instance, click on launch instance. Once you click on launch instance, it will ask you to provide the configuration. How much RAM required, how much CPU required, so what is the operating system required, it will ask you to provide. You need to provide all these things, then click on submit. Once you submit, instance will be created. That we will see later. Okay, so this is just overview. Next one, click on services. This is compute service, right? Next one, go down here. Important services we are discussing now. So management and governance. What is management and governance? Click on this. See here. Here we have CloudTrail, CloudWatch, two services are there. These two are monitoring tools. CloudTrail, CloudWatch. These two are monitoring tools. What is monitoring? Why we require monitoring? For example, I'm working on some server, database server or production server. Okay, server is getting a performance issue. So for that server, we attach one monitoring tool to monitor the server. If any issues are happened, we get notified through email. This CloudWatch or CloudTrail. So CloudWatch, what is CloudWatch? This is a infrastructure monitoring. This is a console monitoring, AWS console monitoring. So we configure CloudWatch. Whenever any issues happen with the server, CloudWatch will send you emails so that we can log into the server, we can check the issue. For example, we are staying in apartments, right? If anyone visited your apartment, if they ask you to meet you, for example, one visitor came to apartment, very first thing what will happen? Check with watchman. He will inform you. Security person inform you, right? So directly they don't go to your home, right? The person is knowing person, that is different scenario. Known person or frequently coming person, that is different. So normally security person will check. So why or where you are going, they will check. They will inform you, right? So the same way, this monitoring tools, this tool will monitor your server. If any issues happen, it will inform to you, so that we can log into the server and we can check the issues, errors. Okay, yeah, this is a CloudWatch and a CloudTrail. These two are very important monitoring tools in AWS. We'll go deep dive. These tools will go deep dive, right? So along with this, one more service is there, which is auto scaling, AWS auto scaling. What is scaling, anyone? What is scaling? Scale,
Increase the instances or decrease the instances.
right? Scale is nothing but, yeah, we can increase the resources whenever needed, right? So here it is say, yeah, here we have auto scaling. Automatically it will increase, right? Yeah, so I give you some example here. So AWS auto scaling. Currently, we are using applications, different applications like, for example, IRCTC. We are using IRCTC, right? So this is a ticketing system, right? So when you want to book any ticket, normally we log in into IRCTC and we can book the ticket, right? So IRCTC team, what they will do, they configure some servers to maintain this application. Backend, they configure some servers, right? So, for example, yeah, backend they have some calculation. Backend they have some calculation, like for example, last month they got 20 requests. For example, so thousands of requests they received, right? So last month they got 20 requests. Before month they got 25 requests. Before that they got 28 requests. Before that they got 30 requests. For example, okay. So whatever highest value is there, based on the highest value, they configure the servers here to maintain the application, IRCTC application. Everyone following, right? Online guys,
Yes, no.
Yes.
fine. So IRCTC is the government side. So still they are using manual process. They haven't configured auto scaling, right? Yeah. So whatever highest value is there, so based on that they configure the servers. So they configure 3 servers here. So each server can handle 30 requests only, right? Sorry, 10 requests. 10 into 3, right? Yeah. So if the servers are getting 30 requests, they can easily handle the requests, right? Yeah. So In normal time, we get the request like this. But Tatkal time, what will happen? Tatkal time. Tatkal starts at 10 o'clock, right? Or 11 o'clock, right? This 10 and 11, I don't
We'll
know.
get more, yeah, more requests.
Yeah. So
Server
when
get
Tatkal
crashed.
starts, yeah. When Tatkal starts, what will happen? Immediately, it will increase to 100 requests. What will happen? Servers they cannot manage. That is why we get session timeouts. Page cannot be displayed. We get errors, right? Yeah. So when Tatkal starts, heavy requests will come. They cannot manage, right? Yeah. So first come first serve. Whoever having very good internet connectivity, broadband connectivity, so quickly if they try to book the ticket, they can get the tickets. First come first serve. So limited tickets will be there, right? So within 5 minutes, tickets will be gone, right? So this is the government side. So they are managing, they are following old process only. So they haven't implemented the auto scaling here, right? So for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. So normally when Tatkal starts by 10 o'clock, within 5 minutes the tickets will be gone, right? Yeah. So for that 5 minutes, they don't increase the servers. They don't increase the applications here. They don't increase the load because that is government side. If they increase the servers, if they increase the resources, they need to buy the license again. They need to recruit the admin to maintain the servers. So that is why they are not increasing. Now, for example, let us take one more example here, which is Flipkart. In Flipkart people give some offers, right? So festival offer, New Year offer, mobile offers, laptop offers, 50% off sometimes, right? Yeah, in 2020, they gave one offer. So they gave mobile offer 50%, 50% off. Maybe that was Samsung mobile something, some model. Okay, so they gave 50% off 22,000 mobile. So they gave 50% off 11,000 only by the time. So by the time they expected 15,000 users, 15,000 requests they receive, 15,000 mobiles will be sold out. Like that they expected. But actual turn up was 25,000. 25,000 users tried to book the mobile. By the time no one got mobiles, site was not open. Okay, site was crashed, right? So immediately they implemented the auto scaling for Flipkart, right? Yeah. So if the auto scaling is configured, what will happen? What will happen? So in auto scaling, we create some threshold. We create some threshold. What is threshold? Limit, right? So for example, in auto scaling, how can we configure? So
Bo-
I'm handling,
bottleneck.
yeah, yeah, I'm handling one project, which is a Middle East project, Abu Dhabi project. In that we configure auto scaling. So how we configure? So whenever CPU utilization reaches to 60%, CPU utilization reaches to 60%. So normally CPU will be utilized 40%, 30%, right? So for example, if you check your CPU utilization, if you want to check, click on Task Manager here. This is my CPU utilization, 8%, 10%, 15% like that. So normally servers also utilize the CPU maximum 30%, 40% like that. Normal utilization. So what we are doing here, we are creating some threshold, which is whenever CPU utilization reaches to 60%, so the server is utilizing 60%, what will happen? More requests are coming in, more burden is happening on the server. So we are creating one threshold like, so whenever CPU utilization reaches to 60%, automatically auto scaling will check and it will add one new server here. So yeah, whatever servers already configured, These are the, we can say, these are the base servers. These are the base servers. So these servers are handling 30 requests. The more requests are coming in, what will happen? CPU utilization will be increased, right? So automatically, auto scaling will add one more server here. Auto scaling will add one more server, new server here. Okay. So whenever CPU utilization is less than 50%, whenever CPU utilization is less than 60%, less than 50%, automatically whatever servers are added, additional servers, those will be removed, right? So whenever CPU utilization reaches to 60%, automatically servers will be added like this. Why we need to add the servers? To maintain our application up and running fine, right? If the CPU utilization reaches to 90%, 100%, application will be down, business will be impacted. That is why auto scaling, what it will do, auto scaling, it will monitor, it will adjust automatically the resources to maintain your application up and running fine, right? So in Abu Dhabi project, we configure like this. Whenever CPU utilization reaches to 60%, automatically servers will be added like this. Yes, limits will be there, limitation will be there. So I'll show you practically. So while working on auto scaling, I'll show you practically what is the limitation, how to configure the limitation, how many servers maximum we can add, right? Yeah. So how many servers, base servers we can use, that we will see practically. Okay. Yeah. So whenever there is no demand, so less than 50%, automatically whatever servers are added, these will be removed. This will be deleted. But if the servers are removed, what about data? Data image, right? So backend we connect some storage. Okay, in that data will be saved. Okay. So while working on auto scaling, we'll go deep dive. So this is very core concept, very important concept. Okay. So auto scaling automatically monitors and adjusts compute resources to maintain your application up and running. For example, in our home there is a birthday function. We invited 200 people, but 500 people attended. What happened? We cannot serve the food, right, within the time frame. Same way, in our home, yeah, when the function is happening, so we invited 300 people, only 100 people attended. What will happen? Food will be wasted, right? Same way, same situation for servers also, right? So IRCTC team, if they add 100 servers here, resource will be wasted. If they add 3 servers, they cannot manage. To avoid that, auto scaling will help you to manage your application. Whenever needed, auto scaling add the servers. Whenever we don't require, it will remove the servers. That is why what will happen? Cost will be saved. Unnecessary cost will not be happened. Business will not be impacted here, right? So auto scaling automatically add the servers, remove the servers, right? So while configuring auto scaling, what we will do, we configure notifications. Whenever server is added or removed, we get notified through email, right? So that we can check. That we'll see practically. We'll work on that practically. Clear, right, everyone? So this is just overview. So practically, we'll see this while working on auto scaling. Yeah. So account you can create today. I provide you document in the group. AWS account you can create, everyone. Yeah, just walk through the console. You can walk through the console. What are the data centers available? What are the services available? Just walk through the console. Yeah, tomorrow also we work on this console. So day after tomorrow we'll start the services one by one. How to create servers, how to create storage, how to create network, how can we connect resources, how can we utilize. Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome back. Yeah, can you see my screen, everyone? Everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, Ram.
Yeah. Sure.
Fine. So everyone created the account, AWS account. Any challenges, anyone? Any issues while creating account? If the account is not created, you can create by today itself. Okay. So because yeah, this console interaction is very, very important, right? Once we start working on services, we need to practice daily basis, right? So from tomorrow onwards, we are going to work on services, how to create instances, how can we connect instances, how can we deploy the packages and instances, right? Yeah, so tomorrow onwards we'll start working on that. So today also we can walk through the console, what are the things available, we'll try to understand today. Fine. Yeah, daily basis everyone should practice. Today also same link is allowed from tomorrow onwards. So make sure everyone should add into the group. So tomorrow onwards the link will not work. This link will not work. Okay. So tomorrow link will be changed. Yeah. So let us go and yeah, walk through the console. So few more services are there, important services I wanted to show you. So before going to work on services, yeah. So aws.ms is the URL. So click on sign into the console. Give the email address. So you need to select root account only. Give the email address. Now give password. Now I'm able to log in into my console. Can you mute everyone? Some background noise is coming here. Can you mute everyone? Yeah. So we already gone through, we already walked through compute services EC2, Sheikh and Benewal. So can you mute yourself? Some background noise is coming here. Yeah. Fine. So compute services and management and governance, monitoring services, auto scaling, right? We discussed already, right? Yeah. So today, first we are going through networking services. Okay, networking. So here we have VPC. So what is network? What is networking? Anyone? Yesterday we discussed. Day before yesterday we discussed, right? What is networking? What is network? It's a communication between yeah devices or servers, right? Yeah. So here by using VPC we can create our network, right? So VPC is a virtual private cloud. So in real-time projects we use our own network, custom network. So why we require custom network to control the inbound and outbound traffic, right? So you can customize our network. Fine. So I give you a few examples here. AWS regions and zones. So current now we are talking about VPC. So where we create VPC and what is region, what is zone. So why we require regions, zones, we'll try to understand. Okay. Yeah. For example, this is our data center. This is our Mumbai data center, for example. So this is Mumbai data center. What is data center, anyone? What is data center?
Collection of
Data
servers.
servers.
Here we host all the
Every
servers.
Server room.
Yeah,
where
server
we
room, right?
host all the servers.
Yeah, fine. So in Mumbai data center, we have this is the data center. Is it? Yeah, this is Mumbai region. Region is a data center. Okay, so Mumbai region is a data center. Fine. So instead of the yeah, you can say Mumbai region here. Region is a data center. Yeah. So under this region, again we'll be having availability zones. Availability zones. So Mumbai region is the main data center. So under this data center, again we have another data centers which we can call it as availability zones. So this is a availability zone, zone 2A and a 2B and 2C. Right. So this is Hyderabad availability zone, for example. This is Hyderabad. This is Bangalore. This is Chennai. Three different availability zones. Okay. Yeah. So what is availability zone? What is the use of availability zone? We'll try to understand now. Okay. So region is a main data center. Under this region, we have availability zones. What is availability zone? What is the use of availability zone? We'll try to understand. Fine. Yeah. Availability zone also a data center. Region is a data center. Availability zone also a data center. What is the use of availability zones? What is availability zone? So availability zones are, we can say, DR data centers. What is DR data center? What is DR? Disaster recovery data center. These DR, these three data centers are disaster recovery data centers, right? Yeah. So I give you a small example here. In 2016, major floods happened in Chennai. Major floods happened. By the time most of the IT area affected, most of the IT companies shut down. So everywhere water, right? Yeah. So in companies, data centers also water flowing by the time, right? Yeah. By the time most of the IT companies shut down, most of the data centers also shut down, right? Yeah. By the time our AWS data center also shut down. If the data center is shut down, this Chennai data center is shut down, whatever applications are running on this data center, whatever servers are running on this data center, whatever databases are running on this data center, everything will be shut down, right? So that what will happen? Client business will be impacted, right? So when the data center is down, client business will be impacted. Fine? Yeah. So this data centers normally, when they want to build data centers, they check 100 years of historical data. If any floods are happening frequently, any earthquakes are happening, any terror attacks are happening, so they check all these things before configuring these data centers, before establish the data center, right? Yeah. So few years back, they planned one data center in Vizag, Visakhapatnam. So after Udut, they cancelled that. Udut happened, right, in Vizag. Major, yeah, that is major disaster happened in Vizag. So after that, they cancel that in Vizag and they move to Kolkata. So one more data center is in Kolkata currently, right? Yeah. So these data centers are very critical data centers. So this we can access from anywhere, globally accessible, right? Yeah. So if the Chennai data center is down, whatever database are running, whatever applications are running, everything will be down, right? Yeah. So if the applications are down, definitely client business will be impacted. That is why to avoid that, this data centers will help you, DR data centers. So in case one data center is down, what will happen? Automatically, the applications, the databases, the servers will be accessible from nearby edge location, other data center, right? So here, every 2 minutes, the data will be replicated from one data center to other data centers. These are the DR data centers, right? Yeah. So within these three data centers, the data will be replicated like this every 2 minutes. Okay. So in case one data center is down, Chennai is down, data will be accessible from Hyderabad. Data will be accessible on Bangalore. So when the Chennai data center was down, by the time, so by the time when floods happened, by the time our employees, Chennai employees, they moved from Chennai to Hyderabad, they work from here, right? So by the time the applications accessible from Hyderabad, all the applications. So whoever working on that applications, they don't know which from where we are accessing, right? So automatically it will switch. So this configurations will be configured by AWS only. We don't need to worry about. So this region configurations, zone configurations, configured by AWS only. You don't need to worry about. Okay. So under this availability zone, what we will do as a DevOps engineer, we create one VPC that will be taken care by DevOps engineers. VPC network, our own network. So instead of the large network, we can create our own network, custom network, right? So for example, in Hyderabad data center availability zone, so multiple projects, multiple companies, they use the resources, right? So to customize, to secure our resources, we create our own VPC. What is VPC? Anyone? Virtual private cloud, our own network. Here we create VPC and we'll maintain the VPC, right? Yeah. So VPC is a isolated network. So normally other project teams, other companies, they cannot enter into our VPC. So firewalls will be there, right? We can protect our VPC, our network. So inside of this VPC, we create subnets, subnetting. What is subnet, anyone? Subnets already discussed. Inside of this VPC, we create subnets.
Small network.
Subnetwork.
Small networks, yeah.
Subnet is a subnetwork or small network, right? So when we talk about subnets, subnets are two types: public subnet and also private subnet. This is entry question. What is subnet? What is the use of subnet? Types of subnet. So public subnet and also private subnet. What is public subnet? Anyone? Anyone having idea? So in public subnet, what we will do? We host public servers. We host public servers. Private subnets, we host private servers. In public servers, we host public applications like google.com, Facebook, YouTube. These are all public applications. So whatever applications we can access through internet, those are public applications, right? But private subnets, private servers, in private servers, we host private applications, right? Which are internal applications within the organization, right? Like time card entries, time card entries. What is time card, anyone? Time card application. What is time card?
Login and logout
Attendance.
timing.
Attendance, right? So
We
attendance.
calculate
Simply
the hours.
swipe in, swipe out,
Yes.
right? Attendance, right? And leave management system. Leave management system. So when you want to apply leave, we can use the internal application to apply the leave in our nation. And Outlook. Outlook is the email system. So Outlook is also internal application. So communicators like Teams, Skype for Business, those are all internal applications. Those we can host on private servers. So public servers we can access through internet. Private servers, how can we access? Through intranet. Public servers we can access through internet. Private servers we can access through intranet, right? So for example, when you join into the project, you get one laptop, right? If you want to connect your office network, how can you connect? Anyone?
VPN.
Through VPN, right? So from your laptop, First, we need to connect VPN. What is VPN? Virtual Private Network. So this VPN will allow you to connect your office network, your private network, right? Yeah. So VPN is a server. VPN is a server. So by using VPN, we can connect our private network, right? Yeah. So the same way, if you want to connect your private applications, we need to connect through intranet within the organization only. Okay. Here there is a interview question. Yeah. So what is subnet? Types of subnets. What is the use of subnet? Subnet is a sub network, small network instead of the large network. So why we require subnets? Why we require subnets? For example, we have 1,000 servers are there, 1,000 servers, right? So in which 300 servers are development servers, 300 servers are QA servers, testing servers, 400 servers are prod servers, production servers, right? Yeah. So if you configure all the servers in one subnet, one network, right? So normally in production servers we use database servers, DB servers, right? Yeah. So DB servers normally we should not allow inbound traffic. If you allow inbound traffic to the DB servers, what will happen? There may be chances to leak the data, right? Used data sets will be there on DB servers. So that is why to control the inbound traffic, we use the sub networks, small networks. So when we create subnet, so the subnet range will be different that we cannot directly enter, right? Yeah. So that is why subnets will help you to control the inbound, outbound traffic. Fine. Yeah. So these subnets are critical production normally in real-time projects. So development and testing and pre-prod and production different subnets we create. Okay, we restrict the traffic. For example, this is one room, right? So your class is going on. So there one more room is there. Their class is going on, right? We customize this room, right? So if you open this doors, what will happen? Noise will be happen, right? Yeah. To customize our space, we create room here. The same way to customize our servers resources, our network, we create the subnet. Understand, right, everyone? Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of the data center availability zone, we create our own network, which is VPC. Under VPC, we create our subnets, small networks. Under subnets, we create the servers. Instead of the servers, we host our applications, right? So this we will see practically. Practically, we create the VPC, and under VPC, we can create subnets. Subnets under subnets, we can create public servers, private servers also. We can test it out. So public servers we can access through internet. Private servers we cannot access through internet. That is the difference here. Okay. Private servers you can access through intranet. Clear, right? So this is very important concept, very core concept in AWS networking concept. This will take 2 days. Okay. So practically we'll work on this. Fine. Yeah. Any questions here? Anyone? Before moving to next one. Next important concepts.
Ram, I have one question. So,
Yeah. Go ahead,
uh,
please.
whenever we are creating the VPCs, right? So, we are creating VPC in each of the DR data center, or how does it work?
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. So what we are seeing here one VPC is there in Hyderabad location, for example. That VPC replicate to the other zones also, entire VPC.
Okay,
In case
so it
Hyderabad
will
is down,
replicate.
yes, entire VPC will be replicated, right? So in case Hyderabad is down, our data will be accessible from Bangalore or Chennai, right? Yeah. So here Hyderabad, we have one data center in high-tech city area, backside of TCS, AWS data center, right?
Okay, and this is kind of done by the AWS itself. We don't have to configure VPCs for each and every different locations? We just
No, no,
create in
not
one zone? Okay.
yeah, not required. You get only one VPC. So maintaining VPC is very high pricing. That is why, yeah. So one more interview question. Normally, interviewers ask you how many VPCs you have in your project. That is very common question, right? To test if you have hands-on or not, they will ask this question: how many VPCs you have in your project? Okay, you need to say at one or two VPCs only. Should not tell more than that. If you tell 10 VPCs, 15 VPCs, they easily understand. You don't have any hands-on experience. Okay. So when I take interviews few weeks back, so one guy told that we have 12 VPCs in our project. Okay. So questions will be increased. So what are the environments you have? How many servers you have? What are the project you are handling? Like that, questions will be increased, right? So maintaining VPCs are heavy pricing. That is why every project team they use one or two VPCs only, right? So if you have two VPCs, one is development VPC, one is production VPC, right? So that is very important question. Okay, yeah.
Sir, I have one question. Could you please repeat this subnet part? I missed it actually. I'm not able to understand. Means like I mean
Right,
to say like why public subnet and private subnet? Because you said like you can have only one subnet and you can work it out, but you said like we have to
right,
segregate it through public and private. Could you please repeat that?
right. Yeah, subnet is a subnetwork first of all, right? So why we require public subnet? Why we require private subnet? Okay, so public subnet, we host public applications on public servers, which are like applications like um, company portals, company portals, right? Job portals, company website, right? That they host in public servers. So private applications they host in private servers, private subnet, which are leave management system, time card entries, email system, email application, and the communicators, internal communicators. They host in private servers. So, for example, this is company website. See here, I am able to access through internet, right? So this is my previous organization. Yeah, previously worked with this organization. This is a public application, right? So through internet we can access this, right? But internal applications, time card entries, timecard.capgemini.com. This will not be accessible through internet. So when I update my time card, time sheets, so daily basis we update time sheets in real-time projects. Sorry? Yeah, this is internal application. Yes. Internal applications. Yeah, within the organization you can access that. Once you connect your company, your project, your organization network through VPN, then only this will be accessible. Once you connect a VPN, VPN will allow you to enter into your private network, right? Yeah. Clear, right? Someone asked this question.
Yes, sir, it's clear. So, sir, one more question on that only. Like, so when you're creating the VPC, so at that moment, like, is it a must? Like, we have to get the subnet only then the things will work, or like without subnet also. Imagine we have VPC and it is going to work, or like we must have the subnet as well.
Right. So subnet is mandatory. Subnet is mandatory. Subnetting. So every small startup companies also they're using subnetting. If you have VPC, definitely subnet is also required. If you don't have VPC, not required. Subnet not required. Right?
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Anyone?
Sir, can you explain that intranet?
Intranet, right? So intranet is nothing but within the organization, within the range. within the range, right? So they can communicate within within your project. So intranet means that is your own private network. In that, no one can enter. If you want to enter from your laptop, office laptop, first you need to connect your VPN server. VPN server is a layer, security layer. That will allow you to connect your office network. That is intranet. Intranet means private network, your own network, office network.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi Ram, I have one question. It is
Yeah.
continuation to the previous question. So let's say I'm creating one VPC, and under which you're saying this creating subnet is mandatory, but as per my organizational requirement, I don't want to use any public network. I just want to use it for the internal applications. So is there a
Okay.
possibility to use this VPC completely for the private network?
Yeah, that is possible as per the project requirement. Only required
Oh,
a private subnet, like yeah. So only internal applications you are using. You are not using any
yeah.
external application. That is why they can create private subnet within the VPC.
Got it. It can be other way around also, right? I can use it only for the public, and I cannot. I don't want to create any private.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Even
Yeah.
you can use public only also. Public
Okay.
subnet.
Thank you.
Hi, Ram.
Clear, right, everyone?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, currently I'm working in a project which we have four instances, dev instance, QA, and IND and production. Then
Okay.
how many VPCs will have?
So you can use one VPC also. Fine. Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Yeah. In one VPC, one subnet also you can use. Or else,
okay,
yeah, as per your requirement, you can create two VPCs and four subnets. As per the requirement, that is depending upon the project requirement. So currently we are
okay,
handling one project which is a DBS project, Singapore project in our nation. So they are using two VPCs. One is public VPC, one is private VPC. Not public, private. So two. One is the development VPC, production VPC. In that public subnet, private subnets also available. Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah, hi Ram. Still the doubt is not clear for me. Like as you said, we need to create VPC, right? And you have given the example of like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. For every 2 minutes, it will replicate. So if we create VPC at one location, then it is fine. It will replicate in the other as well.
Yeah, yeah. That is that is only the functionality here. DR data center means DR means disaster recovery. So entire VPC will replicate to other availability zone. When one zone is down, other zone will take care of the resources. So even though entire region also down, for example, entire Mumbai is down, our data will be accessible from Singapore, nearby edge location. So few months back, one of the data center was down in US. Main region was down. So one of the data center in US here, North California was down few months back. So by the time all the data accessible from North Virginia, right? Yeah. So even the
Okay.
entire region also down, nothing will be happen. Data will be accessible. That configurations will be taken care by AWS only. You don't need to worry about. So AWS is giving very high availability, high security. What is availability? High availability? Yes. So 24 by 7 without any single minute downtime, they provide the resources, right? So because, for example, yeah, banking data, for example, banking data, instance domains, right? Digital applications they are running, right? They are using, customers are using. If the applications are down, business will be impacted, right? And the security also, very high security they are providing, security. So when we are, yeah, when we want to access any applications, when we are connecting a cloud applications, cloud servers, cloud applications, through internet we can connect, right? Through internet. So internet is the most vulnerable network. That is why AWS is giving high security, high availability. Clear, right, everyone? Security is the first concern every customer raises before getting into the cloud platform, right? Next one.
Hi Ram.
Yeah.
So the VPCs will be created by region wise, correct? Not availability zone wise.
Yeah, we can select region. We can select region. But inside of the region, availability zone will be there, right? In that, our VPC will be created. That will replicate to the other availability zones.
So I mean that means so other availability zone also we have to create VPC, correct?
No, 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 no. Only one VPC is there. That will replicate to the other
Okay.
availability zones.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Next one, let us go through another service which is security, identity, and compliance. What is this? We'll try to understand. So here we have main important service which is IAM service. What is IAM? It's a identity and access management. Identity and access management. So when we join into the project, so we connect using IAM account only. We connect our infrastructure using IAM account only. IAM is a IAM is a identity access management. So by using IAM user only, we can access our applications. Okay. So in real-time projects, we don't use root account. So when we log in into the account, when we are trying to log into the account, so it is showing two options, right? Root user, IAM user, right? So in real-time projects, we don't use root user. We always use IAM user, right? From fresher to directors level, everyone use IAM account only, right? IAM, what is IAM? How to create IAM user? How can we assign roles to the IAM account, IAM users? We'll try to understand. We'll see that practically. How can we customize the roles? Next one, storage. See here. In storage, we have different services are there. See here. Yeah. So here, Elastic File System, S3, S3 Glacier, AWS Backup, right? So these are all important storages. Okay. Yeah. So let us go through a few things here. Important one. Very first important storage here is EBS volumes. EBS. EBS full form is Elastic Block Store. Elastic Block Store or storage. Elastic Block Store or block storage. EBS volumes. We can say EBS volumes. Okay. So these are very important volumes. So why we require these volumes? What is EBS volume? We'll try to understand. Yeah. So another one. Let us go through. EBS volumes first we discussed. After that, S3 also required here. S3. S3 is a simple storage service. Next one, EFS, Elastic File System, and Glacier, and Snapshot, and also AWS Backup. These are the storage services we are going to work on one by one. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, we can discuss about this EBS volume. What is EBS volume? So Elastic Block Storage is a block level storage. This is a block level storage. We can create the storage block by block from 1 GB to 1 GB to 16 TB. 16 TB. We can create block by block, and this storage we can attach to the EC2 instance. What is EC2 instance? It is a server. So tomorrow we start this service. Tomorrow we start EC2. Practically we'll see that how to create EC2 instance. So we create a block level storage and we can attach to the server EC2 instance, right? So this storage is very high performance storage. So the storage speed, we can say IOPS, input output per second, 100 by 3000. The speed of your drive, 100 by 3000, right? So this volume speed, IOPS 100 by 3000. So this EVS volumes, we use SSD drives. What is SSD? Anyone? In our laptops also we are using SSD, right?
Solid state
Solid
drive.
state, solid state drive, right? So these are very high performance drives. In EBS volumes, we use the SSD drives. So this we can attach to the EC2 instance, right? So server side, we always use the SSD and IOPS is 100 by 3000. This is the speed of your drive. It is a block level storage, okay? Next one, second storage we are going to work on, which is S3. S3 is a simple storage service. So this is not a block level storage. This is a objective storage. We can store any objects like uh, PDFs, video files, audio files, any files we can store into the S3. This storage we can compare with Google Drive, right? So this is a global storage. It is a global storage. When you click on S3, it will show you global. Globally, we can access this storage. So if you create a storage in Mumbai region, you can access from Americas region. You can access from Europe region. It is a global storage. Okay. Next one, EFS. What is EFS? It is a elastic file system. This is a file level storage. File level storage. We can transfer the data from one region to other region, one zone to other zone by using this. Right. Next one, Glacier. What is Glacier, anyone? In general, what is Glacier? Ice water, right? Yeah. So Glacier. So here Glacier is also one of the storage. Yeah. This is mainly for backups and archival. Backup and archive. So we can say this is cold storage. Cold storage, right? What is cold storage? Yeah. Yeah. So Glacier is a cheaper storage, cold storage. So to store the backups, right? So I give you a small scenario. For example, as a DevOps engineer, as a cloud engineer, what we will do, we create infrastructure, we hand over to project team. We get servers as per the project team requirement. We can hand over to project team. That is one of the role. We need to take care of the infrastructure, right? So once we hand over to project team, they start working on the servers. They develop the code, they modify the code, they test the code, they deploy the code, right? So once the project is completed, they ask us to terminate the servers. Terminate. What is terminate? Delete. Right. So once project is completed, they don't require servers. By the time again there is the request for terminating the servers. So by the time we need to terminate the server, at the same time we need to protect the data which is available on the storage. That data we can move to Glacier. Right. So if the data is temporary data, for example, 1 month they required, we can take snapshot. They want to hold more than 6 months, we can move to Glacier. So when we move the data to Glacier, what will happen? The costing will be reduced, right? So here Glacier 1 GB, for example, 1 GB storage, here $1, for example, I'm saying. So whereas the EBS volume, 1 GB storage costing is $20. 20 times cheaper. This Glacier is 20 times cheaper. So that is why once we delete the server, the volume will be available. The volume data we can move to Glacier, right, to reduce the costing. So whenever the project team required, we can archive that and we can hand over to project team. Clear, right? These are the 4 important storages. Next one, snapshot. Snapshot. What is snapshot, anyone? What is snap? Anyone?
Taking
Snap.
picture.
Picture. Snap is a picture, right? Snap, we can say here replica. replica, one copy, right? So on which scenarios we take the snapshots? What are the use of snapshots? We'll try to understand. So snapshot is a replica normally in real-time projects whenever we are going to deploy any applications on production environments, right? So by using DevOps tools, normally we deploy the code, we deploy the applications. So before deploying applications, application team asks you to take one snapshot of the server, right? So when you take the snapshot, so that will convert into one binary format, right? So once we deploy the application, if the deployment is failed, what will happen? Application will not run. By the time, by using the snapshot, we can revert back to original state. Means roll back. We can roll back or revert. Both are same. We can bring back to normal state. The server. So snapshot is a copy. By using that, we can bring back to original state whenever needed, right? Yeah, so snapshots will take every moment, every day. Will take snapshots. We can configure auto snapshots also. Automatically, it will be happened. Snapshot, right? Yeah. Next one, AWS backup. What is backup? Anyone? Yeah. Backup is nothing but it is a alternate copy. So whatever servers we are using, whatever database servers, whatever application servers we are working on, servers, that may crash any point of time, any moment, any point of time. The server may crash, or hard drive, whatever drive we are using, that may corrupted. Drive may corrupted, right? So by the time, what will happen? The data will be lost, right? So by the time, what we will do, if you configure backups, from backups you can retrieve the data. So when we talk about backups, we use the different types of backups here. Okay, different backup strategies we are using in real-time projects, which are like daily backups, weekly backups, and also monthly backups. And also we have one more backup, which is on-demand backup. These are the four types of strategies we use in real-time projects. So daily backups. What is daily backup? Daily, whatever changes are happened, that we can take the backup, right? So this we can say incremental backup. What is incremental? Anyone? Incremental.
It will take the backup of only last modified backup changes.
Last modified the changes, right? For example, yesterday morning 7 a.m. I completed the backup. From yesterday morning 7 a.m. to today morning 7 a.m., whatever changes happened, those will be backup, which is nothing but incremental backup. Whatever changes happened from last taken backup, right? So those will be backup, which is nothing but incremental backup. So for this incremental backup, retention is, what is retention? Anyone? Retention is nothing but time period, right?
Uh, Time
Thank you.
period, yeah.
So this incremental backup normally we hold 30 days only. 30 days. We can hold 30 days. From 31 day onwards, what will happen? It will start rewriting the data. It will remove the data, right? Yeah. So normally this daily backups, we take the backup like DNS entries, DHCP configurations, share folders. So these are, I explained this. Okay, don't worry. So just giving overview here. Okay. Yeah. So critical applications also, apps also we can take backup into daily backup, right? Yeah. So normally this backup will be started every day at 6 p.m. End up by next day morning 5 a.m. Okay. So why we need to start at 6 p.m.? We can start before also, right? Afternoon also, morning also, right? So daily backups normally starts at 6 p.m. Why we need to start at 6 p.m.? Why can't we start at 11 a.m., 10 a.m.?
After the business hours, only the tech schedule backup.
Right. So off business hours, after business hours, only we need to start the backup jobs, right? So if you start the backup at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., what will happen? So everyone connect to the servers, right? Developers, testers, right? So backup happened through network only. So when you start, if you start the backup at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., so network traffic will be increased, right? So that is why after business hours only we can configure the backups. So that what will happen? No one will get the disturbance, right? Normally, so when we start the backup, network traffic drastically increased. By the time no one can connect to the servers, they can't connect because due to traffic. So by the time network team, what they will do, they shoot some emails. So traffic is bandwidth is increased. Could you please stop the backup? So if you don't stop the backup, what they will do, they kill the backup. Okay.
So is
So
there
this is it.
any job run for this?
Yeah, we create the jobs. Yes, we
Okay.
schedule.
So we will also learn how to create job here.
Yes, yes, yes. Practically, we'll see that. Practically, we'll see that. Okay. Yeah. Next one, weekly backup. So this is the full backup. Full backup, right? So here retention is 90 days. So here, yeah, all VM backups we take, all VM backups, and databases we take here, and some critical apps also we can take. So this will be happened every Friday, 8 p.m. So these are the standard strategies every project team they following, right? Every Friday, 8 p.m. it will start, end up by next day morning, 5 a.m. Okay. Yeah, monthly backup also same. It is also full backup. Retention is same, 90 days. So here in monthly backup, so all backups, every backup, right? So happened here. So monthly backup normally we start every month first Friday, every month first Friday, right? Start at 6 p.m. only, first Friday of month, and end up by next day morning. Okay, yeah. So why we require three backups? We can use only one backup also, right? Why we require three backups here? Because if any data is missing from daily backup, we can retrieve from the weekly backup. If any data is missing from the weekly backup, we can retrieve from the monthly backup, right? And one more backup is there, which is on-demand backup. So what is on-demand? Immediately,
Whenever need.
instant, right? So why we require on-demand backup? Why we required? So if when you start weekly backup or monthly backup or daily backup, if any backup is failed, which is very critical, by the time immediately you can run the on-demand backup. For example, one production server backup is failed due to server issue. We get alert, right? By the time instantly we can run the on-demand backup, which is very critical. That is why we can run on-demand backup instantly. That will be happen. So one server is only one server. It is fine. We can run, but entire weekly backup, monthly backup, we should not run business hours. Run in business hours. If you run in business hours, network traffic will be increase, right? So these are the four important backup strategies available. So most of the organizations, most of the project teams are using the standard strategies. So these are all the services will go deep dive. So EBS volume S3, EFS, Glacier, snapshots, right? So practically we'll see that. Practically we can create the resources, we can create the backups. Clear, right, everyone? Yeah, so still we have
Yes.
few more services are there. Elastic IPs, security groups also there. Security groups, security groups. What is security group? What are the use of security group? Right, security group is a virtual firewall. To protect our network, to protect our resource, we use the security groups. We can create custom security groups. So to allow deny inbound traffic, we can use the security groups. Security group is a virtual firewall to control the traffic. Inbound, outbound traffic, we use the security groups. Okay, and the elastic IP is also there. Here, elastic IP addresses. Okay, how to create elastic IP, how to assign the elastic IP to the server, we'll see practically, right? And also notification services are there. SNS, SPS, simple notification service, simple queue service, different services are there. We'll go through this. Okay, yeah. So tomorrow we'll start EC2, which is first service. Elastic Compute Cloud is the first service, which is very important service. Okay, we start with EC2 tomorrow. Okay, so EC2 will take 3 days. 3 days. Okay, so once complete the EC2, then we'll jump into Linux. Once complete the Linux, then we'll continue the storage services, networking services, monitoring services, right? Notification services, right? One by one we'll go. Fine. Yeah, tomorrow meeting link will be completely changed. Okay, already 7 sessions completed today. 7th session today, right? So tomorrow, yeah, link will be changed. Even classroom guys also, whoever not clear the fee can make it by today itself. Okay, tomorrow they will not allow, right?
Sir, I do have some doubts. Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So the one first question is the one which you said the snapshot and the AWS backup. So they seems like are they same or like means you said
Right.
that, like we can take the replica of this thing and then here also you said like we can take the backup of that AWS stuff.
Snapshot is a binary copy. Yeah, for temporary purpose, use the snapshot. So yeah, 1 week or 1 month required. The backup 1 week or 1 month required. So by the time we can go with the snapshot. So if the project team required more than 3 months, more than 6 months, the backup, you can move to Glacier, right?
Okay.
And the daily backups, that is different. Daily, weekly, monthly backup, those are the strategies. Okay.
Okay. Okay. And sir, one more question regarding the disaster recovery you said. So
Mhm.
how to manage the disaster recovery actually in the if there will be any project or something? Like how
We
we're,
don't,
are we going to
yeah,
manage it or like we are going to configure it something? Is there any
no,
way?
no, no. We don't manage anything. AWS will take care of that. Disaster recovery. We need to coordinate with the AWS. If any data center is down, we need to raise a case with the AWS. They will take care of that. Right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Fine. Yeah. So we can wind up here. Any other questions, anyone? So from tomorrow onwards, practically we see the all services, right? Practically we can work on this. So theoretically, first 10 minutes, 15 minutes we can discuss theoretically. So after that we'll enter into console and we can create the resources. So tomorrow onwards you need to practice. Okay, you require laptop, right? So you need to practice daily basis so that you can easily track your entry within 3 months. So don't skip the practice. So make sure you can create the account today itself. So tomorrow onwards you need to practice. So today we are going to start EC2. EC2 is the first service which is available in AWS. Yeah, EC2 is a, yeah, when you want to create infrastructure, right? So very first service we need to use, which is EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud. Okay. సో మీరు క్లాస్ రూమ్ గైస్ గ్రూప్లో యాడ్ అయ్యారు అందరూ, మీరు అందరూ యాడ్ అయ్యారండి, మీరు కూడా యాడ్ అయిపోయారు కదా. Fine. Yeah. So basically, what is EC2? What is EC2? Right? First, we'll try to understand. After that, we'll move to console and we can create the EC2 instance. How to create EC2 instance? How can we connect instance? How can we yeah, check the security groups and all? We can discuss now. Yeah, very first thing, EC2. What is EC2? EC2 is a Amazon. What is EC2? Amazon Web Services. In Amazon Web Services, EC2 is the first service.
It's a,
Amazon
it's a server.
Cloud Compute.
Anyone having idea? Real time guys, already working people.
It's a
Anyone
server.
having idea? It's a server. Yes, it's a virtual server. Yes, right. Yeah. What is Amazon EC2, right? So Amazon EC2 is a virtual server, we can say virtual server, right? See here, Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud provides on-demand simple computing capacity in the Amazon Web Services cloud, right? Yeah, so it is a on-demand virtual server, on-demand scalable computing capacity in the Amazon Web Services. So what is on-demand? We discussed already. What is on-demand?
Instantly we can create.
Instantly we can increase the resources, instantly we can create the resources immediately, right? Instantly. For example, I required yeah, 10 servers with required configuration, so I can create within a minute, right? Within a minute, which is nothing but on demand, right? So scalable. What is scalable? What is scalable? What is
It
scalable? Scale,
can be
right?
upgraded or downgraded as per
Yeah.
the requirement.
Scale means increase. Fine. Yeah. Scalable computing capacity in the Amazon Web Services cloud, right? So using Amazon EC2, yeah, reduces hardware cost, right? So normally in real-time projects, before cloud, before cloud, so we used to use the physical environments, physical servers, right? So by the time, whenever we required any resource like server, we used to place the order with the vendor like Dell vendor, HP vendor, or IBM vendor, right? Yeah, so they take some time to deliver the servers. Yeah, they take 10 days, 15 days. After that, once we receive the server, we can move to data center server room, and we can insert into racks, and we need to connect power network. After that, we can deploy operating system and applications, patches, plugins, everything. So after that, finally we used to move to production, right? So that was yeah, that was time taking process, right? Yeah, so we used to follow that. So currently we are using cloud data centers. We are not using our local data centers. Currently, what we are doing, so whenever we required any servers or resources, we can connect to the cloud. We can connect to the cloud vendor, and we can create the resources within a minute, right? Yeah. So here, what will happen here? Hardware costing will be reduced. So when you want to purchase any server, that would be minimum $5,000 minimum hardware, server hardware, right? So when we use cloud servers, what will happen? Costing will be reduced, because so those are on-demand servers, and whenever we start server, billing will be started. Whenever we stop server, billing will be stopped, right? So it's a kind of renting, right? Yeah. And also when we use cloud servers, we don't need to buy any licensing part. We don't need to buy any licensing part. We don't need to recruit any admin to handle the servers. As a DevOps engineer, we can handle that. So because 80% of the activities will be taken care by AWS vendor only. In cloud, in cloud, cloud vendor will take care of the 80% of the activities. Other 20% we have to take care, which is creating servers, yeah, configuring servers and creating storages, network. These are all the things. So only 20% we have to take care, because so everything will be available in cloud data center only, right? Physically. So they will take care. So zones, regions, and configurations, everything will be taken care by vendor only. So as a DevOps engineer, as a cloud engineer, we can connect to the cloud. We can create required resources, right? So for this, we don't require any admins. We don't require any server room. We don't require any licensing. We don't require any AC, right? Normally, if you want to configure physical server without AC, server will not run, right? Without central AC, server will not run. Fine. So we don't require any AC, we don't require any network, right? So everything will be taken care by AWS only. Yeah. So we, as a customer, as a user, what we will do, we can connect to the cloud platform, and we can create the servers within a minute, right? Which is a scalable and on-demand servers. So whatever applications you want to deploy, you can deploy in the server is very faster. Application deployment also very faster, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, EC2, here we can say, yeah, Elastic Compute Cloud or Elastic Cloud Compute, both are same. Okay. Yeah. So here EC2 full form is Elastic Compute Cloud. What is Elastic? Anyone? In general. In general, what is Elastic? Anyone?
Stretchable.
Stretchable, expandable, stretchable, expandable. Right? Yeah. You both guys joined in the group. You both are in group, right? Fine. Yeah. Elastic is a stretchable, expandable, right? So what is compute? Anyone? Compute. For example, if you want to buy any laptop or mobile, what we will check? What we will check?
Configuration.
Configuration, right? Yeah. What is the speed? What is the RAM? What is the memory is having? What is the processing speed? What is the storage? We check all these things, right? So which is configuration. So compute is a configuration, right? So this configuration is elastic. This configuration is elastic. This configuration is available in cloud. Here we have 2 times C. That is why EC2. You understand, right? So whatever resources we are using in cloud, those are elastic. We can increase the resources, we can decrease the resources by single click, right? Yeah, this configuration is available in cloud, which is nothing but EC2, right? Now let us move back to console, AWS console. So everyone created the account, right? Anyone having any challenges to create the account? So from today onwards, you need to practice. Everyone should practice. Yeah. So daily basis, you need to practice. Don't miss the practice. So if you practice daily basis, you can crack the interview within 3 months, right? Yeah. Now, if you want to connect AWS account, aws.amazon.com. So whoever not created the account, you can create today itself. Don't delay this. Okay. Yeah. So daily basis, you need to practice. If you understand EC2, S3, and VPC, these services, starting services, very important. And if you are good in AWS, if you understand AWS, you can handle any cloud platform. So all the platforms are same functionality. So technology would be different. Okay, that is why you need to focus on AWS. Fine. Yeah. So open this URL, aws.amazon.com, click on sign into the console. Now it is asking you to give your username, right? So here we have root user, IAM user. So in our test lab, we can use the root user only. Don't use IAM user. Yeah, in real-time projects, always we use the IAM account, IAM user, identity and access management, right? So this account is your personal account, right? That is why you can use root user. Fine. Yeah, root is nothing but it is an administrator. You will have full permissions. So IAM will not have full permissions. Okay. Yeah, select root user, give your email address here, click on next, give your password. If you give wrong password, what will happen? It will ask you security check code. You need to enter that captcha, whatever they give. After that, it will ask you to give the password. Okay. Yeah. So once we log into the console, this is my console home page, dashboard. Okay. So in cloud platform, what we will do, what is our role in real-time projects, what we will do in cloud, what we will do, we create infrastructure,
Servers.
right? So as a DevOps engineer, as a cloud engineer, we create infrastructure and we can hand over to project team. Developers, they don't know how to create servers, how to create network, how to create storage. So as a DevOps engineer, cloud engineer, we have to create the infrastructure and we have to manage the infrastructure, right? Yeah. So normally in real-time projects, when any developer required any servers, any project required servers, what they will do, they create a request ticket, right? So we are using currently we are using different ticketing tools, right? So what are those? Service now,
Zero.
service now,
Service now.
Jira, Jira, and BMC remedy. These are all the ticketing systems. Ticket is nothing but request. So when they have, yeah, any project team required any servers, what they will do, they log into the ticketing system, they raise a ticket. In that ticket, they give all the information. So we required 8 GB storage, 8 GB RAM, 1 TB storage, and 2 core CPUs or 3 core CPUs, whatever they require. They give all the information in the ticket. So as per the request, as per the ticket, we need to create the resources and we need to hand over to project team, right? And also we need to troubleshoot sometimes. We need to terminate sometimes. Okay, yeah. For example, one project team required a server. There is a ticket. So yeah, and one more thing, every ticket will have some SLA. Every ticket will have some SLA. What is SLA? Anyone?
Service
Service
level
level
agreement.
Service level
agreement.
agreement.
This is a,
Service level agreement.
yeah. So it is a timeline. Service level agreement is timeline. Within the time frame, so we need to close that. So different types of tickets are there: P1, P2, P3, P4. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4. So priority wise, we need to work on the request. If the ticket is priority 1, we need to close within 1 hour, right? Yeah. So that ticketing systems also, yeah, once complete all the tools, DevOps tools, we'll work on the ticketing systems also. Okay, I'll show you service now. Okay, how to work on the tickets, how can we close the tickets, how can we check the tickets, how can we assign the tickets ourselves, so that we will see while once we complete all the uh, tools, DevOps tools. Fine. So we received one ticket. Yeah. So we checked the ticket description. They required some. Yeah. They gave some information in the ticket. So they required RAM, 1 GB RAM, one CPU, and 8 GB storage, something, right? Yeah. So once we check the description, and we need to check the approvals are in place or not. Approvals are in place or not. That is most important. Without approvals, we should not perform the activity, should not create the servers. Because so cloud is all about costing. Cloud is all about costing, right? So when we create the resource, right, that billing will be happened from client. So billing, that costing is, that server is not free of cost, right? So when we create the server is not free of cost. So billing will be paid by client only, right? So that is why what we have to do. So first one, once we receive the ticket, we need to check the configuration, what they required, and also we need to check the approvals are in place or not. Then we need to proceed for the activity, right? Yeah. So yeah, once everything is fine, we need to check the region first, on which region they require the server, on which region, right? So we don't decide the region. So it is the client will give you the information as per their requirement. For example, the client is having some team in Mumbai, they give the Mumbai region. They have some team members in Europe region, they give the Europe region information, right? So that will be decided by client. This is a client deciding factors, we don't decide. So where we need to create the server, right? Yeah. So as per the requirement, we need to switch to region. What is region? What is the region?
Server
Region is
room,
a
Geographical village.
data center, right? Data
data
center,
center.
right? So as per the requirement, we need to check the region, we need to select the region. For example, the project required servers in Sydney, Australia. We can click on Sydney here. This will be changed. See here? So now we can create the servers here. Yeah. Default region is Ohio. You can select Ohio only. Yeah. Now I want to create a server here. I want to create a server. How can we create server? Go to services, click on services, go to compute, click on compute, click on EC2. right? Services, compute, EC2. Click on this. Yeah, now it is showing here. So service servers instances. So here terminology is very important. Terminology is very important. Server we can call it as instance. Okay, EC2 instance is a server. In AWS we'll call it as EC2 instance. In Azure we'll call it as VM. In Google Cloud we'll call it as VM instance. So terminology would be a little different, but functionalities everything will be same. Every platform is same. Okay, yeah. So instances running 0. Currently no instances running here. Dedicated host, no, 0. Instances, available instances in my console, 2. So already 2 instances are available. Those are in stopped state. Okay. So this load balancer, security groups, volumes, right? So different things are there. We'll go one by one, right? Yeah. Now click on instances here running. Nothing is there here, right? So if you click on this, see here you can see 2 instances are in stopped state. Stopped means shutdown state, shutdown, right? Now I want to launch a instance, new instance. I want to launch an instance. Okay. So if you want to launch means create, right? If you want to launch instance, click on launch instance. First you need to select the region. After that we need to go to the EC2, click on launch instance. Click on this. Yeah. So once you click on launch instance, so it is asking you to give the server name, instance name. Yeah. You can give some server name, web server, for example. Okay. Now go down here. Yeah, so once you give the tag name, here we have images are available, which we can call it as Amazon Mission Images. We can say AMIs. What is Amazon Mission Image? So to create server, we required one image. We required one image, right? Normally, so when you want to install operating system on your laptop, Windows, if you want to install Windows, how can we install Windows on the laptop? ఎలా install చేస్తాం?
with ISO image.
We required image, right? We can copy into pen drive. We can configure as a bootable drive, pen drive, and we can connect to laptop, and we can start from the pen drive. We can boot from the pen drive, and we can install the operating system. Same way, so AWS also providing images, different images here. Amazon Linux image, Mac OS, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, SUSE Linux, Debian, different images are there, right? Yeah. Now if you click on Amazon Linux, if you drop down here, see here, these are all Amazon Linux operating system images. Okay, these are the Windows images. If you click on Windows, you can see the Windows images also. See here. Now if you want to check all the images collectively, if you want to check all the images collectively, go to browse, click on more AMIs. See here, these are all images. 47 images available. Amazon Linux 2023 AMI, Amazon Linux 2 AMI, Mac OS, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, SUSE Linux, Ubuntu, Microsoft Windows, different flavors, 2016 base, 2019 core base, right? So different flavors are available. So these are the 47 images provided by AWS. Okay. So whatever operating system they required, client required, that we need to select here, right? As per the client requirement. Now here you can see something like free tier eligible, free tier eligible. Whatever free tier eligible servers are there, those we can use in our test lab. So whatever free servers are there, those only we can create for practice. Okay. So if you select a non-free tier, see here, this Mac is non-free tier, no free tier. Okay. If you select this, if you create this, what will happen? Bill will be generated, charges, right? So that is why whatever free tier eligible servers are there, those we can use in our test lab for practice. SUSE also free, Ubuntu also 2022 free. So Windows 2022 base free tier. So in Windows, some servers, if you see here, Microsoft Windows Server 2022 with SQL Server, not free, right? Not free. So yeah, these are not free. Whatever free tier eligible servers are there, those we can use, right? Yeah. Now, so here all the flavors are available in Linux, Amazon Linux, Ubuntu, SUSE Linux. Yeah. So Debian, different flavors are available, but one flavor is not there here. One flavor is not there, which is CentOS. In Linux, we have so many flavors are there, right? CentOS is not there here. So I want to create CentOS server, for example. I want to create a CentOS server. So which is not available. The image is not available here. So for which what we can do? We can go to AWS Marketplace. We need to go to AWS Marketplace. Click on this and you can search here CentOS. Here, these are all CentOS flavors. So whatever flavor you required, you can go to AWS Marketplace and you can search. So in Quick Start, only 47 images are available. In Quick Start, only 47 available. So if you required other flavors, you can go to the AWS Marketplace and you can select that and you can create. Cancel this. Now see here. So we gave the name web server. Now I selected Amazon Linux. Amazon Linux. Now go to browser here. Go to browser. Browse. So here I want to select Amazon Linux here. First flavor, don't select this. This is 2023 latest AMI. This image required higher configuration of the higher configuration like RAM, higher RAM required, higher CPU required. Don't select first one. You can choose second one. Second one also free tier eligible, right? You can select second one, right? So now we can create Linux server, Amazon Linux server. Yeah. So here they are showing something like 64-bit x86, 64-bit ARM. Two different versions they are showing, right? So by default it is selected 64-bit x86. This you can select 64-bit ARM. This is machine learning servers, machine learning projects. Don't use this second one. Default one only can select. Okay. So now if you want to create this server by using this image, click on select. So which is free tier eligible, right? Click on select. Once you click on select, see here. So this AMI is selected here. AMI is selected. So which is free tier eligible here. Free tier eligible, right? Now go down here. Instance type. Next one is instance type. So they are showing some types here. T2 micro, T2 nano, T2 small, T2 medium, T2 large, T2 X large. T2 means tier 2. T2 full form is tier 2, right? Yeah. So here different types of servers are there here, but only T2 micro is the free tier eligible. Other flavors, other types not free tier. See here, T2 small not free tier, T2 medium not free tier, right? T2 large also not free tier. So only T2 micro is the free tier eligible. So if you select T2 micro, what will happen here? So one virtual CPU, 1 GB RAM will be selected here. One CPU, 1 GB RAM, right? Yeah. So if you select T2 medium, two CPUs, 4 GB RAM. So as per the client requirement, we can select this, right? So client required 4 CPUs, 8 GB RAM. So by the time what we will do, we can go with the T2X large, okay, as per the project requirement. So in our test lab, we need to select T2 micro only. This one only we need to use. Okay, don't select T2 small, T2 medium, T2 large. T2 micro only we need to use. This is free, right? You can select this. Click on this. Now T2 micro is selected here, which is free tier. Next one, important one, key pair. Key pair. What is key pair? So in cloud environments, any cloud platform. If you want to connect server along with the username password, we require one key. Without key, we cannot connect our servers in cloud. Normally, physical environments, virtual servers, virtual environments, we connect using username password credentials. So in cloud, along with the username password, we required one key pair also. Without key, we cannot connect server, right? So that is why we need to create one key pair here, right? So click on create new key pair. So if you want to use the existing key pair also, you can use here. So here I have existing key pairs. I don't want to use this. I want to create new key pair. Okay. So click on create new key pair. Yeah. Now key pair name it is asking. Yeah. So now it is showing here keeper type RSA and it is showing encrypted file, private and public key. So you can select RSA. What is this? I'll explain later. Okay. Select the default one. Next one, private key file format. So here we have two formats are there. So .pem, .ppk. So two file formats. So the keeper is same, but format is different. So PEM format, PPK format. First we can download this PEM format. Later we can see this PPK. Okay. Yeah. So select PEM default one only. Click on create key pair. So default values you can select. Okay. Later we can change this. We can see that. Click on create key pair. Now the key pair is downloading. This is our key pair. To connect the server, this key pair is required. Without this key, we cannot connect our server. Okay. Yeah. So if you open this key, see here, this is the key. So can anyone hack this key? Is it possible to hack this key? Is it possible to hack this key? No, right? No one
No.
can hack, right? This much of key. This level of security is provided by AWS, right? Since 2012, I'm working on cloud platforms. I am using cloud platforms. I haven't seen any single security concern because AWS is giving very high security, right? Yeah, this is the key. So this key we need to use for connecting our server, right? Yeah. Next one, once you generate the key pair, after that, so network settings. So here network. So if you want to create a server, we require one network required, right? So here we use default network. So default VPC, right? So while working on VPC service, we'll create custom VPC. For now, we can use default VPC, default network, right? So yesterday we discussed what is VPC, what is subnet, right? What is instead of the subnet, how can we create the server? While working on VPC, we'll go deep dive. We can create our own VPC. We can create our own subnet. So currently, whatever default subnet, default VPC available, that we can use here, right? Yeah. So now, next one, firewall. What is firewall? It is a virtual firewall. Is a what is firewall? Anyone?
Work as a filter.
It's a security group.
Yeah. Firewall is a
Security.
security.
Security, sir.
Yeah.
Security device.
Layer.
Security device. You can say
Security
security
group
device.
to control the traffic.
Yeah.
Network security
Security
device.
important.
Here we can say security group, right? Yeah. So here, if you want to connect your server, we required one security group. Along with the key pair, we require security group also, right? Yeah. So if you want to create new group, you can create, or else you can select existing group also. So here, these are the existing groups available, different groups available. Okay, I don't want to use existing one. I want to create new security group here. Okay. Yeah, security group name I want to give. So for which, click on edit, and give the security group name also. I want to give one name here. DevOps match. Can you mute everyone? Yeah, so DevOps batch 75 security group SG I'm giving. So description also I want to give same. Now, if you go down here, see here, So if you want to connect Linux server, we can use SSH authentication. Currently we are getting Linux server, right? Linux server. If you want to connect Linux server, so by using SSH authentication, we can connect our Linux server. So Linux server required 22 ports should be opened, which is SSH port. By default, this is opened. By default, this is open, right? Yeah. So source type anywhere we can connect anywhere. So if you want to connect from your own network, custom network, you can give custom. If you want to connect from your own IP, you can give your own IP. So I can select anywhere. Anywhere means you can connect from anywhere, right? Yeah, you can give this. Yeah, source. Yeah, see here. Anywhere means 0.0.0.0/0 means all the networks. I'll explain that while working on networking concepts. I'll explain this. Okay. Yeah, go down here. Next one. Yeah, once we give the security group, after that
Hello? Not audible?
Not audible.
Hello?
Not audible. Hello. Hello.
I'm not able to see the screen also. What happened?
Looks like screen is freezed.
Yes, same here.
The same issue we are getting.
Bro, anyone in the class? Physically there? Can you tell me what happened there?
Hello.
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, yes, Ram. Now I'm in.
Yeah, fine. So if you select a delete on termination, yes, what will happen? Along with the server, storage also will be terminated when you terminate the server, right? If the storage is terminated, what will happen? Data will be gone, right? So that is why you
Sir,
should not select S
sir,
here.
one
Yeah,
question.
go
Ram,
ahead.
it got freezed actually till in the keeper's place. So from
Yeah,
that
we
time
were on
onwards
the
it was.
SSH part only, the online thing, guys. So we were actually, on the SSH part when the network got disturbed.
SSH part.
Yeah,
Please
keeper when
explain
you're
once again,
creating.
sir. Please
When
explain
you
once
are
again, sir.
saying keep a about,
Yeah, this one, the inbound security group rules, type SSH.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
this one.
Fine. So
Back.
yeah, once we select the server type, once we select the server type P2 micro, after that, so we need to generate key pair. After that, we need to move to network, right? So here, if you want to connect your server, we require SSH port should be open. One security group required and SSH port should be open. So in that 22 port should be open, right? Yeah. So if you want to connect Windows server, we require another one, which is RDP port. So we are creating Linux server, right? This is RDP to connect Windows server. RDP required other port number. See here, 3389. So we are going to we are creating one server which is Amazon Linux, right? So for which we required SSH port should be opened here. SSH port is 22 port. So here you can select anywhere. So from any network you can connect your server and you select anywhere, right? If you select custom, from custom ports only you can connect your server, right? Yeah, you can select anywhere. So while working on networking, I'll show you this again. Okay. Yeah. Next one is storage. Storage here EBS volume, elastic block store, right? Yeah. So here this is the device name, your volume name. This is the default snapshot. So 8 GB storage. If you can increase to 100 GB, 200 GB also, but 8 GB only free of cost. So these are the volume types, different volume types. So by default they give general purpose SSD. You can choose first one also or third one, whatever you required as per the project requirement. So I can select default one only. So IOPS, input output per second. So 100 by 3000. Your drive speed. So next one, delete on termination. So here yes or no, two options are there. If you select yes, what will happen? When you terminate your server, along with the server, volume also will be terminated. If you select no, what will happen? If you select no, what will happen? So server will be deleted, volume will be available. In that data will be available. So in real-time projects, always we select no, should not select yes. Okay. Yeah. So for now we can keep as is, yes only. Okay. Next one, advanced details. Here we have few details are required. So expand this. Yeah, domain join. This is in real-time projects we use. Yeah, whatever we can perform here, I can show you that. Yeah. So here important things. Shutdown behavior. Shutdown behavior is important. So shutdown behavior is normally when you want to create any server, so you need to select stop only. But here they give another option also, which is the terminate. See here, stop, terminate. Two options are there. What is stop and what is terminate? Okay. So if you give stop, what will happen when you stop your server? When you shut down your server will be stopped. So if you select terminate, what will happen? When you stop your server will be terminated. So always we need to select the stop only. But why they give terminate option here? Why they give terminate option? Two options are there, right? Stop, terminate. So we always keep the stop only, but terminate also they give. What is the use of this? Yeah, in our project,
If
yeah, a few months
someone
back,
wants to,
Yeah, I'm giving some example here. So few months back in our project, I gave Kubernetes training, classroom training, 2 days classroom training, full day, morning 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Right. So most of the project team members joined, nearly 40 members. Other members also joined, directors, managers, VPs also joined. So by the time what we did, we create 40 servers for practice. We created 40 servers for practice. So by the time I selected terminate, by the time I selected terminate, you understand, right? So if I select terminate, end of the day, if they stop the server or terminate the server will be gone. No need to terminate manually. So this is mainly for temporary purpose. So once you complete your practice, if you stop the server will be gone when you select terminate. That is why we should not, normally in real-time projects, production environments, we always select a stop only. Don't select terminate. Okay.
So, is there any time period for terminate?
Not time period. When you stop, that will be gone. When you stop
Okay.
the server will be gone. Okay. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. Termination protection. Also important. Okay. So what is this? If you enable this, what will happen? Yeah. In cloud, what we can do, by single click, we can create n number of servers. By single click, we can delete n number of servers also. Right. Yeah. So if you select yes, what will happen? If you select enable, what will happen? So normally sometimes what will happen, accidentally we delete the servers accidentally. So if you select enable, what will happen, it will not delete. By mistake, if you delete the server, by mistake, if you delete the server, it will give you some pop-ups, are you sure, are you sure? Okay, accidental deletes will be protected by termination protection. So accidental deletes, so we in real-time projects always we keep the enable only. So here don't select anything. Yeah, next one, important one more thing is there. So this is monitoring, we'll see later. If you want to enable monitoring CloudWatch, you can enable. Yeah, important one, which is tenancy. So this is very important. Okay. Yeah, so what is tenancy, why we require tenancy, we'll try to understand now. So in tenancy we have three options are there: shared, dedicated host. Three options are there. What is this, we'll try to understand. Yeah. So tenancy. So for example, this is our data center. Okay. So when we create any server EC2 instance, the server will be created in shared area. So this is the shade area, right? In any rack, the server will be created. When you select shade, first option, shade. So this is free of cost. When you select shade, what will happen? The server will be created in shade area. But when you select dedicated, what will happen? Second option, you will get some dedicated space for you. You'll get some dedicated space for you. In this space only, your server will be created. Dedicated. Extra protection. So normally in real-time projects, in our project, we are handling one project which is a DBS project, Singapore project. We have physical data center, local data center. So instead of the local data center, they ask us to create one more room to configure their servers, extra security, right? Yeah, this is additional charges will be applied. So normally data centers are very secure, no one can enter, right? So again, the project team is asking to create one more room instead of the data center. So DBS project is banking domain, bank. DBS is Singapore bank. So banking data is very critical data, right? Very critical data, right? So that is why they're looking for extra security. Okay. So in this, yeah, we create one space instead of the data center, and instead of that space, we can create the servers. Okay. So now if you select here dedicated, what will happen? See here. Additional charges apply, not free of cost. Right? So don't select this. So when you select dedicated, some dedicated space will be created for you. Instead of this, you can create your servers. Here you can create your servers. Okay, so this is additional charges to apply. So for example, in a street, in Hyderabad streets, Kotapalli streets, somewhere we find some water taps. In street, we find some water taps, right? So yeah, that streets water tap anyone can use, right? That is shared. So the water tap is configured to your home. That is dedicated for you. That is extra charges. Understand, right, everyone? Normally, if you go by bus, that is shared, less costing. If you go by your own vehicle, that is extra costing, right? Yeah. Fine. One more option is there, which is dedicated host. Third option. What is this? So dedicated host means, so some host will be some servers available here. Hosts. Inside of that servers, you can create our virtual server. So these are the dedicated hosts. We can choose this, which is having higher capacity. We can choose and we can use this. So this third option is mainly for machine learning projects. Okay. So normally we select shared or dedicated. Okay. So two options we use normally in real-time projects: shared or dedicated. Dedicated host not required. Okay. So for now I don't want to select anything. I just remove this. Okay. Yeah. Keep as is. Now these options we'll discuss while working on other services. These are all not much important. While working on respective services, we'll discuss about this. Okay. Yeah. Next one. How many servers you required? By default, it is selected one. If you require 100 servers, you can give 100 here. With the same configuration, same operating system, same packages, 100 servers will be created. Okay. So for now, we can create only one server. Yeah. Now software emails, Amazon Linux 2 AMI, we selected here, and virtual server type T2 micro we selected. Firewall new security group, storage also we selected here. Right. Now click on launch instance. Once you click on launch instance, server will be created. Right. So click on launch instance now.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Who is this?
Devu.
If we launch 100 instances at a time, like the names will get changed, right? I mean, it should be the same or
Right. 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 Good question. Yeah, the name should be same. 100 instances. We need to change manually, right? But 100 servers, 1,000 servers, we cannot change manually. That is big effort, right? So that is why we use Terraform to automate that. While working on Terraform, I'll show you how to assign the names to 1,000 servers at a time. How can we assign the different names? I'll show you. While working on
okay.
Terraform, I'll show you. By using Terraform, we can automate that. Any other questions, anyone? Now the server is launched. Successfully installed, launch of instance. Click on this ID. Now you can see the web server here. See here? Now the server is in running state. Right? Server is in running state. Now it is initializing. Fine? Yeah. Now, once we create the server, once we launch the server, how to connect this server? How to connect this server? That is most important. Okay. Yeah. So server is in running state. Now I want to connect this server. So to connect this server, what we required here? Username, password required, and key pair also required. So if you want to connect Linux server, how can we connect? Anyone?
Through putty.
Through
SSH.
putty.
Ubuntu.
Yeah, putty is a
Ubuntu
yeah.
putty.
Putty is a yeah. See here, putty. This is the interface. Putty is a interface. To connect our Linux
SSH.
server, we use SSH authentication, which is interface is putty required, right? And also other interface also there, which is mobile extreme. Different interfaces are there. Putty is popular one. Putty and mobile extreme, these are two popular interfaces. So if you want to connect Windows server, how can we connect in Windows server?
RDP.
RDP. Remote desktop connection.
Yes, RDP, remote desktop connection, right? So by using this, we can connect our Windows server. So Monday we will create a Windows server. Okay, I'll show you. Yeah. Now, how can we connect this Linux server? We'll try to understand. So another extra 10 minutes it will take. Okay, another 10 minutes. Okay, how to connect Linux server, and how can we check that? How can we use the key pair? We'll try to understand. Another 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you want to connect this server, we required interface, which is putty, right? First, I'll show you how can we download the putty, how can we install the putty. Okay, go to browser, download putty for Windows, putty for Windows. Click on this. Click on first URL. Download putty. SSH telnet client something, right? Click on this. Yeah. Now click on first URL. Click on first URL. Download putty. Click on this. Now see here. 64-bit x86, 64-bit ARM, 32-bit x86. Three versions are there. Three MSI files are there. So here first one is 64-bit x86. So normally we use 64-bit x86 only. So as per your operating system, as per your Windows operating system, you need to download this package, right? So most of the latest laptops we use 64-bit operating system only, right? Yeah. So how can we check the operating system version? Go to this PC, click on Explorer, right click on this PC, go to Properties. You can check your operating system versions here. 64-bit operating system I'm having, right? So most of the laptops, Windows 10 or 11, both of the most of the operating systems we are using, most of the laptops we are using 64-bit only, right? So if you have a 32-bit, you need to download the 32-bit only, right? So if you have a 32-bit, if you download 64-bit, what will happen? Putty will not run properly. That is why, as per your operating system, you need to download the package and you need to install the package, right? Now I want to download first one, which is a 64-bit x86. Don't download this. ARM version don't download. ARM don't download. Only 64-bit x86 download. Click on this. Now the putty is downloading. So once this putty is downloaded, double click on this. Go next. Yeah, I already installed. That is why it is asking a repair. First time it will ask you to click on next install. That's it. Finish. Next, install, finish. 5 steps only, right? Once you finish, this will be installed. Once you install this, yeah, I'm canceling this. Once install this will be opened. Putty configuration will be opened. This console will be opened. Okay. Yeah. Once this is open, yeah, we can connect our server using the putty. So how can we connect the server? So everyone following, right? Any confusion here?
Using public IP address.
So I'll repeat this again. Putty download. So go to browser, download Putty for Windows. You can search here. Click on first URL. Yeah, click on here first URL. First URL here. Download this 64-bit x86 MSI file. This you can download, and whatever the file is downloaded, that file is a setup file. Double click on that. Go next. Install and finish. Okay, those are the steps. Fine.
Ram, what about the Mac users? I'm not able to do it.
Mac you can search. Mac you can search. So you can search Putty, download Putty for Mac. You will get the
Okay.
Mac version. Okay. Yeah. So create server. Anyone having any questions? Any confusions? Can I repeat it again? How to create server? how to create the server. Can I repeat it again one more time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how
Please
to connect?
repeat it, sir.
Yeah, please,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
Yes,
Please, sir.
sir.
Yeah, how to connect server we'll see Monday. Don't worry. That is having some process. Okay, small process. So how to create server one more time? I'll repeat it. Right? Yeah, how to create server we'll see one more time. How to download already. How to download putty. How to install putty already we discussed. Right? Yeah. Now how to create Linux server? We'll try to understand one more time. Right? Yeah, so this server is already running state, right? Now I want to launch one more instance, okay, for which first we need to select the region as per the client requirement. So after that, go to services, click on compute, click on EC2. Once you click on EC2, here it will show you whatever instances, whatever host, whatever load balancers will show you. Click on this. Now click on launch instance. Click on launch instance. Once you click on launch instance, it will ask you to give the name. I can give app server, app server. Go down here. Now you need to select the image. To create server, we require one image, right? So these are the images available. Amazon mission images available. So we need to select the image here. Now I want to select Amazon Linux or Ubuntu. I can select Ubuntu now. Click on Ubuntu. In Ubuntu, we have different flavors are there. See here. 2022, yeah, sorry, 22.04, 20.0, 22.04, 20.04, so 18.04 also available here. Different flavors available. Now I want to select second one. It is free tier eligible. Whatever free tier images are available, that we can select here. Don't select non-free tier, no free tier images. Okay. Yeah, I selected this Ubuntu. So Ubuntu, Amazon Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, SUSE Linux, CentOS, these are all Linux flavors. As per the client requirement, we need to create this. They give you all the information. Project team they give you, right? So as per the requirement, we need to select this. Okay. Yeah, I choose this Ubuntu server. Now, instance type T2 micro is a free tier eligible. If you select T2 nano, T2 large, T2 medium, these are all not free of cost, right? You, yeah, we need to select always free tier eligible. In real-time projects, we don't use free tier. If you select free tier, only one CPU, 1 GB RAM available. Okay, so this we can select for practice. Okay, yeah. Next one, key pair. What is key pair? It is a security key, right? So without this key, we cannot connect our server, right? So if you want to use existing key pair, you can click on this and you can select the existing key pair, whatever key pair already created here. See here, this is the key pair already created. Now, if you want to create key pair, new key pair, click on new key pair, give the key pair name, DevOps batch SG new. I want to give new. So select default values only, RSA and PEM. You can select default values. So Monday I'll show you other one. Okay. So click on create key pair. Now the key pair is downloading. Yeah. Once the key pair is downloaded, now go down here. So next one, network, right? So here you can create a new security group, or else you can choose the existing security group also. Now I want to create new security group here. Click on edit here. So I want to use default network here, default VPC, default subnet. Now I want to create new security group. Security group name. Description also I want to give same. Next one. Yeah, SSH and all everything is fine. Even Ubuntu also same SSH authentication. 22 port should be yeah, even here by default it is selected. Yeah, so this next one is storage configuration. So 8 GB by default they're giving. You can keep as is, default values can keep as is. Okay, so in real-time process we don't use 8 GB. We can use 100 GB, 200 GB like that. So here This server, this storage type also, you can select default one only. Don't change anything. Okay. If you want to check all the information, click on advanced. You can see the IOPS and EBS drive name and delete and permission. You can check all these things. You can keep as is all the default values. Click on launch instance. So before launching instance, you can verify this one server and here Ubuntu, Flavor, T2 Micro, New Security Group, storage. Click on launch instance. Once you click on launch instance, instance will be created. This you can perform. This you can create. You can practice this. See here, two servers are available. App server is in pending. Now this is so being ready. So second one, web server, right? So you can practice this. So after that you can download Putty and you can install Putty, right? So Monday, how to connect Linux server? How can we deploy any packages into Linux server? So the key, whatever key pair we downloaded, that we need to convert into other format. How can we convert the key pair? So by using key pair, how can we connect server? We'll see on Monday. Okay. So this weekend, if you not created the account, you can create the account today itself, and you need to practice this. Okay. Monday, we'll connect the server and we create Windows server also. Clear, right? So once you create this server, don't keep in running state. Just select this server, select these servers, and go to instance state, terminate instance, terminate. Okay. So if you want to stop, you can stop. If you require again, you can stop the servers. Stop and shut down. So if you don't require the servers, you can go ahead and terminate this. Click on terminate, terminate. Once you terminate, the servers will be gone. Okay, you can practice this. Monday we'll work on remaining things. Fine. Any questions? Anyone?
Yeah, Ram, I
Sir,
have one question.
Sir, 2 by 2 checks
Yeah,
possibly, that is a system instance. Is that?
system
Hello?
instance. What is that?
That is
Yes, for
yes. That is 2 by 2 checks passed. We can observe in that, no, sir.
2 by
Status
2,
check.
right? Yes.
Status check, in the status check, the 2 by 2 checks pass.
Yeah. So this is a system is ready or not. We can understand using this. 2 by 2
Yeah.
checks passed means so system is completely ready.
Yeah.
Server is completely ready. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Other
Ram,
questions?
my question is, you said developers will be giving us the CPU, RAM, and whatever the detail configurations they will be requiring. Do we need to further cross-check it is an ideal thing they are asking for, or we can blindly go with the numbers whatever they give?
That's it. Yes. Whatever they give requirement, that we
To
need to gather the
evaluate.
requirement. Yeah. Same.
Okay.
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 Sir, how to connect
Arun.
Putty, sir?
Yeah, I'll show you Monday. How to connect through Putty, I'll show you on Monday. Okay. Yeah. Any
Do we
other
learn
questions?
to connect through SSH also?
Yeah, connect. Yes. Multiple ways we have. To connect server, we have multiple ways. I'll show you one by one. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. And do we get all the information for this to select the image from client only?
Yes. That is client format. Yes. So what they required,
Okay.
that image only we need to select. Ubuntu or Fedora or Amazon Linux or CentOS, whatever they require. As per the requirement only we need to create.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah. So we can stop here. So everyone should practice this. Thank you all.